What's up? What's good, everybody? Hope everyone's doing great, taking care of yourselves, eating your vegetables. Welcome. Today, I'm gonna spend the next 8 hours. Yeah, 8 hours minimum. Working on this game that I'm making in Godot. Yeah, it's time. Let's go. What's up, Frank? Welcome. Thank you for being here and being a great moderator. I appreciate you. Yeah, so this is some code that I might be digging into today. But my primary yes, eating vegetables. I don't know. It just seems like something people could do. So last week I was working on a game start animation, not the opening cutscene for my game, but a game start animation. That is to say, what leads into the game actually starting. Wow, that's a long compile time. Oh my goodness. So I might need to dig a little bit into some of the body part code. Yeah. Oh, so speaking of code, I set up this game state tracker situation so I can tell what state I'm in the intro, because I've been doing a lot of work on the intro stuff. Also, welcome Dungeon Martian, good to see you. And right now we're in the we were in the pre-intro, then we go into the intro. All right, so we can press any that wouldn't be there, right? Press any key to skip. And now we're in the menu state. Yeah, we set this up, I think, last week, or at least maybe a couple weeks ago, last week, somewhere in between there. And what you do to play this game is you actually choose one of these characters, because it's going to be like a roguelike game. You are an alien invading planet Earth, and you're gonna die and then have to play again. So the idea is like you're playing as any one of the possible aliens that are invading Earth, and you pick the alien that you want. So we click on, let's say, this one in the back, right? And then an orb is gonna descend to that one in the back and lift it away. And now what's supposed to happen is it actually deposits the player down onto the ground, right? Now I haven't gotten to that half of the animation yet. There's also some problems here where you'll see that we're on like a black void. It's a pretty easy fix to get the black void to be like grass. But what is going to be a little bit more challenging, and I'm going to have to dig into some code to deal with, is how long it takes before the level actually loads. So this is the level, we're in the level, we're playing the game. The game is about abducting humans. You might notice there's cows here. I actually need to change that. But yeah, so you're abducting animals. You got to break apart things and survive. Now your body parts actually break off if you run into obstacles. So I'm taking all types of damage, and you can see I've fallen to the ground because my legs broke off. Now the idea is going to be that your abilities are going to be worse and worse as you take more damage. So if my arms get broken, then I'm not going to be able to grab as effectively. Without legs, I can't move as effectively. Things like that. So here's the situation though. You might have noticed that the aliens in the beginning don't have legs or arms. That's very important. That's very important because I need the alien in the intro, the alien that you start as, to also not have arms and legs. That's why I might need to dig into this body part script, because I'm going to want to tell the game, hey, maybe load without the arms and legs. And right now I've built the game to start out with arms and legs, and that means that I need to change that. So I might, the thing is about that body part code that I was showing at the beginning, like, this is old. This was one of the earliest scripts that I made in Godot, let alone this project. And it's all right. It has some things that I would do differently. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to dig into that and figure that out. So that's going to be part of finishing that animation, is making sure that we actually start without arms and legs. So yeah, so I'm going to want that alien to descend down, be deposited on the ground, and good stuff like that. Without legs, the alien has to be using their arms. Yeah, exactly, right. And so, you know, at some point, it'd be nice maybe do some animations where they're like grabbing and dragging themselves. You're excited for the code stuff? Oh my gosh. A bubble grabs an alien when you start. Yeah, 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 we did get that progress. Indeed. So, and you can choose any one of these aliens and the bubble will come down. So let's get a close one so we can appreciate it. Shoo, boink. Shoo, oh. But it's not bringing it back down. So that's going to be a major probably the entire focus today is going to be getting that second part to deposit the alien down, and then that's what you start as. And you're not going to start with any limbs. And here's the thing: you're supposed to get the limbs, the arms and the legs when you eat a human. Well, not only have I not put humans in here yet, but I haven't put a mechanic for eating things. The only mechanic I have is a mechanic for depositing things, right? Hey, what's up, Tinsha? Lowercase t. And so, you know, I need to basically make like a debug key or something that just makes the alien grow the arms and legs back. So that's going to be really messy. I don't even know how well that's going to work today. I'm a little concerned about that. So we'll just have to see. Is that a human? Yum. So speaking of humans, okay, so every Monday, some of you might know this, every Monday I do a member stream exclusive for members. I might make one or two like public once in a while, but only members can like chat or something. I don't know, we'll see. But I do game asset design. So I work in Blender to make game assets. And on Monday, this past Monday, my task, it's another 8 to 10 hour stream. My task was to make to remake the alien character, because it turned out that this design that I did was not so great. It was not so great. It looks great. It looks great, like on its own, right? So we have like the old one and the new one side by side here. That's the old one. That's the new one. It looks cool, but in the game, it doesn't look cool. It doesn't. And so I need to actually go back to the original design, but there are some changes I want to make. So that's what I was supposed to do on Monday, was make this new alien face and body have limbs more like the old alien. But, you know, I did something else. I didn't actually end up doing that. Let me also show you this too. But yeah, I didn't end up doing that. What I did do was decide to preserve the limbs from the alien. And Frank, that's where the human thing's going to come in here. So I spent a lot of time making these limbs and animating them. And I didn't want that to go to waste. So instead of making new limbs for the alien, I decided I would stay familiar with that design I had did and repurpose them. So I'll show you what it looks, why I'm not using them for the alien. So if I press this key, bam, that's the new, it's not, is it just me? Do you see the problem? So this is not a compelling player character, especially versus this one. Oh, look at, boom, boom, boom. It's exciting. I love it. We switched to this one. It's Shrimp Town. It's a little shrimpy boy. It's not good. So yeah, it didn't go well. But I didn't want to waste that animation and that model. So what I did on Monday was this. I created a human out of that same stuff. So if I play this, we got an idle animation. Yeah, I made an idle animation, and these are literally the same limbs that are on that alien. Yeah, I didn't want it to go to waste. They're the same limbs. I just copied and friggin' pasted them onto this human. So we got an idle animation where the human sits and chills. We got more than that too. Though. We can set up a walking animation as well. Look at that. Again, that's the exact same animation that's on the alien. And not only did I do that, but it's all modular in a way, right? So if I come over back to Godot, let's go to the human. So look at that. That human's got a little afro. Yeah, I want them to, yes, that will be the plan. I haven't set that up yet. That is 100% the plan, lowercase t. I want to have them run away. Yes, absolutely. It's gonna, I mean, we're not there yet, but when I'm there, it will definitely happen. So there's the human, and it's set up with an animation tree and everything. Again, we can switch the heads. We can change the colors. They're cute, yay! We can change the colors of the clothes and even give it like different clothes just based on what those materials are set to. So there's the idle. There it starts walking, and there it starts running. So this way, I didn't lose everything that I did for that Alien remake. And so that's why I focused on that, because I was still familiar with how I set this up, and I wanted to just like keep working with that stuff before I tucked it away and started remaking the player character. But yeah, there's a lot of cool features on here, I think. I mean, all I gotta do is swap out the textures a little bit differently and it'll work. Yeah, thanks! Okay, I think it was a nice save too. Like if I wanted to give it long pants, we just come down here to the skin color and we just switch it with that, and now we're gonna have some long pants. We can also give it, I tried to make like a camo texture if we want them to be like in the army, because there's going to be a lot of enemies that are in the army. I didn't work very hard on the camo texture, mind you, but I did do a little bit. So you kind of get the idea. Now it's pants instead of shorts. We can have like a tank top. We can even give it a crop top if we really want to. All that stuff is possible. By the way, I broke it up. Then I'll have a screaming sound effect. You betcha. Fashion statement, one long pant, just all the way like a onesie. Give it a onesie. We can do that. It's literally entirely possible. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it. You know what? Screw it. Let's do it. There we go. Oh, it's so cute. It's like pajamas. Yeah, it's just as simple as swapping out these textures, you know, or they're not even textures, they're just materials. Crop top supremacy. So now, there we go, we've got a onesie, a denim onesie. And then on the torso, we can come down here and add its skin. Obviously, we'll do different skin tones and stuff. There you go, there's the crop top. We can get real weird with it, give it some camo. I did make a camo one, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did. There it is. It's the top. It's literally the first one. There it is. It's not. I want to make a better camo material. I just took a badly UV unwrapped arms and torso and slapped a noise texture on it. Very simple, but you know, you get the idea. Look at this. Look at this little cutie. Honestly, it kind of works. It's a dang look. So I would have those like randomize in or something. So yeah. So it wasn't a total wash, even though I didn't, you know, get the alien updated. Yeah, they're chugging. Right, and it's funny because, like, you know, when we did the alien this way, the alien doesn't look like it's friggin' running. The alien just, I mean, this is walking, but it's still, it's not... It's like just not as intense. It's the exact same animation, man. I'm telling you, it's exactly the same. But it just works better on the dang human. I don't know what it is, but it works. So this was the answer all along, was to use this for the human. But that's not what I'm going to focus on today. Even though I just had all this fun with this human, not the main focus for today. Today, I want to. I'm gonna put him back to normal for now because he deserves it. Today, what I'm gonna do is trying to get this alien to have broken limbs. I think before, yeah, it is leaning forward. Yeah, and so that was kind of the intention, but maybe I'm gonna say it's a stylistic choice. The idea is that it's kind of, I don't know, it's weird, but let's say it's a stylistic choice. Also, it's gonna be visible, it's gonna be seen, the human's gonna be like this small in the game. So, you know, I feel like exaggeration is a good thing. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's so weird because it's like exactly the same. You know what? You know what may be doing that? I did move the head forward a bit. So I wonder if the head it looks better. I wonder if the head being moved forward, because I just like the head is kind of further back on the body. Okay. Yeah, me too. Oh, that was our old human, by the way. and then this one I kind of pushed the head forward a bit more on the torso. I wonder if that happened. I wonder if that happened. Thanks, worker. I'm sure you got a nice voice too, but I'll never know. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. So, yeah, I'm going to not work on that today. As fun as that would be, I want to do the menu stuff. That's what I really want to do. ASMR vibes. Let's go. Well, I keep talking. I do. I keep talking this entire time. So yeah, so if I'm gonna have that alien come down, that orb come down, let's talk about what those steps are. Let me also check in with what you guys are saying. That's what I'm up to. If you're watching this after the live stream, you can feel free to skip around. Like I said, I'm gonna be here for 8 hours, so no expectation on my part for you to stay here the whole time. Skip around if you like. If you're watching it live or after, I am gonna be here. I'm gonna be talking. I really do be talking. Like I'm gonna be here. So you know, hang out with me. Let's chat and let's make this game. I like working. It's what I do. What's up, Anfani? I don't know if I said that right. Thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Welcome. New sub, came across your channel the other day, not to sidetrack from your plans today, but what's your game dev background, if any? She do be yamping. My game dev background is not much. I actually have chronicled my entire journey here on this channel. You can find my first ever stream in Godot on this channel. I did like 30 sessions working in Unreal Engine. I did like 10 in Unity, and when I say sessions, I mean live streams. And I didn't really like them as much as I like Godot. So I've done many more in Godot. I started out using Fallout New Vegas mods. I feel like was my first like taste of game development. And I was doing that to recreate a story about surviving in the wilderness, which I have a real life experience in regards to. And I wanted to recreate that as in a game experience, and I was playing Fallout New Vegas, so I started to do Fallout New Vegas mods, and I realized I really like doing this. I like making games. Fallout Old Vegas. And then I found this thing called Dreams, which is a game on the PlayStation, and Dreams lets you make games within the game. It's kind of like Little Big Planet, but more expansive, and that really like kind of got me really interested in video games, and I tried making that survival game. It became a little too big of a project for my tastes, and so I've taken a step away from that. I plan to remake it someday in Godot, but today is definitely not that day. Instead, I'm taking on smaller projects like this one and learning what I can. So that's kind of my background. I'm not a professional by any means. I'm just here doing my best. Worker is here learning as well. Let's go. Love to have you here. Welcome. Dungeon Martian has a huge tip once I've done the intro. Oh, interesting. Heard. Interesting. Did make some progress, absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna have to look at some old scripts because I'm gonna need to figure out what's going on with that body. So I should put some tasks. I think that would be wise if I put some tasks up here just to like help me know what I'm doing today. Those are old tasks. So we're gonna say adding or alien deposit in level. And then I also want to fix level ground and no limbs. Yeah, we'll just say that. All right, so those are kind of my general tasks here. There's a few more, there's a bit more nuance than that, but it'll at least give me some starting point here. And so the old script thing is actually going to be near the end. I always do that. I always think I know what I'm going to start with, and then it's what I end with. I think it works better, too, because you're going to see the human from a different perspective than just in the back. Right, that's right. So the alien, right, you see that shrimpy alien from behind, and it doesn't look that good. That's so true. The human, you're going to see from the front. Yeah, excellent point. Yep, it totally works. Thank goodness. What is the blue robot overlord? What in the world are you on about, then? Scope creep, welcome, by the way. Scope creep is real. I know. And so I just had to downsize entirely. It's small, I know. So smaller is a very carefully chosen word. This is not a small game by any means, but it is smaller than my, my dream game, which is like an online survival, realistic, I mean, it's just ridiculous. It's a ridiculous game. It's like literally the game idea everyone tells you not to make for your first game. So, I'm doing better. When a smaller project is still a big project, it is. Yeah. I think it's reasonable too. It's not small, but I think it's reasonable too. In the top bar, if you go to editor settings, search completion, text editor completion, reduce both of those bars to the minimum. What? Why? Editor settings, search completion. Okay. Search completion. Where is this? Editor settings, search completion. Search completion. Why am I doing this? What am I doing this for? Why am I doing this? Editor settings, search completion. Okay, I'm looking for it. Is this... Okay, this isn't like the next version of Godot or something, is it? Is it because I have the... Are you quite sure this is real? Are you sure you're talking about something real? It makes the editor code hints a lot snappier. Oh, are you talking about, like, the time that it takes? Typing complete in the bar? Like when it, tells you if you have an error or not? It was Wednesday today. It was. Dang, I got a lot of songs to sing. Completion. Oh, here. So you're talking about this, right? I've already lowered this, actually. I'm ahead of you. I see what you're saying. Yeah. To the minimum? I kind of like a little delay. Yeah. I've actually already lowered these a bit. And the idle parse delay is nice. I'm actually quite happy. You know what? Maybe for the code complete... I'm quite happy with the way it is. Do you Visual Script Code Text Editor or the Godot default editor? Godot, I use GDScript. I like GDScript. Oh, you mean Visual Studio? Or yeah. I don't use Visual Studio. No, I thought about it, but for now, I'm really happy with leaving it in here. Really happy with leaving it in here. Blue robot. Oh, Godot logo robot. Oh yeah, it is my Godot. It is my robot overlord. Absolutely. All right, guys. So I do have to sing a bunch of songs. You may not know this, but yep, I do that. I sing songs to people who are members. Whether you became a member via your payment towards the channel, thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. It helps so much. Literally, that is what keeps this channel going. Our memberships, donations, things like that. So thank you everybody for doing that. And I sing you a song. If you got gifted a membership, right? So sometimes you might just get a free membership. I will sing you a song in these devlog streams. So here we go. Let's sing some songs. Who's in the house? Dungeon Martian is here. If I missed anybody, you just have to talk again. That's the way this is gonna go. All right, so I need some music. I can't just sing to nothing. So let's see if I've got some music around to listen to. Oh, this is chill. It's a nice chill start. Here we go. Oh, Dungeon Martian. Dungeon Martian got let out the dungeon, baby. I'm so glad that you got let out of the dungeon that's on Mars. Because now you're here and I'm dropping bars for you. Oh, Dungeon Martian, I'm so glad that you got let out the dungeon on Mars so I can drop you some bars. Dungeon Martian, welcome to the stream. Oh, who's next? I thought I saw Dragon Blade in this house, right? Look, I'm sorry, but there's your song. I apologize, but you're also welcome. Dragon Blade. Oh, Dragon Blade, Dragon Blade. You're going into the dungeon to slay a dragon. Oh yeah, with your blade. Dragon Blade, you didn't know it was Wednesday today, but here you are and I sing hey to you. Welcome to the stream. Dragon Blade going in the cave and slaying the dragon. Oh yeah, dungeon. Martian is not the one getting slayed, it's someone else. It's a dragon inside of dungeon, Martian's dungeon. Oh yeah, welcome Dragon Blade. You're not killing your oh, you are the dragon. All right, I'll do a better song next time. I'll remember that. All right, if any other members came through, I'm sorry I missed you. But that's what we do. We do sing in the songs. I'm not good at it, but I do it anyway. Because I appreciate you. All right, there we go. We'll let the music ride out too. And get to working. Where have you heard us before? I don't know. Fire? That's very nice. All right. So if you're a member, speak up so I know I need to embarrass myself by singing you a song. So here's what we have so far, right? We've got the different states, so I'll show you the code for the different states and stuff. We want to do the alien deposit into the level. So we've got a bunch of aliens running forward. We're in the menu state. As soon as I click on one of these aliens, it's a blade made out of dragon. That seems worse. Okay, so if it's a blade made out of dragon, didn't you kill your cousins to get... Honestly, I think I have questions. I think I have a lot of questions about your name, Dragon Blade. Okay. FPS counter 2, we're getting fancy. Oh yeah. So if I click on one of these aliens, it's going to switch to, I want to say, post menu. Bam, post menu while the orb, and that's where the animation plays, where the orb comes down. Now, as soon as it goes up, we're in pre-begin, right? This is a fade out, and it fades back in, and now we're on begin. Now, I actually wanted to stay in pre-begin a little longer, and I guess in begin is when it comes down. You know what I want? You know, maybe what we don't cannibalize pre-begin. I think we need to make begin be more. Yeah, we're getting fancy with the states. Exactly. Because it was really hard to tell when certain states were happening. So I needed to do this. And I think we need like another state after begin, right? We need like game play or something, or like game, right? Something after that. Something you notice with the main menu, you like the clean, but it's not obvious that this means to progress the game. That's okay. I honestly, to me, here's the plans with that, Dungeon Martian. Basically, I'm gonna put this as a free demo at some point, and if people give me feedback that, hey, I had a hard time starting the game, okay, great. Then I'll deal with that. But my opinion is that players are smarter than that. I don't think a player needs a big start button to figure out how to play. I have confidence in the intelligence of the players that they can figure out that none of these start the game, and that when their mouse or their cursor hovers over these, it's going to, you know, be obvious that you can click on this. So to me, it's not really an issue right now, and we'll see, right? We'll see if people give feedback where they're saying they had trouble starting the game. But I don't think it's a real problem, in my opinion. Don't question the name, it's an ancient name. I have no idea why Blade. My original name was just Dragon, but that was taken, so my 10-year-old me was like, Blade sounds cool. This is your screen name from when you were 10? That's awesome. Good for you. Good for you, sticking true to yourself. Understood. No questions asked. The dragons are your cousins, and you are the Dragon Blade. Okay, I'll see if I can tweak the song next time. On your mark, get set, go. That's right, they are. They really are going, though. I know half the internet is made up of iPad babies, but surely they have enough brain power to rub two of their brain cells together and click once. Yeah. Yeah, well, and that is one thing. I mean, you know, I wasn't envisioning this being a mobile game, even though it kind of feels like a mobile game. That would definitely bring up a bit more of a challenge because you're not going to have like a cursor, right? So there's not going to be like hovering. So actually, in that context, I can understand. I might want to say for the mobile version, if I make a mobile version, it might need to start in a different way. But I feel like if you have a cursor or even a controller where, you know, you're moving around like the joystick and there's a crosshairs, I feel like there is a way to deduce how to start it. But yeah, with a tap screen, it's different. I don't think it makes controller support difficult because it's just like if you move up or down, it'll just switch between these, and then we can just say it randomly picks one of these or something. I don't know. It does make it a little challenging, but imagine this, there's gonna be a crosshairs. There's gonna be a cursor in here, right? Because that's been the plan all along, because the entire game is built on clicking and grabbing things. So there's going to be built-in cursor support, so we can hover over things and click them. So I think it's not important. It's not on my task list today, so I can only talk about it so much longer here before we're just burning time away. But the entire game is based on hovering things and grabbing things. So there's gonna already be a crosshairs, and you know, easily we could just say that you can only start the game by pressing crosshairs on, or even use any of the menu options by pressing crosshairs on the buttons. Again, just a way to help the player get into it. But we can always add, it's really simple. If we just want to add a play button, we can add it maybe for like the mobile version or something. But I think that's just not really that big of a priority to me right now. Reminds me a tiny bit of Zombie Tsunami. What is Zombie Tsunami? What in the world even is that? Zombie Tsunami. What on earth? Never heard of it. Whoa, this looks cool. Yeah, sometimes I think I need to think about adapting this as a mobile game at some point, because it is giving that. It is really giving that. Wow. Okay, I'm leaning into the distractions, no doubt, but a reference for a game design aspect is definitely worth it. It's another mobile endless runner, just 2D. Interesting. It looks pretty 3D to me, but I see what you're saying, like the gameplay itself is on 2 dimensions. Yeah. Very 2D plane. Wow, look, you're eating the humans. Oh, this is dope. Wow, this is a cool reference. Wow. I would actually not mind even playing this game a little bit. I feel like I'm gonna add that to my my hacking plan so I can study it. Seriously, I think it's worth studying, because if it reminds you of that and it really does like kind of look like it, I would like to kind of know about it. So I'm gonna put that in my research section on my hacking plan. Hacking plan, by the way, is a project manager similar to Trello but targeted towards game devs, and I am using it for keeping track of my tasks, but also just other various things that I need to remember. I think maybe it reminds me because the zombies are also little green blorbos. Yeah, absolutely. We'll say Coda TXT was reminded of, and then we'll just say Zombie Tsunami. Little simple note in there, something to think of. Yeah. I hate running backwards. Yeah, it's a game by Devolver, and one of my favorite games that I've studied for this is Downwell. I love Downwell. It's a really cool, simple roguelike that Devolver published. They didn't make it, but they published it, and it's one of my favorite roguelikes that I've played. It's super simple, it's really basic, but it's just a beautiful, elegant game design. And so I was curious, you know, to just look into, yeah, it's super cute. I was curious to like look into like other Devolver, not really, well, yeah, roguelikes, but they have an endless runner style roguelike called I Hate Running Backwards. And you'll even notice, like, if you guys have seen the power-up menu in my game, it's incredibly similar to this in this game. and it's because I took absolute direct inspiration from it. But they have this game called I Hate Running Backwards that is like set up like an endless runner, and it's a roguelike. So it seemed like it would be good to study, and it's moving like, you know, reason why it's called I Hate Running Backwards is because of the direction that you're like moving. I don't know, it's kind of a weird name, doesn't really make sense. But I hated this game. I thought it was really, really bad and not at all good. It was not fun. It was too hard. It wasn't well made at all. But it made a great study, and so I typed up an absolute crap ton about why I didn't like it. So yeah. Spike to be better is the biggest motivator. Yeah, I guess so. Hey, what's up, Dark Inferno? Welcome. I'm doing okay. I'm glad you ran into it through shorts. I have a new short coming out today. By the way, wow, we're not getting any work done today. That's all right. I have a new short coming out today, on this day. If you're a member of this channel, you actually get early access to that. So go check it out if you want. I should put a link to it. So if you want to see that, you can. But it's I'm glad that like that's bringing folks in. Thank you for telling me that. I appreciate it. You're trying your hand at Godot for games design since it's your dream of just making games. Honestly, I love using Godot. I love using Godot so much. I really do recommend it. I really, really do. I think there's some great stuff out there. GD Quest is a great starting point. They've got some great tools for learning GD script. I love the Brackeys tutorials as well for just getting like an early familiarity with Godot and like the philosophy of Godot and things. So yeah, you got this. I think it's a great way to start learning games. So yeah, good luck, and thanks for stopping in and saying hello. I appreciate it. Yeah, GD Quest is so wonderful. Let me just link to this short real quick. The short's actually gonna go public in a few hours. About 2 hours, it's gonna be public, the new short. But I will link it here anyway. It's only available for members for now, but it will go out to everybody in a couple hours. All right. Maybe I'll start working on the game. Yeah, of course, Dark Inferno. Of course. GD Quest is on the Godot Discord too, and they sometimes answer questions. They're very nice. Nice! I love that. I didn't know that they were on there answering questions. That's dope. Yeah, I know they have like a forum on their website too. They're just a great resource. All right, so what am I doing? So I want to have that alien get deposited back down. So how am I going to do that? Well, I need to go back and look at the states. And what I think I want to do is I want to add a new state. Specifically, I want to add a state that is... Oh yeah, I forgot. I have a new shortcut. Oh, I should make a short about this because it's changing my life. I have this new shortcut for opening scripts where I do... What is it again? Control-Shift-O? Quick open scene. I think you can press Control-Shift-O or Alt-Shift-O. Either one works, oddly enough. And this just lets me open up a script, like, really quickly. Actually, it's interesting. It pulls up scenes and stuff, too. What happens if I open... Wow, so this just opens anything. Oh, interesting. Wow. Oh, wow. Well, this one says quick... If I do Control-Shift-O... It opens quick open scene, which I gotta be honest, looks exactly the same. If I do Alt-Shift-O, it just says quick open. Oh no, there's extra stuff. In Alt-Shift-O, we've got the animation player resource, which will open it over here in the inspector. If I do Control-Shift-O, it's just scenes. Wow, and does that have scripts? It doesn't. Oh, so Alt-Shift-O is what I want if I want to open up scripts. So Alt-Shift-O, and then if I type in game states, bam, we open it up. So this has been my new favorite way to move around my project. Let's say I want to get to the global script, bam, look how fast I can do this. I want to go to the body part script, bam, we're in the other script. Let's say I want to go to terrain controller, bam, we're in the terrain controller. This has changed my life. What I used to do was use this, and this, like over here on the left, this filter scripts lets me go through all of my recently opened scripts, and it's fine. Like, I can come up here, I can type the search, but for me personally, it's easier to just like use a keyboard shortcut than to move my mouse over here and type in and search up there. But plus, if I type in and search up there, it stays searched. So now I have to, like, you know, backspace it or press X or whatever. It's just like those extra milliseconds that just make everything just go much nicer. And then, you know, often I end up coming over here and I just scroll through this list, and it's not that fun. You can also search for this too. Oh, what was the way? I actually already forgot how to do that. But there's a way to search functions too, so you don't even have to use any of that over there. What was the shortcut? Oh, it is Alt-Shift-O. Alt-Shift-O. I'll type it in chat. Alt plus Shift plus. Oh, I gotta make a short about that because I love making shorts about things that I learned and that blew my mind and was really exciting to learn. And I'm so glad that I did. But I'll show you on the keyboard here too. So if I do a little Alt, that's not Alt, that's a Windows key. Alt Shift O, that pulls that up. And then there's also Control Shift O, which opens, it's just for scenes, but we can open scenes this way as well, so I don't really see the point in not using Alt-Shift-O. Yeah, of course. You're just learning how to move the camera in game, making a full and working menu through tutorials, but I have not made a full project yet, but I do have some ideas. Nice, that's it! You're getting started, you're learning how to like navigate and do things you want and getting a sense of the engine. That's excellent, that's like it. That's what you should start doing, is just familiarizing yourself. And then, you know, you don't have to make a full project. You can make small games. They always say that. It's important to start small, make little small things. And I think it's true. You should also want to make what you're making. But definitely just getting familiar and learning what you're learning is an excellent start. You know, I think you should just start with what you want to start with. And be willing to pivot if you're making a game that's too big, potentially. All right. So... What am I doing? So we got the game states open. We do not. Let's open up Alt-Shift-O, the game state script. And so this is where I define the states and we do stuff with them. So I actually have I have this function that is run whenever we swap game state. So this is a signal that I emit. If I search up swap game state emit, you can see all the places that this signal gets. Wow, that's a lot of places. So this is the debug menu. There's buttons that you can press to force the state. So that's why that looks like so many. I'll just drop that down. Let's see. It looks like in the pre-intro, in the main menu. Is that in the ready function? That's an interesting place to put it. I don't know if that makes sense to put that there, if I'm being honest. I think I'd like to remove that. I don't know, it doesn't really seem to make sense to put that in the main menu. So let's actually just modify that right now. I'm gonna say let's emit it in the ready function of the actual game states, right? So we wanna swap to the pre-intro, that is to say the cutscene, as soon as the game starts. That's the first state that we mess with here. So that's what I'm gonna do. And then I'm just gonna make a little more space for myself here. And then that runs this function right here. And what it does is it calls with a certain state. So we're saying swap the game state to pre-intro. That's what we're saying, because this is an enum that's set up on the global script, arguably confusingly enough. On globals, I have isGameState, and then that is just referencing an enum, which has pre-intro, intro, menu, post-menu, pre-begin, begin. And I think I'd like to add a new state here. Your bird is harassing you. That's adorable. And then we're going to say gameplay. Game? Let's just say game. And there might be some others I might want, like pause, right? I think pause would be a good state to have. And then when we emit that signal, we just name one of these, and it's going to it's going to switch to that. Now, the way that it switches to that is by... Oh, let's go up. I was further down. I was like very confused for a second. And once your food... So it runs this function on swap game state and does a game state. And what it does is it does a match statement where it checks to see which one did we call with. Was it pre-intro? Was it intro? Was it menu? Was it post-menu? Whichever one that it does is going to... That sounds like an adorable creature, Coda. Whichever one it does, it's going to then run the corresponding function. So whenever it does the pre-intro, it now is going to do like this fade out. It waits 2 seconds. It then has this blackout that fades out. So that way we see black, and then it comes to show the cutscene, turns the sun on. And then when it does all that stuff, it's going to move on to the next state, which is the intro. And then the intro fades out. It goes to black again. And then it fades back in, so it just kind of like fades out the cutscene and fades in the main menu. Now you might see that there is no moving to the next state on here. There is nothing on here moving us to the next state. So the reason why there's nothing moving us to the next state is because that's happening somewhere else. So we are not only moving to the next state, but we're also emitting game intro. So this is a signal that does stuff on other scripts related to the game intro. So if I now go search for game intro connect, you'll see right here, this is what runs. This is going to run a function on game intro based on this from the pre-intro. So if we come over here, it's now going to do game intro, connects this. Oh, we got to come over here. I was like, whoa. Okay, so here we go. Plays message flash, container visible true. I mean, it's going to need to be in more places than that. Oh, you know why there's no advancement? There's no advancement because it's an input that it's looking for, right? This is where we change to the menu state. So we're sitting in the intro, and then if you press, they do. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Don't worry. They do. I choose when the messages come up, and I try to like gauge what I'm talking about, how relevant it is. If it's super different, I pivot when I'm ready. Okay, so just so you know. Oh, thanks. Coda's already there explaining it. That's mod behavior right there. Take note, guys. That's mod behavior. All right, so, hey, Justin, welcome. So, the way we go from the intro, yeah, I feel like it would be nice to have a way to let people know that. Maybe a bot or something could do it. Maybe as the channel grows, you know, since there's usually so few people here, it's nice just to like talk about it. But maybe someday, if there's more folks, I might want to have a timed message. Anyway, so the way we go from the intro to the menu is we have to press a button. Then it's going to do swap game state emit, and it's going to swap to the menu. Now, let's go back. I just want to kind of follow this path. I want to just like get my way through to where we need to add something new in. So we just came here. We looked at game intro emit. That does some stuff on the UI. Not that important though. The main thing that's important is that it's waiting for an input, and then it's going to run on game, on game state menu, right? Okay, so now in here it's doing some fade out, more fade out stuff. It's making the main menu visible. It's changing the speed of the ground so the aliens move forward. And then we get more fade-in type of stuff. Then it's going to emit the game menu. So then all of the scripts that are going to be happening based on the game menu will receive that signal. So if I search up game menu connect, we'll see everywhere. So this is a lot of places. The alien that's in the menu has some code that runs. The terrain blocks that show up has some code that run. Looks like it's, let's see, Oh, so this is actually going to be relevant. You know how it turns black, like the terrain is black at the intro? This is going to be very relevant because I'm going to want to say that when the game begins, change those black tiles to be grass. So that way it doesn't look like a void or whatever, because the black is actually what's in the main menu. Eventually I want to make that like an alien terrain, but for now it's just black. And so we'd actually want to do something similar here to adjust that. So this is every block, every chunk that's on the level. And if that doesn't make sense, I'll try to explain that a little bit. Let's see. Alien, let's do, oh, maybe it's called like menu stuff. Menu here. So these blocks, these chunks, they look like this. There's a ton of them. There's a whole bunch of them. And they all come together and move forward towards the player. And so that's what we mean by that. And you can see it's got a black ground on it. So that's why it's black at the beginning like that. Okay. And then it's also running the game menu stuff here on the UI again. We already kind of knew that. Does some different things. And then on the camera, it's doing some stuff as well. Specifically, it's making the ability to click on stuff possible. So this is going to allow a raycast to exist. All right, just getting familiar, just getting a lay of the land. Oh, we want to do, come here, go back to where we left off, which I think we already were. Right, so game menu emits. We were just looking at all the places that gets connected. It's going to change the camera position and stuff. Now again, you're not going to see on here that it's actually switching the state. Now it's only going to switch the state when it sees that we click on something. So actually, if we go back to the camera and we look back to, oh dang it, I zoomed in. It takes some time. Got the alien grabbing game start animation done, or is that what we're looking at again today? I'll tell you in a second. Cyber Shell asked, do you often have to reiterate what you plan due to the problematic nature of development? Yeah, oh my gosh, of course. 100%. Yeah, I just gave an example earlier of this. So I made this alien redesign. I have an old alien design that I've been using for a long time, and it looks like this. And I remade that alien design to look like this, and I found it looked pretty good. But when I got into the game, I realized it looked terrible. So I now have to go back to something more like this, but I didn't totally reuse or throw it away. I reused the arms and legs that I set up for that new alien as a human here. Beyond that, I also made a cow version. You were going to be able to transform into cows in this game. And so I did set that up. So I made a quadruped version of the alien, but it turned out it looked terrible from behind. It looks like a supermodel that I forgot to add the arms to. It just doesn't look good. And I realized that there was going to be a lot of complications with the game mechanics if we didn't have arms, and I decided it wasn't worth it. Which also means I need to remove all of the cows from the game. You can currently only abduct cows in the game, but I need to remove them because it doesn't make sense for them to be there if you can't turn into them. So I actually have to reiterate a lot about a lot. So yes, of course, absolutely, 100%. And to me, it's part of the process. I don't even think it's problematic. I think it's just what you have to get used to. If you're making games, is you have to reiterate. You must. Iteration is game development, you know? And you have to make changes or you're just gonna get consumed by too much work. Chaos the Goof's in the house. All right, we gotta sing a song. All because I zoomed. I had to take a break, but that's okay. All right, what music we got right now? Oh, I can't sing to this. I don't know how to sing to this. What's the next song? What else do we got to choose from song wise? Okay, I could sing to this. All right. Yeah, I feel this. I like this. Oh, 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 Chaos the goose, chaos the goose. You're bringing in chaos here, but it's okay. I accept the chaos that you bring. You're a goose, and geese scare me, but not you, but not you. Even though you got some chaos in you, even though you got some goose in you, I'm not scared of you, I like you. You're the one chaotic goose I can get down with. Chaotic goose, chaotic goose. You're on the loose, chaotic goose. Chaotic goose, you're on the loose, but I'm not afraid, cause you're a nice person and I like having you around. Oh, chaotic goose, welcome to the stream. You're on the loose and you're a goose. You're on the stream and you're on the loose. Oh, you're a goose. Oh, you're a goose. Oh, yeah. Oh man, I did my best. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's so much part of it. Cybershell for me is having to just reiterate over and over and over again. I like it. I like that, honestly. Sometimes it's stressful, but I'm willing to be down with it. All right, so what was I doing? Right, so menu pickable. So it's going to allow the main menu array to now exist. That was all the way back from when we were looking at this at the end of this game state menu, the main menu state. So it's going to emit the signal, which is going to allow for the camera to be able, or the raycast, to be able to select things on the main menu. Now in that raycast, we have some button hovered, button chosen stuff. And this is going to then do some stuff on the buttons. So naturally, I need to go look at the buttons. There's the alien for menu. I feel like that's where that's gonna be at, is on the alien for menu, because that's a button, right? The alien that you hover on the main menu is a button. So if it is the one that's chosen, am I hovered? Something hovered, was chosen true. My goodness, it's kind of, okay, wow. So it's actually not till here that we go to the next state, you see? So this is an animation teleport ascent. So we got quite a few steps. So it checks to see if it's the thing that's being hovered. Where is that? Am I hovered? Right here. Checks to see if it's hovered. If we press the grab button, was chosen becomes true. So if it was chosen, that's in the post menu. We want to go ideally before that. Am I hovered, was chosen. Okay. Oh, because... So what brings us into the post menu? I don't even remember. Swap game state. Emit. Globals is game states post. Where does that live in all the code? I'm just trying to go through it all and just familiarize myself with the steps. Oh, that is in the... I thought it was in here. Where was it? Menu. Oh my gosh. So there's the main menu raycast, but there's also the alien raycast. Right. So this doesn't actually get turned on by anything because it's just on all the time. And it allows for me to click on an alien, and when I click on the alien, then it's going to run post menu. No, it's so confusing. I know, but it's okay. It's okay. Let's look back to alien. Oh wait, we do Alt Shift. Oh, I'm still learning that that shortcut. So what it's going to do is then run post menu, which will give us the animation. Okay, it's gonna play an animation, and then it's gonna basically do a chain of animations. And that chain of animations, at the end of those animations, it'll run a function until it finally gets down to the animation teleport ascent. That is to say, when the alien has gone up to a certain height, it is then going to run pre-begin. I know this was so confusing. I just kind of I'm explaining it, but I'm also explaining. Okay, all right. So if you're watching this after the live stream, you don't even know it just happened. There was like a blip, and we skipped to me explaining this. Yeah, my internet got a little goofy. Let me just restart a router. I'm using my other internet right now, which is not the ideal internet to be using. So I need to restart this router real quick. I don't know what happened. Oh my goodness. Are we back? We're kind of back. I don't know, guys. The internet's being a little goofy right now. It's having problems. Thanks for sticking with me. Thanks for sticking with me. There's audio now. We got it. We got it. We got it. I don't know what's going on. Welcome, Q-Merc. Welcome, Q-Merc. Good to see you. I don't know what the deal is. I'm restarting the other router. This internet is a little bit lower quality right now, as you can see. Let's sing a song. What better way to deal with internet problems than to sing a song that might get cut off in the middle? Welcome, Q-Merc. Let's see if I can get a song to play. Maybe. Oh, maybe not. The internet's like, hey, I ain't that back. What, you want to play music? I guess I could do a cappella. Oh no, we got music. Let's go. Music in the house. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Q-Merc made the internet come back. I bet you did. I got a question for Q-Merc. How did you bring the internet back? Can you do it again? Oh, Q-Merc, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you. Oh, Q-Merc, I got a Q for you, a question. How did you bring the internet back? How did you bring the internet back? Thank you for doing it, Q-Merc. I got a Q for you, it's a question. How did you bring the internet back? Q-Merc, welcome to the stream. To the stream. Oh yeah, the internet's back and I blame Q-Merc for helping us out. Why is it song on me? Because you got a membership. You got gifted a membership. I don't know if you know that. So I sing songs to members. And so, yeah, that's what we're doing. That's what we're doing. Okay, we're back for now. I think my other internet is fixed. So I'm going to swap my internets again. It'll take a quick second. The stream will drop out again. But trust me, we don't want to be sitting on this internet. This internet is a risky business. So just give me a second while I do this, all right? We're going to leave up on the screen the internet swap message. Bear with me, everybody. This is live television. Okay, it's not television, but it's live and things happen. But we're gonna make it work. All right, internet swap is happening. You'll be able to refresh the stream in a second if you need to. You might not need to refresh the stream, but hold on. We're gonna swap it to my good internet. Give me a second. Give me a second. I think we back. And we got good, strong internet. Oh, heck yeah. I'm genuinely getting better at singing. Let's go! Let's go! Let's freaking go! Maybe it's like a secret to practicing. Like I'm secretly just like actually practicing for my singing career. My dress is very nice. Thank you! Thank you! Okay. Oh, yeah, someone gifted. Well, there's someone named Rainosaurus Rocks who came through and gifted memberships. Rainosaurus Rocks, and then besides that, I matched that with 5 more gift subs. So that's where all the memberships came from. All right, y'all, let's really get back to game dev now. Thanks for sticking. If you guys stuck through it with me, I appreciate it. Hyper smash that thumbs up button. Give this stream a little more love, because we probably lost a few in that process. If you hyper smash that like button, that means more people will see this live stream and come back and get us back on track. So thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. Unless you've already pressed the like button. Don't press it again if you already pressed it. I like your stream, but I'm sick of watching a single buffer of your stream over and over again. It happens, man. It's live. It's live. Even the biggest live streamers deal with internet issues sometimes, you know? It's just the way it is. Yeah, of course, yeah. I'm glad that you got one. You're a survivor of the buffer. You'll be all right, my gets Jesus. Okay. Double clicking the like button. Yeah, be careful with that. Be careful with doing that now. I am noticing the internet's still got some goofies. There's still a few goofies with the internet. I will be honest with you. Because it's not putting up the chats on the screen confusingly. Let me see if I can reload that chat there so it stays up. Then we'll get back to work and we'll do real game development. None of this internet crap. But you know, internet is important, I guess, or whatever. Let me see if I refresh it, if that makes it work. There we go. Real game dev, not all the fake stuff. No, definitely not. It went like, give me a sec, give me a sec, give me a sec. Oh man, yeah, that sucks. It made my optimized games look smooth. Oh man, it happens. It happens. Okay. So what the frick was I doing? Typing in bugs and stuff? Okay. So anyway, I was describing the different game states before we had a meltdown. And when we click on an alien, it's going to move us into the post menu state. This is very important because this is when our animation plays, and I want to set up a second part of that animation. That's what I want. That's my dream. So let's go back to the game states here. Post menu, post menu. This plays menu, so this makes the menu fly away, and the terrain controller, the level, stops moving. And then it's going to emit game post menu, which is going to do a bunch of stuff. So let's see, game post menu. Let's see where that gets connected to and at. Places, I'm sure. To some places, probably. Alien for menu. Oh yeah, we kind of know that already, don't we? That's going to... Yeah, we already kind of know about all of that. The HUD is gonna do some stuff. Camera... Okay, so we kind of already know about all this. Right, we already checked out all this stuff. I see. So this... Oh, and this makes it false. So now the menu buttons can't be pressed when on-game post menu is true. So that makes that false. I mean, it's not really dumb. I just kind of came up with it, you know? I'm not saying it's some kind of thing that people use. It's just like something I came up with just to make it make sense to me. Then it goes to pre-begin. Now, when does pre-begin get started technically? Swap game state. Let's just look for the pre-begin one. On the alien for menu. Wow, so a lot of it, basically a lot of the state switching happens at the end of animations on the alien. So just to give some context for that, so that like makes a little more sense. Oh, I see. Post me new. Post me new. Post me new. I see. I'm glad that it like makes sense once you like have the words though. That gives me hope that I've not done terrible things. So for example, at the end of the exclamation point here, it runs this function, animation exclaim halfway. And that animation exclaim halfway runs another animation. Dude, words are a thing. Sometimes they're hard. They really can be though. We've got the teleport, stop moving, bounce. There's nothing in there. Maybe on the orb, teleport there. Oh my gosh. Look at all of these functions being called right on here, all for this script. So these functions, that's kind of how they get run, and that's how some of the game states swap. Okay, got it, good. Let's come back. If I want to add a new state, right, because, you know, before we had internet explosions, I added a new state here, a couple new states. We got game and pause, right? Now, I'm not going to set up a pause menu today, but it's there in theory for someday. But I do want to do the game state today, so that way begin can be where we play that animation of the alien being depositive in the level. I know how to words. Sometimes it does not feel like I do. It depends on the day. It depends on the minute. Okay, now I want to start that game phase at some point. So back over here, we have game state pre-begin. Words, I've heard of him. Oh yeah, totally right. That's that stuff. Yeah. Yep. I almost misspelled it as rods. It's easy to do. Okay. So then it's going to swap game state to begin, basically at the end of that. So this pre-begin is fired off from at the end of an animation when the alien gets absorbed up into the sky. Then it's going to run this pre-begin here. And we're going to get a fade out, and it's going to come back in. It actually hasn't faded in yet. First it swaps the state to begin, then it fades it in. So this is kind of around the point where I want that animation to begin of it dropping down. So the game state begins, it emits game state begin, the terrain controller starts moving, that is to say the level starts coming towards the player, and then let me just check to see what goes on here with game begin connect. Several things, in fact. On the alien for menu on game begin, it makes, so this is why we see a black void, because we're actually looking at this right here. This is what we're looking at when the game starts. It's just that all the aliens become invisible, so we're just left with the black void on the ground. And so this is where that sort of happens, right here. Let me go to the right script. When the game begins, it hides every alien. That's what that's doing. On the player, when the game begins, it makes the player visible and it unlocks the controls. That is to say, we can now move around. I might want to change this, right? Because if the animation is bringing the player down, we don't want the player to be moving within the orb. We want the player to be stuck. So I'll probably need to adjust that timing a little bit. Now I had a couple ideas. Instead of making the player visible, I could also like just put a fake version of the player in there, and it's just like visual, and then it comes down, and then the orb goes away, and maybe we just like see the player, we just swap it, right? We hide the fake player, and we show the real player. Like, that's an option, but I'd kind of like to see if we can actually get the player to fly down. I just think it would be easier and more genuine if we did it that way. So I'd love to try to get the actual player, which means I have to make the limbs go away, which brings us back to no limbs. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting. I don't know if I'm ready to go into no limbs town. Because the player also needs to get deposited on the ground. Maybe it's time to go into No Limbs Town. Well, I'll tell you what. Let's do the animation of the orb coming down and all of that happening, and the player waiting for that. And we'll just have the player sitting there for that time being. And then we can add the player in there later on. I think that makes the most sense. Okay. On the HUD, what happens on the HUD on game begin? It actually starts level 1. It's a weird place to do that on the, and it doesn't seem like the right place to put this on the HUD. So what level update does is it says change the level to level 1. I don't think that makes any sense to put this on the HUD. This makes sense, so it's going to show you what your score needs to be, and it's going to play an animation. It's going to, this all is very UI stuff. So actually what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to come back to the game states, and we're going to say when it begins, then update to level 1. So I think that makes more sense to put it there. Okay, and then in the world environment on game begin, it's gonna switch the sun and the sky and the fog to be the correct stuff. So that way, you know, we don't look like we're on the alien planet. We want to look like we're on Earth again. So that's what that's gonna do. Okay, and now that we've talked about that, let's just walk through it and look at it as it's supposed to be. And I guess the only change that I want to make for now is, well, actually, I probably should make a change, but we're already loading this, is have the alien actually stop instead of being able to walk forward. Did you catch it? It was pre-intro, then automatically switched to intro. This would be a cutscene. I haven't made that cutscene yet, but this is where it would go. Press, so it's waiting for an input, press any key to skip, press it, switches the menu state. They're all running in, notice the black ground, and then all the aliens are visible. It's going to look for me to click on one of these aliens. As soon as I do, it goes to post menu, which plays the animation that comes down. When the animation ends at a certain point, it switches to pre-begin. And then pre-begin was that blackout, and then we fade into this, and now we're in begin. Now, right now, begin has us moving forward right away. You actually can't even tell, right? Because it's black. Let's do that first. Let's make this be grass. I think a lot of folks have been confused by that. It's weird. It doesn't look right. Let's put grass on that terrain. Yeah, it is kind of cool. Let's go! Let's go! I'm so glad, like, walking through it and then showing it, like, connected, and it, like, made sense. It's just so helpful to me to, like, go over everything and, like, situate myself in the way that it works so I can, like, be on my own same page. Cool. So if you remember, there was this script called block, or chunk as we've named them, but I haven't refactored it to be chunk. But technically it's chunk. I'm gonna open up the block script right here. Now we say on game menu, if is type is menu type, then it's visible. So let's do this. Let's make a new function on game begin, right? We could probably do it in pre-begin. It might be good to get out ahead of it, but we'll see. So I'm gonna say messenger game. We don't want to say game menu. We want to say game begin, connect on game begin, and then let's make a function on game begin, and in here I'm going to do something that I haven't set up yet. So let's look at it visually. Oh, we need to do one more thing. I need to make sure that we say it is the type menu, because this is on every level chunk, right? So the ones that are farms, the ones that are cities, the ones that are this, the ones that are that, they're on all of them. So we need to make sure that we're only on the type of ground, the only type of level chunk that is menu type. And what I want to do is I want to say that on those types, this is one of those types. And by the way, that gets set up here as an export variable. So you can see is type menu, and there's other types as well here. But we're looking for the menu type, and this one is that. So there should be grass in here. There is. There's grass. It's in there. But what we need to do is we need to change the color of the ground to be what it should be. So we need to say that the grass becomes visible. So let's set the grass up as an on-readied thing. And on-ready variable grass equals the grass. I'm gonna take a risk, make it accessible as a unique name. Probably not that risky. Awesome. And then we're gonna say grass visible true. So we see the grass. And then I need it to be the right color. That means I'm gonna need to load in like a resource, a texture resource. This is something that unreasonably I don't like to do that much. It's only because I don't do it that often, but we're gonna have to do it. So I think I wanna do like a preload, right? I wanna like preload it or something. Yeah, maybe we wanna do that. So that way it's like ready to swap to it. Something like that. Come back to the block script. Okay, and then we're gonna say grass material. And then I'm gonna find that material. I'm not sure exactly which one I tend to use. So let's open up, I believe it's gonna be a safe level. Tends to have these kinds of things in it. Probably this one. This is the field. Oh yeah, that's perfect. So let me just make sure I know what the name of the texture is. It is block default grass shader.tres. That is a very confusing name. Can we just, is it copyable? But is that like pastable? Block default grass shader. Block default grass shader. Okay. Block default grass shader. Okay, I think it's this one right here. I love my block default grass. It's a terrible name. I really like, when it comes to naming materials, it's kind of a Wild West in my project. Whenever what I do without my block default grass shader, there's something about it that just feels so, I don't know, rigid and plain and not helpful. All right, so we're preloading that grass material. Now I need to be able to actually swap it to that in the code. Cool. The code is actually nice. The code is actually nice. I think I had some, well, there's a few different codes that we've done. I've had help from people in chat, but yeah, no, it's awesome. Pierogigon, Thought T, I think Albeska helped a bit with this. Yeah, and it lets us do some really cool things with it. Or not. It just kind of depends what we want to do. But, you know, it lets me do some masks and be able to paint dirt onto the ground and it look in these different colors. And then, is that the same one though? That might be a different material. It is. So yeah, it is nice though. Unrelated question, how do you feel about tutorial pop-ups in games? I've been wondering how strongly people feel about text explaining mechanics, etc., etc. So I try to avoid it. I don't love it. I do think it can be done really well. But to me, my policy for making my own games, yeah, show don't tell, exactly. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? For me, I basically just try to avoid any tutorial explanations at all. And I do whatever I can to imply it without needing to explain it. And then if, you know, it seems like people don't get it, or I'm confused, or it's not being communicated correctly, I will finally give in and do that, right? That's my plan anyway. But my approach is just avoid it as much as possible until it becomes painfully necessary. And even then, still try to figure out how to do it without it. But that's just me. But again, I've played some games where it works really well and it doesn't distract me. Yeah, sometimes it's more annoying than not. I agree. You think it'd be any more enjoyable if there was a little unique art in them? Honestly, not necessarily, because honestly, that bothers me even more. Because then I feel like I'm missing out if I don't follow a tutorial. I don't know, it almost takes me out of it a little bit. I don't know if this is helpful, but to me, that makes it worse. If you're gonna do it quick and get it over with, you know? That's just me. Yeah, it depends on the game, for sure. Still helpful? Nice. It interrupts the flow of gameplay, yes. And early on, it's a huge disconnect when I'm just wanting to play the game. Yeah, right, just like, get me in there. Get me in there, get me playing. Yeah, there's a great GDC talk about it. I used to, on this channel, years ago, We haven't done that in a long time, and I don't know that I will again. But not for any particular reason. But we used to watch GDC talks on this channel just to react to them. But this was before reaction content was cool, and now it's so cool that I think it's unethical, and I don't really want to do it. But GDC talks are a little different. So there was a good GDC talk about tutorials, I remember. And it was good, and it thoroughly convinced me. Is it this one? It thoroughly convinced me to avoid them. I'll remember it by what the young man looks like. Oh yeah, this is definitely him. Yes, this is a great talk, and it takes a hard line against tutorials. It is like no, don't do it. They're not good. They are bad, avoid them. It's the developer's fault if you need it. So like, it's a really good talk though. I super recommend it. Yeah, it makes such great points. Definitely check this out if you're interested in answering that question for yourself. But it's biased. It is definitely not a measured opinion. It's not like, it's okay. It's like, no, don't ever do it. Stop with the pop, right? So this is right? Like this has got some unique art, right? In like a pop-up, right? So exactly what you were saying, you know? I give you the inputs and what to press. Good luck from there. Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, there's other ways to teach the player, right? You can put the player in a situation where they're forced to figure it out. And that can be part of the fun. It's like a little mini game within the game to help learn how to play the game or something. Roger says, might interest you in the most evil part of game development. Might I interest you in the most evil part of game development I hate and want to not do? I don't know. Rigging, modeling, animating. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, during the member streams, Roger, I am deep in that. Like, I've been doing that for months in the member streams, and I hate it. I don't enjoy it. Indeed. Sometimes it comes together really simply, but most of the time, yeah, I don't enjoy it at all. Super Metroid does a great job of not exactly telling you its mechanics, but it does. I don't remember. It's been so long since I played that game. I love that game, though. I remember really enjoying it. I mean, certainly you have the different abilities, right? Like, but I feel like you earn them, right? Like, over time. If I think about, like, the screwball where you, like, get into a little orb and you roll through things, right? You just kind of figure out how to use them, but that may not be exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, it's fun, right? And that's kind of what I meant when Dungeon Martian earlier was saying that it may not be obvious that the player needs to click on an alien to start the game. But to me, like, I want to give the player some credit. And that's kind of where I got that attitude, was from this GDC talk, is, you know, give the player some credit. Let them figure stuff out. They're not stupid. They're here to try to figure it out. Obviously, you don't want it to be so painfully difficult. Oh yeah, this is a great point too, right? Is like, you know, if you bake in controls that don't match up with the controller they're using, that's gonna cause problems, and you gotta sort that out and make different versions for every type of console or whatever. Yeah, it's like, if you can just avoid this altogether, potentially, you know, by doing things a certain way. I want to do little pop-ups, but I think I'm going to do them optionally at an NPC. Like, you can choose to look at them if you don't understand something. That's fair. I think that's a good compromise. Is like, there's like a help area if you need it, but still try to design the game so you don't need it. Even texts that are in-game, in the world, rather than a pop-up are better. Yeah. I like to imagine that players can figure things out on their own, and if they can't, then it's usually a game design issue. Yeah, exactly. Prologue is cool too. I mean, if it fits in, yeah. If I'm gonna put a prologue, I'm making it skippable. I always do it where you only get told the thing when you are about to need it. That's fair. And I think if there's a place where it bothers me the least, that's where it bothers me the least, is if it's like snuck in quickly enough in the moment. You know, some games will like do, like, you'll be like an enemy will come at you and the game will freeze and it'll be like, press A to attack, right? And you press A and then you attack. But you know, also just let me die and find out. You know, I don't know. I feel like a prologue in this sense is just an excuse for a tutorial. Right. And so that's the thing. That's why I want my opening cutscene to be like you are being immersed in the game. You are here to get involved with the world and be told the story, not to be taught things, right? You wanna learn to play, get in there and find out. You have to give models clothes, the clipping. Oh, sometimes you gotta let the clipping go. Pepe in the house! We got a member song to sing. Pepe is a patron and a member. Patreon is a way that you can support the channel directly because YouTube doesn't take a cut. So if you don't want all the fancy YouTube perks like emotes and badges and special live streams, Patreon is a great way to just literally give support directly to the channel. And I do some special videos for patrons, but really it's a great way to support. And thanks to Pepe, we are getting that support. So thank you, Pepe, for being such a great supporter. There was some Sonic in there. I'll get you your song in just a second here. In the broad scale of things with mainstream gamers, they get somewhat annoyed not knowing the mechanics, but most people just want to go and play games and that's it. That's a fair point. That's a really fair point. I've actually watched a lot of Let's Plays with people who are not like gamers, right? They are gamers, but they're not like hardcore gamers. And they do get frustrated. Like, what am I supposed to do here? What am I supposed to do here? What do I do here? What am I supposed to do? Maybe it's okay that they're frustrated, you know? Maybe that's part of it. So, I don't know. You know, especially if they figure it out, that gives them like more of a reward. Like, wow, you were confused and you sorted it out. Good job. But I do see where you're coming from for sure. So, you know, again, it comes down to a game design issue. How can you teach the player the controls without directly telling them? You don't say what it's gonna do. You put an icon for a key mouse button in the world. Yeah. Right when you'll be, so you don't miss it. Yeah. Comes with potential problems. In case you're switching platforms, you have to have a different button for that. I like what Switch games do for general face buttons. It's just dots. Oh, okay. I guess if the positions are in different places, it wouldn't work. An immersion issue, yeah. My favorite tutorial is horror game corridors, and they just randomly tell you the sprint button. That is such a trope. Oh my god. Sucks to be immersed and reminded, oh, it's a video game. Yeah, totally. There they are. There they are. Emotes, ooh la la. What did I say? E la la. All right, let's get you that song. Oh, I could do this. Pepe paid us a visit today. Pepe paid not only a visit, but paid the Patreon. So thank you, Pepe. Oh, Pepe, thank you for paying us a visit. Oh, Pepe. And for paying the Patreon, oh, Pepe. Thank you for paying us a visit, paying us the Patreon too. Oh, Pepe, oh, I appreciate you, Pepe. All right, there's your song. That was an extra long one because you both a member and a patron. Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Also, you're welcome. Okay. Maybe back to work. I need to look at GDC Talk videos. I have the channel sub, but I haven't had a chance. Oh man, oh my god, there's so many. There's so many. And there's even more on the website. The GDC website. So friggin' many, man. It's like you could just watch them forever and never get through them all. Cause they're long, they're chunky. You know, some of the games, like look for a game that you love, right? And you'll find like a developer from that game, you know, and it'll be so cool to just feel that connection with the developers of those games. I really love the ones from the Sims team. There's so many great people who seem to work on the Sims game. I've learned so much. It really gave me a great foundation for thinking of how. Now here's the only thing, thinking of how to make games. But here's the big caveat that I want to point out with GDC talks is GDC talks are from like corporate game devs. So people who are working in the game dev industry, usually, you know, with either a really big team, even if it's an indie game, they're still more involved with the industry than probably most of us are. Not necessarily. There definitely might be some of us who are involved in the industry in that way. But you know, sometimes things don't really apply. There's a lot of stuff with like managing big teams or dealing with business in a way that a lot of us probably won't if we're solo indie devs. But that doesn't mean there aren't amazing principles and useful stuff to get from all this. It's just, I guess sometimes you have to manage like scope too, and not try to make a game that's quite as intense and severe as what they're able to achieve. But it's still a really great thing. Are the Sims developers supportive of drowning your Sims in a 1x1 square pool? Probably. Yeah, probably. Okay. All right. So I was working on a game. We got distracted by a great question, though, that was fun to talk about, so it was worth it. I was changing the ground in here to not be black when we start the game. And so I was loading up a texture that we want to swap. I've started to adjust the code that when the game begins, it's going to make some grass be visible. But then we also want to switch the color of the ground to be grass green. So in order to do that, I'm going to need to code that in. So we do have the material loaded up here. Now I just need to get that material swapped in somehow. So do I remember how to do this? Do I have anything? The closest thing I've done this with is the body parts on the alien. So let me actually reference that. Body part, I'm sure on here we've done this. Mesh material override. Let's do that. That will be sufficient. Easy. So we just have to identify what the mesh is. Probably this ground right here would be my guess. No, it's not. It's terrain. So it's actually self. It's actually self is what it is, which makes it even easier. So we're just gonna say material override equals grass material. This might have been really easy. I don't know why I was afraid of it. Okay, let's see if that works. I don't know if I've done this correctly, but it's possible that now when the game starts, we won't spawn in on top of a black void, and hopefully it will actually be some grass and stuff. Now the timing might be off, I'm not sure. We'll just have to see. Did the game start? Where is it? Where did it go? Oh, okay, it's taking its time. Hopefully the timing is good enough. Okay. So I'm gonna click on the aliens, exclamation point, orb comes down, goes up, ground looks fine, blacks out, comes in, we got a crash. All right, let's fix it. Let's fix it. What did I do wrong? A freeze. Grass not visible. Really? Invalid index visible on base null instance. Really? It's a null instance then. Oh, there's probably some terrain chunks that don't have that on there or something. But it is doing begin, but it's only doing it on if is type is main menu. I guess I could do a check and we could say if has node and then put all that crap in there. I wonder if there's some way that I'm referencing it that's confusing it. But I mean, it's definitely there. It's right there. There it is. That's it. You crashed the preview window before, and I was all like, welcome to coding and game design, dude. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's easy to crash if you like try to like close it here instead of pressing the stop button up at the top. Let me get my tasks out of the way. Dun, 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 dun. So right up here, sometimes if I try to close it there, it'll like crash a little bit. Okay, so let's see if that helps. If it has that node, then do this. I can't imagine why it wouldn't have that node. So I'm not exactly sure what our issue is here. It might be that I'm on readying it incorrectly. Maybe it is missing on some of them. I'm not exactly sure. But we'll see. Alright, skip ahead, click on this. See what we got. Still a freeze. Interesting, interesting. Well, at least it's definitely switching on the blackout, which is good. You love who made the MetaRed system? Oh yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it is a really good one. I use that for sure. So it's a nice rig just to drop in and build around. I mean, I wonder if there's something just wrong with it, like here, the way I've set this up. Black screen, best game, you know it. You know it. Let me see what we've got here. Grass null. Oh, look, it says null. So it's literally not even assigning that variable. Really? Why? That's surprising. I'm not sure I understand that. I mean, it should be doing it on ready, just like it said with ground, right? It does ground. But wait, which one are we on here, by the way? That would be important to understand. You ask your friends who also kind of learning engines. You have some of the code in lower letters. You need to capitalize it and then it won't crash. Yeah, names have to match, right. Yeah, I mean, especially if you're new to coding, there's a lot of little things you don't realize are important. That's real though, that's good learning. What is this? Which one is this? What is this? I mean, it's level 100, that means it's menu type. It says it's safe, but that's, I don't believe it. What are you? How do I find what you are? Path? Mesh instance 3D26. Okay. 26 right here. It's this one. And it's got grass in it. It's right there. Oh, I know what I did. Remember when I set it to be accessible as a unique name? I only set it to be accessible as a unique name. That is to say, have the little % sign next to it. I only did it on that one block. But all the rest of them don't have the accessibility as a unique name, so they aren't getting recognized. Easy. Easy fix. Silly little mistake. That's not quite... So, I mean, can we change that on an instance level? I don't think we can. Yeah, so we don't need it. It's fine, it doesn't matter. Ground isn't a unique name, though, in your comparison. Yeah, exactly. That's it. Yep, that was it. Oh, I love it. I love when it's easy. Okay. So if I come back to this one, right? This one I added the % sign to. So we just can let go of it. It's, look, bam, switched, right? Like, I think that's literally the only, it's just a $ difference. Not a big deal. Totally fine. All right. Now let's get into it. Debugger, very helpful. That's the stack the like variable stack and all that, so helpful in just getting to that point in figuring it out. That's taken me a long time to learn that process of tracking down a bug that way instead of just banging my head against the wall. Although I promise you, that wall has seen some pain. Okay, here we go. And it will continue to, but not this time. All right, it goes up. In the blackout, it's gonna change all the colors. And we got grass, baby. Beautiful, beautiful transition. So now it actually looks like we're moving in the beginning. So it might seem like that task is done, right? This is good. This is good. This is a good step forward. But we're not done yet because it's not consistent. And this is where this gets messy. For some reason, sometimes there's a shorter or a longer period of intro chunks. Sometimes it's like really short and we just blast right through to the level. Sometimes it's really long. It seems to be how quickly I get through the menu states. So if I just start spamming here and we click this and we get in there, you can see there was a weird like fade out bug too. I gotta look into that. But if I quickly get started here, now it's going to be relatively short and there's the level right away, right? Now, if I take my time, it's gonna be slower. This is kind of a problem that I want to address, is how to make this speed be a little better. So that way we can actually, you know, get the game started under control. So I'm gonna take my time, click it through these states, let it do its thing. Imagine a cutscene that I haven't made yet. Let's press any key to skip. We're waiting, looking at the animations. Wow, look at those animations. No, these buttons don't do nothing. Look at that, look at that. We're just taking a peek, taking a stroll, chilling. I think that's long enough. Let's click on an alien. Orb's gonna come down, lift it up. And now notice how much longer it takes to get to the level. Whoa, whoa! That's a clue. Wow. So not only is it longer, but these aren't grass. What? You said what, mate? How odd. So the only reason why that would be that way is if these weren't labeled as menu. Well, it's time to look into it. It is a clue. Go get my handy dandy notebook clue. Oh gosh, we're such millennials. All right, so I want to pull up the remote scene, and I'm gonna look at what's on the terrain controller. That is to say, what chunks are loaded in here. And I wanna see what's going on with these ones in the back and what their deal is. Once, it takes a while, because there's a lot of crap. So it takes a long time for the remote scene to, you know, show up and be available. That's fine. I'll drink my invisible tea. I need some tea, so go ahead. Too many aliens, decision paralysis. It's the aliens. It's the it's a lot of the objects in the scene as well. Is Blue's Clues not a thing anymore? I mean, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I think he got, you know, the guy that we grew up with got replaced, and it's not as popular. So there's new things, you know. There's always something new. I think Sesame Street is about the only children's brand that has survived generations. I think for the most part, these things get replaced. Oh God, it's still loading again. All right, so these are all the chunks that are in there. It's very slow because there's a lot of stuff in here. Thousands of things. And so trying to operate in here is just really brutal. Aren't they rebooting it, making a movie or spin-off of the original? I don't know. Who's that for? Children? Or for adults? Okay, so like this one that's closest, right? Oh, that one's probably not even gonna be visible. Oh god, it's so slow. Blue's Clues stopped existing once Steve left. I mean, I left before Steve left, so as far as I know, that's the only Blue's Clues there was. I don't have a lot of loyalty to these types of things. Dude, this is impossible. I can't even do anything. I'm trying to click on stuff, but it's just so slow. I just want to like make them invisible so I see which ones are which. But it's, I mean, look at that. I click on it and it just gives me the wait forever. Okay, so I just made that one invisible. You can see it's now not there. So I see which one that is. I see which one that is. So that's definitely one of the ones that are mysteriously not being turned into grass. I think it's this one. Okay, Godot. I know, Godot. I know there's a lot of stuff in my game, Godot, but I need you to get it together here. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh. Okay, it was this one. 80. That's the one. Now I gotta wait for it. I gotta click on it, and I gotta wait for it. What? Oh! Dragon Blade! That's a hot tip. Will that speed it up? Are you serious? I didn't know that. Okay. Oh, just hit pause like up here. Dude, I didn't know that. That makes so much sense. Pause it, and it'll be faster now. Let's see. And this is why Dragon Blade has the most credits in this game. Okay, but let's see. Let's see if we're actually faster. I mean, it was certainly worth a try. Yeah, it's faster. Yes, it's faster. Should be worried. It's not like blazing fast. It's still kind of slow, and I'm still getting loading. But it's definitely not slower. It is faster, for sure. 100%. Nice. That's better than what I was doing. So I gotta give you a game credit for that. You just taught me something I never thought to even do. So this is the credits list. This entitles y'all to absolutely no compensation. However, it does entitle you to a credit in the game and so much appreciation from me. Dragon Blade has racked up so many credits in this game. I'm gonna say that's a Godot consultant credit. So we're gonna increase that up, and your reign continues. Okay. Your credit score. It just keeps going up. That's a good thing, right? Okay. So number 80, is that this one that we're looking at? Did it show up in the inspector since I clicked on that? It's hard to tell because I need to hover over this. Oh. It appeared and then it vanished on me. Just tell me, is this 180? Yes, okay, this is the one. Now it does say that it's safe when it should be called menu, but it's also called type 3, which is menu. So I don't trust this. I believe that it is set to the right type. And it even got, look, it even has the material assigned to it. No, it's down here. Oh, what the frick? The override is the black one. Why are you like this? I wonder, I mean, what I wonder is if this isn't one that was, like, in a collector. I don't know, I'm really confused why some of them, I actually have no idea. I don't even know what to track down here. Because some of this information isn't, like, up to date. I feel like this is just showing the default. By default, it's set to safe. But it's saying is type 3, which is menu, because safe is 0. Now down here, it's saying the override material is the black, which is weird because the code is specifically setting the override to be green. Otherwise, it should be, like, nothing, I think. So I'm definitely confused. But then again, look, material override. Oh, so this, I guess this is where we're setting it. Right? I don't know. Let's look at one that is good, which should be probably this 31 is probably one of these green ones, would be my guess. It kind of could go either way. Oh, look, yeah, see? This one's got the material override set right here. So that code isn't running. Material override has green on one of these. However, on this black one that I've made invisible up here, the material override is set to nothing. See? So that code isn't running on some of these, which makes me think that they must not be called a menu or something at that moment. So why would they not be labeled as menu yet? Well, when does it get labeled as menu? All right, I'm gonna stop this now that I kind of have some information to work with. I hope I didn't leave that one invisible. I think I didn't. I think that was just in the remote. So let's go back to the block code and just analyze when they get set to be a menu. Well, I know when it gets set to be menu. It's right here. I assign it right at the beginning. We call it menu. And I know it's not because any of them haven't been called menu. So, I mean, we could go through each one. It's going to be tedious, but I could do it. So this is number 1, and it's set as menu. Let's open up number 2. It's set as menu. I'm certain this is not it. 3 is menu. I'm certain this has to do with the fact that it's loading in too many. Really, I don't even really need to solve how to make them grass. What I want is to be in more control. Here's the next one. It's also menu. Be in control of making sure those black ones never even load in the first place. Menu. This is actually a very difficult problem that I'm trying to solve, unfortunately. They're all set to menu. And then we reassign their type, maybe. If it's not the type, no, we don't reassign it. Let's look at the train controller script here. This is gonna take some puzzling to understand what's going on, I'm afraid. So progress terrain is sort of the main thing here. That moves and remove chunks. Yeah, this game design, this is it. This is it. I've been avoiding solving this for a while for a reason. And now I know why. So what this does is this moves the level forward. All those chunks, it moves them forward, progress terrain. And so it's somewhat simple, and it's also not. So it iterates through a bunch of nodes. So a bunch of nodes get added to a node, or a bunch of meshes that aren't each level strip get added to the node that this script is on. So it's going to iterate through all of those, and it's going to move those chunks forward by a certain velocity times delta. So that's just how it moves it forward. Pretty simple, not much complex there. If the first chunk passes a certain spot, it's like, whatever, 2 times the size of a single mesh point behind the player, then it's going to remove, well, it's going to assign, it gets, if getChild0 position Z is greater than or equal to that. So this is an if statement here, right? And this if statement is saying assign the last terrain chunk to getChild -1. That's the last one in the array. So whenever this happens, that is to say, when the first chunk gets past the player at a certain point, it's going to identify what the final terrain chunk is and what the first one is. That is to say, the one that just hit that point, defined right here. And it's going to remove, this one it just assigns, right? Because it wants to keep it on there so it moves forward. And then the one that's in the front, it's going to remove it with pop front and then also assign it to first terrain. So we now have what the last terrain is and what the first terrain is. Okay. And then there's all this that is just a debug thing, which actually might be useful here. this just will print out in the output what the first thing is and some details about it, what its position is, what level it's at. It'd be nice to know what type it is as well. Okay. So if first terrain is level, so there's a couple different levels here. There's the current level, and there's also level 100. Level 100 are the menu levels. They're ones, it's just kind of, there is no level 100 in the game. It's just sort of an arbitrary number chosen to say, ignore ones that have a level 100. So if the first terrain, the thing that gets past the player, is set to the level that we're currently on, which is either going to be level 0 if we're in the main menu, or it's going to be level 1 if we're on level 1. So all those menu ones with the aliens on it, it's actually a little confusing, because I don't think they're going to be level 0. Level 0 is like the debug level. I wonder if that's a clue too. Like, if I'm forcing the menu chunks, because we're saying if it's the menu type, if it's not the menu type, therefore if it is the menu type, make it level 100. So that's important. That's definitely important here. Okay. All right. Understood. Understood. Oh, there. So what it's not going to do is it isn't going to delete the first in the queue. Oh, if it's not, and if it's not, oh, so it's ignoring delete old level. Oh, so this is, okay, I see what this is. This is like when we change levels. So if we go from level 1 to level 2, I want it to delete all the level 1 chunks. So if there's something in the terrain controller that passes by the front and it isn't the current level and it isn't level 100, then remove it. Well, this isn't our problem. This isn't happening because things are staying longer than they should. In fact, that may be part of the problem. It might be leaving in main menu level chunks that actually need to be removed when we start level 1. But it's confusing because they were right there so early. This is very confusing. I'm very confused. If not old level chunks, so this is the else. And if it's the type, if it's a safe type, so this is menu type, are the ones that we're looking at. If it's the safe type, it's going to reparent it to the safe collector. So there's collectors. Basically, the way this works is there's 3 nodes. Is there a 4th one now for the, I don't even remember, for the menu chunks? I don't think so. I think the menu chunks we just cycle through on their own, but maybe I'm wrong. No, there is a menu collector. Okay, cool. So the way that this works, oh, I see, I resized it. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Shrink it down so it makes more sense. So there's these 4 collectors. A points collector, there's chunks that are for points. They have things that you can abduct on them. There's chunks that are obstacles. They have things that will hurt you on them. And there's safe chunks, things that won't hurt you at all. And then there's the menu chunks, which of course the menu chunks. These 4 nodes hold all of the chunks that will be loaded into the terrain controller. And so when one passes the player and it puts a new one in there, it's going to grab from this, from one of these. And if it's going to put an old one in there, if it's going to move one from the terrain controller to one of these, it assigns it to the one that matches its type. So if it's set to the safe type, it'll put it in the safe collector. If it's set to the menu type, it'll put it in the menu collector. Okay, I don't know if that really made all the sense, but hopefully it's enough to get us moving forward here. So this is reparenting the safe chunks to the safe collector, which is this right here. That makes sense. If it's the obstacle type, it reparents it to the obstacle collector. None of these are the case in the main menu. Yes, when we start the game, but not right away. It will be putting stuff into the level from these collectors, but it's not going to be adding things in there. So if it's points, it's going to add the points ones to the points collector. Okay, now if it's the menu type, this is important. Well, I mean, it looks exactly the same. Actually, it's not exactly the same. There's some differences. So let's look at these differences. So in the points example here, let's push this up a little bit. In the points example here, I would even like to just isolate it just so I'm not even looking at anything else. Okay. If it's points, this is what the normal functionality in a level. It's going to reparent that terrain to the points collector. It's also going to reset its position to 0.0. That's actually exactly the same here if it's the menu type. Now, there's an extra bit here if it's the normal level chunks. If first terrain has method reset block objects, it's going to reset the block objects. There's no block objects to reset. What this is if I destroy a building that's on the points chunk, then it's going to be flagged as needs to be reset so that building gets put back together for the next time it comes back. Well, there's nothing like that on here, so that's not even relevant. It's nothing. So that's the only difference between them, which is not relevant to our situation anyway. So, okay. Great, so this looks fine. It's just putting it back into the collector as we would expect. Okay. So what happens next? Oh, we even have the if. Wow, I don't know why I thought I didn't see it. Is it because I put the indentation differently? Why is the indentation so different? Oh, it's not. I see. Just put the enter. So no, it does have it on. It doesn't need it. Right. Well, that's what this if has method does, right? So since it doesn't find the method, it's not going to do it. Or whatever. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Okay. They're exactly the same. The point is they're exactly the same. All right. So nothing special there. Nothing to worry about. Got it. Good. Next, it's going to pick a chunk to add into the terrain collector. Or sorry, the terrain controller. So it always by default goes to safes, but this is going to update depending on things. It's going to go to this function, chunk chosen to add, which I just lost. Chunk chosen to add. And this pulls from playlists. Oh gosh, it's so much to explain all the time. I need a bite of food. Oh gosh, all of this. This is why I didn't even want to deal with this. And why I put it off for so long. So what this does is it checks to make sure what I need food. You know what? And now that you say that, it's so true. I need more. I need another bite. Okay. Yeah. I mean, now's the time. Now's the time. Sometimes is the time. And what am I gonna do? Do it. Okay. You have to face your issues, and you're very good at doing the opposite. I know, me too. To a point. There's a point where it has to be done. It'll be so worth it, though. All right. So, what this is doing is we have these lists, okay? And these lists decide whether it's going to be a safe chunk, whether it's going to be a obstacle chunk, whether it's going to be a points chunk, and that's it. And it determines the order of the chunks that get added into the terrain controller. And there's lists that have different orders. So it's an array of arrays, basically. And it picks one of those arrays it duplicates it, and then it bases what chunk to add on that. So remember, chunk to add was defaulting down there to safes. But what that function does, if I can ever find it again. Oh, we have chunk add, actually. Oh, yeah. Wait, where does chunk add get updated? Oh, it gets so confusing. Oh, it gets so confusing. Random question, what's with all the has method reset block objects? So the reason why that's there, Dragonblade, is because there originally were a bunch of terrain chunks that didn't have any of the reset stuff on it. I only recently started remaking all the terrain chunks to have that on it. So that is to say, there were some chunks that were broken because they just didn't have this on it yet, but I still wanted to run those levels. Actually, at this point, I probably don't need it because I'm not running any of those levels. I could probably get rid of it, and it'll probably be okay. It's kind of it was a band-aid, not really a band-aid, but I don't know if that makes sense. Basically, this was not present on every level chunk at some point. At this point, it should be present on all of them. But at the time, I didn't want to break the game. So I made sure that this was here to keep the game from breaking so I could still test it, even though I hadn't added this this method to every chunk. At this point, it should be on all of them. But it feels like, you know, a distraction to deal with that right now. But I thought it would. That is good. And honestly, unless somebody like you says that, who knows if I'm ever gonna actually get rid of it. But that's why it's there. Where does chunk add get updated again? Remind me. Chunk add equals collector, right, but where does that get changed? Chunk, oh, okay. Chunk add becomes chunk to add, get shown and pick random. Okay. I see. So we're gonna say at first it does safe chunks. Chunk add is what chunk add is set to, is the safe collector chunks. And then it's going to run chunk chosen to add, and it's gonna pick, based on the playlist, which collector it should go from. So it won't necessarily be safes, it might be points, it might be obstacles, whatever it's gonna be. And so basically chunk to add on this function, right, gets updated to whatever it's gonna be. Collector safe, points, obstacles. Chunk to add becomes that, essentially. And so we're holding on to that information. And then we say if collector obstacles, get children's size 0 and collector. So this is here just to make sure that it's loaded in on time. This has been necessary at different points, but we're leaving it in for now. Okay, and then it's going to update chunk add to be what chunk to add is set to, which is going to be either safe, points, or obstacles. I know it's wacky. Print to see what got added. Debug to see what got added. Oh, this is useful. I might want to actually check this. This is some debug I probably want to use. Then it's going to choose one to add into the level. So chunk add, the thing that was in there gets repaired itself. The reason why it says choose is because the collector has a bunch of stuff in it, right? And it's picking a random one from the collector. It's not really choosing a chunk to add, it's adding the chunk that was chosen, really. Add the randomly chosen chunk into the level would be a more correct way to say that. And then this will give us info of the last one that was added. And then it adds the new chunk to the end of the level with this append to far edge function. So somewhere in here, now what does menu stuff have to do with any of this, right? Where does the collector, because it should only be, like all those lists that I was telling you about, we have safe collector, points collector, obstacle collector, none of those have menu in it. But it's still able to load the menu here. Chunks list menu. So this has to be the list that's loaded in the beginning, which basically just says, you know, for each slot, make sure it's collector menu, right? Because otherwise it would say, okay, we're gonna load in a points, then a points, then a safe, then a safe, then a safe, then a point. And it randomizes within those collectors which one it's gonna do. But what we're actually doing in the menu is we're saying only choose from any of the menus. That's it. It's just the menu chunk, a menu chunk, a menu chunk, a menu chunk. So where does that actually get set though? We have, in the ready function, we're setting chunks path menu. Okay, that's fine. We're adding the menu files to a collector, which is the same thing we're doing for any of the others as well. Add points files to the collector, add menu files to the collector. I don't believe there's anything different there, but let's compare side by side just to be sure. It's a little tough to see them together. Chunks path points, chunks path menu. Let me just get rid of this, it's making it more confusing. Directory menu, direct access open, chunks path menu, chunks path points, points path in directory get files, menu path in directory get files, chunks menu, chunks points, append, load, chunks path points, chunks path menu. Yeah, it's all the same. All of it's the same. Nothing different. For every level chunk and chunk points, level chunk instantiate, collector points, add chunk, add child chunk. Same thing here. Nothing is different. So it's behaving exactly the same at this point. Okay. Set up first starting chunks to spawn in. Okay. So at the very beginning of the game, it's setting each possible list that could load into that chunk chosen to add function. It's making sure every list is a chunks list menu, which means it's just going to go through and put all the menu chunks in there only. This is definitely unique. We're not starting out the game with anything else. Are we still using first chunks loaded? We are. We're setting it to true down here. Do we ever set it? Why? We never set it to false? It's false at the beginning. Huh. Okay. So it only adds them in if the first chunks are not loaded. And it's the level type game. What is level type? Oh yeah, right. So this is like another state machine. Are we using that state machine? I think that's set up here. Debug game. Level type equals 12? What does that mean? What does this even mean? The number 12? Because this is like a normal, you know, way to just reference an enum, except for this part. This weird integer that's just jammed in there. What, mate? What is? Why is this not an error? I almost want to go back to an old stream and try to understand why I did this. Was it an accident? But why is it not an error? Is this, so let me see what it's set to by default. I'm guessing that's what this does. Is it chooses something in the array by default based on this number, right? So it could be 0 or 1. Although we have it set to 12. I'm not saying this is our problem, but it's certainly concerning. So is level type game, so it's set to game by default. If I make this 0 and we save it, oh, I've forced it to be game. That's not default. I've switched it to be game. So if I reset this, then it goes to debug. You at some point changed it from 1 to 12. Yeah, maybe it was just like an accident. That makes the most sense. That's the best answer. If I make this 12 and we save it, I guess it didn't matter because we're overwriting it here anyway. If I make this 1, then it becomes game. So I think that's just a simple typo that doesn't even matter, honestly. It's just a little oopsie daisy. It's just a oopsie daisy. At this point, if the chunk doesn't have it, would you prefer it to error out or just continue ignoring it? I mean, with the has method thing, yeah, I guess I would. There's basically a 0% chance. I think I can get rid of it. I don't think it's a problem because I don't even load those levels in anymore. And frankly, I wouldn't. They're gone. They're not even deprecated. They're just gone. But that would be why I would leave it. The has method thing would be if I've deprecated those levels and I might want to actually go back and use them for some reason. But they're actually just, they're just not there. So yeah, you know, the error might confuse me if it comes up and I'll be like, what's going on? And I gotta like spend time to like resolve it. But so by putting that there, I don't even have to deal with that. But maybe you're also implying that leaving that code there is slowing down the game, which isn't good. So I might want to actually deal with that at some point. Okay. So that's not a big deal. Okay, so anyway, is level type. Right. So the reason why I was looking at this was because I was trying to figure out... Right, this first chunks loaded situation. Right up here. Set up first starting... I feel like it has something to do with the starting chunks, potentially. So if the first chunks are not loaded, that's what the exclamation point is saying. If not, and if it is the level type game, that is to say it's not the level type debug, then assign them all to menu. This is going to be false at the beginning. Level type game, this is, and the reason, so let me see, I actually haven't tried this in a while. But I'm gonna set this to debug, and I just wanna see what happens. No, it actually might be really instructive for this problem. Hopefully it works. I haven't checked this in a minute. But basically what it's gonna look like is it's gonna reveal much more clearly which ones are the points versus the obstacles versus the saves. All right. Oh, wow. This is great because now we can see the playlist. So it's not loading the menu chunks now. Now it's loading the debug chunks. And I guess what I'd be curious about here is if we still get... Yeah. It's a lot. It's a lot. I know. It sucks. You know, someday when I make a new game, I'll try to organize it better, but I think sometimes a bit of the confusion is just necessary. Maybe. And that's why I talk through it all so much for myself, so I just like reground myself in the way that it is. All this just so we can be in control of what chunks start out in the beginning. It's like controlled chaos. It is. Yeah, it's quite accurate. So what this is doing is it's not loading the menu list in the beginning. Instead, it's loading those playlists that have, you know, safe points, obstacle chunk, or you know, whatever, safe chunk, points chunk, obstacle chunk, safe chunk, points chunk, obstacle chunk, whatever. So instead of loading the main menu chunks, it's loading the level chunks as if it was a level. Except instead of loading the ones that actually have level stuff on it, it's just these debug ones. Dark Inferno, I'm trying to understand what's going on at the beginning of the game, when we start the game. And I'm going through the code that runs the level chunks that move forward toward the player. This is the debug mode. Let's see, let's skip ahead here. And so now you can see it's moving forward. There's no aliens anymore, it's just the debug chunks. And they just have colors that correspond to what type they would be. And it's moving forward as it would. Normally these would be a bunch of different little aliens on here, but now it's this. So we don't have an alien to click on, so I'm gonna have to use the debug tools to move into the post menu. So it does that. Now it's not gonna do now you can see it stops it in the post menu, right? It's not going to, it looks like an Earthbound battle screen. That's awesome. I love that. Let's go. I totally see it. So it's paused this. The aliens is when their exclamation point would be above their head. And normally that exclamation point animation would take us to the next function that would do stuff, or the next state. So we're gonna have to do it manually again. So we're gonna go to pre-begin. It fades out, it goes up, and then we get begin. So look, it didn't do a bunch. This is a clue. So the debug chunks don't have that problem. They don't have the issue of starting off in the wrong way. So let me switch back to game. Yeah, same. I mean, when I was a kid, I loved Earthbound. I loved it. That was probably the first game that I did anything that looks like game dev with. Because Earthbound always had such a vibrant modding community. And ROM hacking, I should say. And the first thing I ever did that could have ever been described as potentially game dev was figuring out how to switch my sprite from a boy to a girl in Earthbound. I didn't want to be Ness, so I just switched the sprite Ness to be Paula. And that was my first real game dev experience, if you can call that game dev. And it was glorious. Talking to yourself in an instructional way is super relatable, helps a lot. It does. I mean, it's rubber ducky programming, right? It's like this classic thing or way or technique of just solving or debug. It's like a debugging, right? Rubber ducky coding. It's like a way to debug. It's like, imagine there's a rubber duck on your desk, and you're explaining to that rubber duck, you're articulating the problem in a natural language. And so in a way, you know, when I'm here working, I'm not talking to a duck, I'm either talking to y'all or myself. And it really helps so much. But it's cool because it's such a classic concept in programming. A friend of mine really loves Earthbound. Yeah, I mean, it took me, what I loved about Earthbound was it situated me in a world that I recognized and then took me on journeys beyond where I had been. And I loved that. I loved getting to fantasize about going to a big city, about going to a desert, about going to a place where dinosaurs still exist. It really immersed me in being a normal person in, you know, these extraordinary situations. I think that's what I connected to the most about it. Plus, like, the quirkiness of it all. I talk to myself so much, even in my head, it's just kind of silly. That's some autistic ADD stuff. Hey, that's a beautiful thing. I have like 2 or 3 separated voices in my head that I can all control, that I just bounce ideas off of. That's awesome. Heck yeah. I love the whole Mother series, but yeah. I haven't played the first one or the third one. I should play the third one, though. I really should. It's all me, but also kind of not. I don't know, it's weird. All right. I mean, as long as the conversations are nice, then it's pretty cool, actually. Yeah, rubber duck debugging. AudiHD. Yeah, AudiHD! I gotta remember, Coda, you know all these things. You know about all the lingo. Closest thing I've come to game dev is modding Doki Doki Literature Club. So here's the problem. What a name, guy. P guy. So here's kind of the problem, by the way, Dark Inferno. I'm trying to have the game start with not only grass at the beginning, but I also want to be in control of how many of these actually, you know, spawn in. Because right now, extra ones spawn in instead of just like enough. And I don't know why extra ones spawn in. So once I changed it to be grass, so it was supposed to be that all the black ones become grass. You're hearing it called going crazy for the... It's not. Self-talk. If you want to even go to a more like official definition, like it's called self-talk. And it's literally incredibly normal. And honestly, it's healthy. It's incredibly normal. Self-talk. Now, it's quite a different thing if you hear voices, right? If you hear I'm not a doctor. If you hear voices that you don't think are yourself, right? Like you think somebody's in the room with you and you're like, what? Or you think somebody's in your head. And it's a subtle distinction, but it's actually quite profound of a difference. It's to the point where it's like you feel the presence of like another being, right? Then you might be looking into something that's perhaps concerning. But again, if those voices are nice voices, if there's like a nice, you know, voice you have in your head, schizophrenically speaking, maybe not such a bad thing, you know? It just kind of depends. But yeah, you're not going crazy. It's completely normal. It's literally just internal monologue. Yeah. Not everyone has it, but most people do. Yeah. And I think you can train yourself to kind of do it. P-Guy says, I'm a writer and was considering making an RPG with my story, but I think I should finish the series first. That's so interesting, P-Guy, because so that's kind of like how I started with game dev. I studied screenwriting and playwriting. Like an undergrad. Like I got a degree in it. I wanted to be writing television scripts and movie scripts and play scripts. Basically stories meant to be performed. I got really disillusioned with the industry. I didn't really like it. And I kind of was bored with writing. But I love expressing myself in that way. And so I had this like really intense like survival experience where I was stranded in the wilderness with a serious injury. This happened about 12 years ago or something. And I was trying to write it as a screenplay, as a play, as a novella. I did all these different versions of it, and none of it was right. And then I started making a Fallout New Vegas mod. I just thought, let's just try exploring this in a different way. I started making a Fallout New Vegas mod to tell that story, and I was just like, dude, this is it. This is it. I want my story to be an experience, not just something that you watch, but something that you do. And that really got me into it. So I ended up stopping writing the story and just going all in with making a game of it. But I also stopped making that game because it turned out that game was too big. And now I'm making other things. So I can maybe someday approach that big game. But I'm just saying, I totally understand that. And I think it's a good idea. If you like writing and if you have the motivation to work on it, you should finish it. You should totally finish it because it's going to help guide you in making other stuff. But that's so legit. I relate to that pipeline of being a writer and going to do game dev stuff because I think that's the crux of it is you're going from telling the story and experiencing the story, or yeah, it's a difference between, you know, watching, reading, and doing for the viewer, for the reader. That's the issue you have to set lofty goals. Yeah, you gotta downsize for game dev, especially as an indie solo type game dev. You have to downsize as much as you can, especially in the beginning when you're first learning. If those voices are separated people, then it's dissociative disorder. That's true, of some kind. Yeah, right. There's also that. The conversations, but at that point, I feel like that's less voices, and people actually like take on the personalities of those different people, right? I feel like if there's voices that are people inside of you, there's dissociation, but I feel like that's more of like a schizophrenic thing. I'm not a doctor, but a professional procrastinator. I mean, I always say procrastination is just you getting ready to do something that you need to do, you know? That's all. That's all. My demons are getting nicer. Let's go. And that's it, right? That's that self-talk. Like learning how to make sure that inner monologue is nicer to you. That's so real. And even if you do it a little bit, even if it's just a little nicer to you, that is a very positive step forward. Because we can't just be expected to suddenly not have an inner critic at all. It takes work. It takes time, a little bit at a time. And even if you never fully get there, every nice step you can take is just you being nicer to yourself overall. Mygets is back. You dropped your first game. Congrats! Let's go! I love that. You did it! That's amazing. I hope I get to check it out soon. Coda says, calling it schizophrenia is actually wrong if I remember correctly. Okay. Hey, I'm not an expert. I don't know diddly squiddly. It's just a dissociative disorder. Oh, okay. A dissociative disorder that comes from childhood trauma, splitting as a form of coping. Oh, yeah, right. Well, I mean, I feel like there are these two separate things that we're talking about. There's schizophrenia, where you think there are, you know, I mean, schizophrenia can come in many forms. But one of the symptoms that we're discussing is that there seems to be others that are in presence with you, in your mind or in the room with you, right? That's what I was talking about. And I'm saying that that's quite different from having an inner monologue. Because sometimes when people say that you're crazy or whatever, and to me, the dissociative thing that you're talking about is like people actually take on a different voice or a different personality. I don't know much about it though, so I could be wrong, but I feel like they're very misunderstood, and you've met people who have it. Yeah, for sure. I don't know a lot about it, so I'm just talking out of armchair experience. It's so true though. I love writing and game dev and stuff, telling a story through gaming. Oh, Ocean gifted. Oh, let's go. Thanks for gifting a membership, Ocean. Wow. Ocean, we gotta sing you a song. Did I miss a song? Oh, Joe Schmo is here. We gotta give Joe Schmo a song. Ocean gifted a membership, and Mygets got it. Let's go. I do have a short that right now is members only. Actually, in the next 10 minutes, it's gonna become public. But if you wanna get there ahead of time, if you wanna be the first to check out that short, you can be. You can be. Do I still have it? I do. There it is. That's your first act as a member, is go check out that short. Wow, that's so awesome. Thank you, Ocean. We gotta sing you a good song. And Mygets and Joe. That's 3 songs. Joe says, not having an internal monologue is baffling to me. Yeah, me as well. I don't really even see how you could think, especially for reasoning through complicated stuff. I know. Yeah, same. I mean, and it's very difficult because with, like, for me, the way I experience ADHD, it's very hard to like focus on like one internal monologue, which is why I explain so much, right? So maybe this would help somebody too. If you have a hard time concentrating on like something and you're just trying to focus on that monologue in your head, what helps me is saying it out loud. So there might still be 3 other things going on in my brain while I'm talking to you right now, but one of those tracks are being output from my mouth, and that helps me concentrate really well, is if I externalize one of those many tracks. So, you know, if I'm not streaming, I'm still talking to myself when I'm working, because it isolates the track that I'm trying to focus on versus all the other ones. Yeah, I don't know how you do it either. P-Guy tends to get over-ambitious with writing, and you knew you would do the same thing if you tried to make a game. I mean, it's a good skill to learn how to downsize a bit. All right, we got some songs to sing. So, Ocean, friggin' Ocean, thank you for giving a sub, or a membership. This isn't Twitch. Ocean, Ocean, oh yeah. Ocean got the notion to give a little bit back. Ocean got the notion to give a little bit back. Oh, thank you, Ocean. I appreciate you, don't you know? Oh, Ocean got the notion to help people come here and hang out with a song. Oh, Ocean, you got the notion. I'm so appreciative of the things that you do, Ocean. Thank you for getting the notion. Oh, Ocean. Okay, well, that's the end of that song. My gets, oh my, you get a membership. My gets, you get a membership. Oh my gets, you get a membership. Oh my gets, you get a membership. Welcome to the membership. Oh my gets, you get a membership. Welcome here, welcome there, welcome everywhere. Oh my gets, you get a membership. Oh my gets, you get a membership. Joe Schmo, don't you know? You're no schmo to me, oh Joe. You're no schmo to me, oh Joe. I appreciate you. You are not a schmo to me, oh Joe. Joe Schmo. Oh Joe Schmo, you're not a schmo to me, oh Joe. All right, there's all the songs. Woo! My voice is kind of losing it, but that's what happens. You're welcome. I'm also very sorry, but you're also welcome. All right. Real talk. Those separated people usually have different voices, but it can be a lot of things. If I remember correctly, schizophrenia only causes hallucinations and stuff, so it's different. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely different. You love my vibe, my personality? Thank you! That's so nice. In that case, that's true. It'd just be hallucinations and whatnot. Yeah. It can be a lot of different things either way. Yeah. Even people with depression can have inner voices they deem as separate. So, you know, it's hard to determine. It is, unless you're very, very well versed. Yeah, absolutely. Agree. It's okay. Yeah. No, I relate. I completely understand. Are you going to sing a song about Ocean or about me? You already know. The voice in my head just won't shut the heck up. He's always talking. Yeah, I know it. All right, I understand. Some people it's just so quiet. Man, I can't imagine. Anthony doesn't hear anything in their own head. Really? Oh wow, there you go. No voices at all. I also cannot see anything when I close my eyes. Can't picture a thing. I don't visualize things very well either in my head. A little bit, but not. I have to try really hard. That's really interesting. We're all so different. Can't imagine just seeing pictures and no voice in my head. Yeah. So yeah, it's different. Wow. I can't really see pictures, but I do have plenty of voice going on in there. Oh, we appreciate each other. Let's just appreciate each other. Jam. All right. So what am I doing in this game? I'm working on a game. I want to thank you, and thank you again, Ocean. I really appreciate it. What the frick? What do you even talk? GitHub desktop cannot. What are you even talking about? Get out of my face. Probably because I changed the internet. All right. Anyway, GitHub's like, hey. I'm like, it's fine. Okay. So working on this game. Yes. So what's happening is there's still some chunks that aren't getting switched to grass, and there was an existing problem where there were extra chunks that weren't supposed to even be there. And so now that I've gotten some chunks to switch to grass, I have to wonder if the ones that are extra that aren't supposed to be there are one and the same as these ones that aren't getting turned to grass. So let's just keep going and let's see. Wow, and there's still more. Look, it's peppered through. Some of them are changed to grass and some of them aren't. That's gotta be it. That's gotta be what's making it longer, is that some of them, I don't know, I don't even know. But it's a crazy big clue that when I switch to debug mode, that problem doesn't exist. So I think we're getting closer to solving this so I can be in control of how long it takes for the level to begin. And the reason why I'm doing this is because, well, A, it's ridiculous to not be in control of how my game starts, and B, I want to do a starting animation. That's kind of my main task, is to finish up the starting animation that deposits the alien in the level. I need to fix the way the ground works. There's also a limbs thing, we'll get to that. Okay, so here's the menu normally, how it's supposed to be. If I click on one of these aliens, the orb comes down, it grabs it, it lifts it up. Now what I want to happen is it descends and deposits the alien into the level. That's what I want. But I need to be in control of how long this takes. And as you can see, we've got these extra chunks that aren't supposed to be there. The only ones that are supposed to be there are the green grass ones. It's added all of these black chunks in here that don't belong. So, I don't know. And who knows, that may not be the only problem. Maybe there's too many of the green grass ones too. I'm not sure. But I have a feeling we want those black ones to go away. That would be my guess. So now, let's do this again where I start the game in debug, or the level chunks in debug mode. And I'll be curious to see if, indeed, every time we do it, it doesn't end up with extras. I have a feeling that that's the case. Because this is debug mode, it obviously looks very different. No more aliens. Which means I have to manually advance it to the post menu state, and then pre-begin. Yeah, look, it starts right away. Right away. Bam. No extra chunks at all. So there's something about those debug chunks and the way that they load in that makes them not have that problem. So this is good. We're narrowing down the issue. So let's look at how this is all being set up here. So for the first chunks that spawn in, when it's going to decide which ones spawn in, it's going to see if first chunks have not loaded, and indeed this will be false. Finally, it's going to see if it's level type game, right? And that is exactly what we were just changing. We were going from between game and debug, right? Half of game dev is just problem solving. More than half. More than half. You have to enjoy that. You have to enjoy solving problems, in my opinion. And I do. I love solving problems. It gives me a purpose in this life. So it works out. But yeah, if you hate problem solving, now look, game dev encompasses many different things. Yeah, writing is very similar. Yeah, it is kind of like writing code, honestly, it's like writing scripts. It's very similar. The only difference is, you know, it depends what you're writing. Like, I feel like there's a lot more freedom in prose than, let's say, if you're writing a screenplay. If you're writing a screenplay, you do have to like conform to certain, you know, formatting. But it's even more true in code, where you have to do a very specific formatting for every little thing. And then one of my favorite things when we're comparing writing versus game dev is when I was writing things, I could never get immediate feedback on what the result of the story was. You know, I mean, you could have your friends read it or have people read it, but it's not going to be, you can't have your friend read your entire book or even your entire script necessarily. And if it's a script, it's supposed to be performed. You can't write lines of dialogue and then immediately see what the movie's going to look like, you know? You have to somehow imagine it or whatever. And even then, who knows how it actually turns out and gets made. In game dev, when you write code and you hit that test button, you get immediate feedback. Immediately, you can test what you write. And that, oh, I love that. I hated having to hold everything in my head with writing. Hate it. I love that we can actually test and manifest. Apparently, Ocean was really thankful that I finally released my... Yeah, that's why you got it. The universe and Ocean were trying to tell you that you did the right thing. My vibe is always on point. Thank you. Quick catch up on chat. We really started yapping. Yeah, it's okay. They're gonna steal your data. Oh yeah, I don't know, man. What was that? Your passwords are mine now. I just took them. Oh, okay, great, good. So I'll remember that. I hope I can trust you. Computer is lag. Hey, who are you? What's going on here? Yeah, that was a scary moment. The issue is being narrowed. Yeah, it is being narrowed down right now. It is. We're getting there. Being a writer, I have to learn to enjoy the problem solving. Yeah. No, it is a lot of problem solving, especially like connecting characters together and connecting the story arcs and, you know, making sure the beginning makes sense with the end and what happens in between and the beats in scenes. Yeah. It is problem solving. It's just, to me, it's harder because sometimes it's harder to determine. It's more subjective whether or not you've actually achieved the thing that it's supposed to achieve, whereas in game dev, it's often a lot more objective. Does the player move? Does the player jump? It's like, oh yes, it does, or it doesn't. There's still story and stuff you want to capture in an overarching thing, but I feel like in writing, there's a lot more that is harder to test, and that always stresses me out. The best way I can say this is it's like building a house or a building. Yeah, totally. My favorite thing about game dev is the instant feedback. Yeah, it's so sick. Interesting point, you can get your own feedback with coding, which you can't really do with writing. Yeah, I hated it. I hated it so much. I don't miss that about writing at all. I mean, obviously I do like a little writing here and there, but not like I used to. I used to like make like this is my career kind of attitude, but not anymore. Always trust me, internet stranger, with your personal passwords. Yeah. What is that face? It's like a smile and then an upside down C and then a C. What is that? What does that face make? Is that like a chin? Like a Buzz Lightyear chin? I don't know what that is. I like it. I just like want to understand. Is it vampire fangs? Like, what are we doing here? What is that? Okay. It's supposed to be a cat face with a paw up. Oh, that's so cute! That makes sense why it's like off center. Oh, okay. Wouldn't have gotten it, but I like it. Okay. Game dev. If the first chunks are not loaded, which will be false or true, this will be met. This condition, and it's a level type game, which we were testing debug before, but now we're doing game. So this is crucial for whatever the problem is. It is going to assign all the chunk lists to chunk lists menu. Getting a cat vid? Oh yeah, I can't wait! I love that. Let's go. So we do a special stream every Friday after the game jam. It is a secret live stream. There's some details I'm about to put on the screen down here about how to get there. Patreon.com/hypergamedev. And you can join the Patreon for free, and you're going to get access to a secret live stream that I do where we check out creations by people in the community. So that's what Coda is referring to. Basically, I go through the Discord and I see what people have been posting, and I do a little stream about it. We're gonna get it right soon. I know we are. All right, so all these get assigned, and then it's gonna say, so this is all still part of this if statement. For I in range, number of terrain, if that's not the problem, I can't imagine what is. I mean, come on. Number of terrain chunks? Just get rid of this. Dude, just get rid of that. So, oh, look at this. If it's debug, oh wait, but look, the same code is here in debug. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Oh, we might not be there yet. It's like exactly the same. But I guess the question would be, how are the debug chunks handled differently? That makes them behave differently, right? That could be part of what it is. So this code is actually the same. We don't want to get rid of this. This is the same. So what number of terrain chunks does is this is determining how many it starts the game out with. So that when we do the debug and there's just a few that load in before level 1 starts, that's the number of terrain chunks number. That's the number it's supposed to be when we do the game, but for some reason it's adding like extra in there that isn't corresponding with this probably. So, but here we've got all that's the same, and then this for loop that's just it's doing the same thing. Collector menu, get children, pick random, chunk repair itself. Even if it's debug, it does the same thing. All right, P guy. Good luck with your writing, and good luck with your prospects and getting involved with getting involved with game dev. I appreciate you stopping in. It's been a pleasure. Yeah, take care. You have a lovely day as well. Congrats to the person who made their first game. I'll be so happy when I'm able to. Yeah, it's a huge accomplishment. It's a massive accomplishment. It's incredibly exciting. I am not even giving the requisite excitement for how big a deal that is. But I hope I get to check out the game soon, because that's awesome. I hope I get to make my first game soon. I guess it'll be this one. Like as far as like what I would consider my first game, I would consider it to be this one. Anything else I've made, I don't consider to be my first game. This will be the one. You'll get there, Dark Inferno. Just you know, start small, even smaller than I am. I know, if you can. It's not always easy to start small. So, yeah, so this is doing the same thing. The only difference between the debug chunks and otherwise is it's starting with safe chunks first instead of menu chunks. Hesitant to make other games first because you want your first game to slap. Yeah, you gotta let go of that. But you know, at the same time, if that's your motivation, you gotta do what you gotta do. Oh yeah, people want to know more about your game. I think they want to play it. I know why I got till late for the game jam yesterday. I don't know if I know what those words mean. Okay, so all that's the same. This isn't really as much of a lead as I would have wanted. We ball. So the issue simply must be, last time, because you had to work on your game. The issue must be the type of chunk that it is and the way that it's being handled. And to me, there's another clue, and the fact that it gets longer, the longer it takes me to click through. Like if I start as game and I just blast through it, I can potentially get none of the black ones to show up. Perhaps. We'll see. I'm gonna try it real quick. So it's something about the way they're handled, and specifically the way that they're handled on the menu. I wonder if there's extra ones that are being added in. Like if I quickly blast through here, it's only gonna be the ones that were already loaded on here. So for everyone that gets returned, it's probably everyone that gets returned to the collector is like an extra one that gets added in. So here, look, no black ones. Because I went through so quickly, none of them came through here undesirably. But if I take my time and we let it go through, so this would be really helpful even if we could like count. Something about, I think, ones that are getting either added into the terrain controller or removed from the terrain controller. One of those two things are causing this, and the way that the debug chunks are handled is better. Now here's one difference between the debug chunks and the game chunks, or the menu chunks. The debug chunks are labeled as level 1, or level 0, rather. The menu chunks are labeled as level 100. I do wonder if that isn't somehow related. So if I let this sit for a second, I really wanted to do something up here, but it decided to not cooperate with me. Oh well. I think I need to boost. I think I need to do some output, some debug output messages, because. Oh, your game is called Boss Rush. I see. Nice. So if I let that run, look, now we got all of these in here. It added a bunch of extra ones. That's the main problem. So something that I'd be curious about. Well, let me just keep running through this for a second. Something I'd be curious about is to see how many it runs through in the menu. Well, there was this here. If it's not so it has to meet 2 conditions for it to be removed. I think it's supposed to be removed. You'll be joining the queue in the secret stream? Got it. Can't wait, Mike's. Let's go. 2 conditions have to be met. It has to not be the current level, and it has to not be level 100. Well, the menu chunks are level 100. So why am I adding this in here? Why can't I just get rid of this? Right? I feel like this has got to be, there has to be a reason why I did that. But that's the only difference that I see in all of this code between the debug chunks, the way debug chunks are handled, and the way the menu chunks are handled, is the menu chunks are level 100 and the debug chunks are level 0. So the basically that queue free happens on a level switch. Oh, immediate error. Wow. Non-existent function repair in base nil. So that is very necessary. That is incredibly necessary. Well, then I wonder if we can't... Why, though? Also, why? Why would you say that? Why does that make all the difference? Chunk add is null. Because it's... I guess because it's deleting them all. That's why. We don't... Oh, because those are the ones at the start. So why doesn't it delete the debug chunks, then? Why do they survive? Because they're not called level 100. So what makes them survive? I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Because I guess what's happening is it's deleting them all, and so it can't reparent anything because nothing exists to reparent because they're all getting deleted. Well, because the current level is 0. So they won't get deleted because the current level isn't 0 yet. But the current level... I think I understand. I feel like we need to say that when we update to level 1, this no longer becomes true. But that's confusing because it's only the first terrain. I don't understand. I'm really confused, actually. I don't think this is the answer. Wow. All right, let me do some printing. We need to do some printing. This is gonna be a messy trial and error here. So the first debug thing that I'm gonna add in is, or output message I'm gonna add in, was down here. It's not the most helpful one, but it's what I'm gonna start with, this one. Debug to see what got added. So not what got removed, but what gets added onto the end. If it's 0, it'll say safe. If it's 1, it'll be obstacle. Exclamation comes before the equal sign. It can go either way. Either way works. You can do it the way you're describing, or you can do it the way that I've done it. Each works fine. Basically, what this is saying here is, if not first terrain level, set to global levels current, and if not first terrain level set to 100, do this. I don't know. I feel like I've had something about this bothered me. I don't remember what it was. Maybe I just don't like the way it looks, but I think that this would work the same and nothing would be different. It's just like, and there's also other ways you can do it, right? You could say, if not, that also would work. There's just different ways to do the same thing, basically. I like the exclamation point. It's just the way I have done it, so I'm just keeping it consistent. But hey, I appreciate you pointing that out, just in case. All right, so I'm gonna put these in here. It's just gonna tell me what's added. It's a kind of simple thing for now. And then the other thing I want to do is I want to get a bit of a different perspective. I want to look up from the air down at the level. I'd actually like to pause it. Well, it will be paused in the cutscene, so that's probably a good time to switch the camera. Hopefully Godot comes back to life soon here. Please? Pretty please? Maybe? Possibly? There's a chance. So I'm going to try to liberate the camera. I tell you, the more I add to my game, the slower it loads. Okay, here we go. I'm going to get rid of the world environment for now. And we're going to look at everything from above. So there we can see everything. And it's printing here. So menu. So it's only seeing menu ones. And you can see actually early here, there's a ton of menu chunks, which makes sense. Adding things to games is the best way to make it slower. Yeah, I would certainly say so. These are the collectors that hold all the chunks in them. So let's advance the states. Go to post menu. No chunks are going by. Pre-begin. What? What even? Did I leave a typo in somewhere? Oh, because I removed the world environment. This code broke. Well, that's irritating. What am I gonna set? I just want. I guess if I don't remove the world's environment, oops, I destroyed the world. If I don't destroy the world, then it's just gonna be impossible to see anything. I guess. But I'm sure y'all have favorite games. It did, just for a second. A normal dip. But, I mean, if I were to, like, I really, like, if I'm being honest, like, the game that I come back to the most is, like, Fallout 4. I love a Bethesda RPG, so I really like Fallout 4. I love Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas. I like those games a lot. I also play, like, games for nostalgia, right? I'll play, like, games from my childhood, Super Nintendo games. And, yeah, stuff like that. But I'm pretty open to just playing games in general. But I would say Fallout 4 is probably the game I come back to the most out of all games. So, I mean, I could say if the environment is set, I almost need like an, you know what I should do? is I should set, maybe in the global script, this is pretty a lot, but maybe in here we say at export variable environment, we'll just say environment, and we'll set it to true by default. And we'll say that if it's false, then all of those environment things don't happen, which is a little annoying. But it's probably going to slow my game down to do all those checks. So that means I have to look for everywhere that environment is set in the code. This is just so I can debug this nicely. Wait, but wasn't it on a different... Oh, I guess it... Okay, nice. Oh, I'm so glad I kept it all in the world environment script. Good job. Okay, cool. That makes this a lot easier. So much easier. Oh my gosh. I mean, in that case, I don't even need that on globals. I might as well just put that locally. I didn't know that it wasn't. That's great. Let's put that on over here then. So I'm gonna grab this out of here, come back to my environment script, add this there. Oh, okay. Environment visible. It's gonna be a little tricky because it's not actually gonna unload it. Well, just have it unload it then, right? Have it unload it. Then I don't have to delete it here. This is kind of a nice thing to do, honestly. Let's quick load the one that's supposed to be on there, which I think is this one, probably, maybe. Can I undo it back? I can, nice. Okay, so it's that one. And I want to say if environment not visible, so we'll do the negate, right? Environment visible. If it's not visible, how do I clear something? I don't even know how to do that. Like to set it to be nothingness? I don't actually know how to do that. What's up, Salmon? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on back. Setting up a little debug tool for myself. Debug in the debug. Let's see. How to remove a resource in code GD script. I don't actually know how to do that. To free a loaded resource. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm doing. When a resource long... No, that's not really what I meant. Dark Inferno's favorite games are the Mother series, Zelda, and the Metal Gear Solid series for the most part, to say a few. Nice. Those are some good favorites, for sure. Yeah, the Mother series is awesome. I read something recently that mentioned how Earthbound gets really hard late game, and I hadn't really thought about that, but I think it's kind of true. One of my favorite games, now that you mention it, I do really like Kirby Superstar. That game is a delight. I just played that literally yesterday. Debugging, my favorite time that I wish never came. Yeah. Sometimes it's nice to feel like I'm getting to the bottom of something, but ideally I wouldn't have to debug anything, of course. Modify a resource during runtime. Yeah, but I'm trying to clear the resource, basically. I don't know if this is what I'm saying. How to clear... An assigned resource? I don't know how to ask this question. 4 to 5 of your favorite games are RPGs. RPGs have a powerful effect on us. Metal Gear Solid is really solid, but the story is all tangled. I guess sometimes that can be okay. How do I reset a resource? Is that what I'm asking? Oh, just create a new one? This is from 15 days ago? Jeez. Is this real? Save.resource.new? Oh, I see. Create it and then add that in there. It's Aaron's favorite pastime, looking things up on Google. Yeah. You know it. So I need to create like a blank one basically, but okay. I can't just make it be empty. Okay. All right, so if I make a new environment, how does that look from above? Much better, yeah. There, blank environment works. That looks great from above. And you can see the fog boundaries have an issue when I switch to this environment. Fog volumes need volumetric fog to be enabled. Well, hopefully it's okay since this is just for debug purposes. I played just a few RPG games. The longest one was Persona 4 at good times. Never played that game. I do study its UI design sometimes because it has such good UI design. Alright, so we'll create this. I will save this as an environment. Whoops, we'll call this Enviro0. You hate how you have to stop level grinding for how much you like and leave stock up and then go back. That does sound annoying. Okay, so we'll make this and I'll onReady it. And onReady variable environment empty. And I guess we'll want to do a preload kind of thing here. So let me go find that again. We don't really need to do preload. Well, it's fine. It's just for debug purposes, but not here. Here. Yeah, just say preload beforehand. Persona games are a huge time sink. Not a fan, but isn't the UI design amazing for it? It's good to be critical even if we love a game. I think it's part of what obviously gamers do, but especially as a game dev, I think it's really valuable to do that. Preload, not reupload, preload. And then drag that in. And we want to say somehow, I don't know if this is even the right way to do it, how to set an environment. I'm not actually sure. Could I say environment equals environment empty? Wonder if that'll work. If it's not visible, do that. And then we'd also want volumetric fog and stuff not to occur. So if environment is visible, then bother doing these things. Otherwise, don't do anything. Right? Should still be a sky material. Stuff like that. I never played Undertale. I kind of was a little, I don't know. I was just not really playing games at that time in my life. And it felt a little bit more targeted at children than I was at that age. Like Earthbound, like I was like around when Earthbound came out, you know? And that was an exciting game to get to play. It was like new on the shelf. when I was a kid. And so Undertale, by the time Undertale came out, I was like trying to like learn how to be an adult. Yeah, I hear that. I probably should. It like started out as an Earthbound fan game, right? Kind of, sort of. +100 hours for Persona 4. Never play games that long. Dang. 300 hours on Undertale? Wow. Never finished it. Internet spoiled it so much that you knew the whole game without even playing it. I've actually avoided spoilers pretty well, so I might even be in for a treat. Started as an Earthbound mod, right? That's pretty cool. And let's also say that we can honestly say none of this changes. Will probably be better. And then let's actually say that these become false. That's how you know your game has hit terminal velocity. People collected merch for it. Now that's still gonna do stuff if level set to 1. Oh, 0. This is like debug. I see. Let's just say, and the environment is not visible. Or is only if the environment is visible do any of this. Okay. Hopefully we won't get that same error. And I'm going to put this back to being environment 1 by default. So I should be able to actually load the game with the environment in there and still be able to preview it from above. The reason why I want to do this is because I want to count how many go by and see if that equals the same number that there's too many of. That's why I'm doing all this. Gotta wait for it to load. Take your time. Let's see the editor. Okay, there we go. The editor wasn't back. Oh, I forgot to say that the environment isn't visible. I gotta start it over. We have to uncheck that box. That's what this was all for. Was being able to uncheck that box. But I forgot to uncheck it. And the reason I'm doing this is so I can see, because here I can't see the level chunks because there's fog in the way. So this should make it so I can see clearly. Nice, good. Hey, what's up, CVR? Welcome back. I do not have a published game anyone can buy. I absolutely do not. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. What about you? All right, so there's that. Beautiful. Oh, it works. Great. Good, good, good. We can see they're going by. We've got 3 that have gone past, plus the ones initially. Now there's 5. We can see them moving. We're in post menu. It's loading. No environment crash. Nice. Then it begins. Oh, look. Look at all the extra ones. So they're actually getting added in. See how useful this is to see? These are all extra ones. Wow. Holy crap. There's a green grass. It still hasn't loaded in the levels. There's a level. There's the level 1 chunk. You can still see them back here. Interesting. It's so cool how much just one person can do. Yeah, right? I mean, Undertale isn't something with fancy graphics, but it still has an awesome storyline, characters, and music, and it's a one-person project. Yeah, I think that's mostly true. I feel like they had some help, but yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. It's like mostly a one-person project. Absolutely. Yeah, it's possible. Certainly, we should be mindful to start small, if we can. Yeah, I feel like it wasn't just one person, but, you know, more or less. The prettier art wasn't scuffed enough. The vision. It's part of the charm, for sure, as far as I've seen. Okay, so now I'm going to really do the counting. Now that I know I can actually start the game and look at it and count it and everything. I want to be more in control of how many go by in the intro and see if that equals how many show up that aren't supposed to be there. A video tutorial making what debug menu? Wait, which one? You mean this environment thing that I just did? I don't know what you mean. The only tutorials I'm making right now are shorts. Someday I might make videos. And my plan with video tutorials right now, I toss around a lot of different ideas with myself. But an idea that I have right now is to actually do an entire like course to make one game. Like, let's make Pong in Godot. And we just start from a blank project and the entire video is just making the game until it's Pong. You just finished a game design document. Nice. Let's go. Progress. Good job. Okay, pause it, pause it, pause it. Okay, so now right here, none have gone across yet, right? None have actually passed the threshold point. And indeed, it's switched to this state, but no more have been added in yet. So this is good. This is what I want to see. None have passed through. I'm gonna let one go through. So I'm gonna, oh, I pressed the key on accident. Oh, okay, I let one go through. One went through. Oh, maybe two. Actually, maybe two. It's kind of hard to see. There might have been two that went through. One or two. So let's see if we see exactly one or two. There's one. There's two. There it is. Oh, but there's three. Oh. Wow. Huh. Okay, there's a crap ton. So it is not a direct count of how many there are. Okay, so let me check this then. Let me do a different printout. If you try Undertale, please stream it. I would love to see your reactions. Okay. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I tend to, if I'm going to stream myself playing a game anymore, it's going to be, well, two things. Number one of your guys' games, which I do every Friday after the game jam. Or a game that I'm studying for a game that I'm making. I'm probably not going to make an RPG anytime soon. So I don't know if I can promise that I'll stream it. I might play it on my own. Make small look big is the key. Yeah. I don't know if I know what that means. Oh yeah, I never sit in my chair normally. Almost never. Heck yeah, keep us updated. What are we eating? We are eating, this plating is not gonna be pretty. It just looks like, guts. Looks like I'm eating guts. It is, coconut curry, root vegetable puree, with, green beans and quinoa. That's what it is. Yeah, it is good. It's super good. The presentation is not good. You thought it was hot Cheetos mac and cheese? I see that. I made this myself. All the ingredients. It's just stream food. It's just some stream food. Technically, the coconut curry sauce I got from a jar, but I elevated the flavor a lot by sauteing some like onions, some curry powder, some garam masala, some ginger. Instead of garlic, I used ginger in the saute. And then I put some diced tomatoes and some tomato paste in that. And that was like my foundation. Then I added the coconut curry sauce in there that I bought from a jar. Just to give that flavor a lot more dimension. Looks like a mashed dragon fruit. Nice. Yeah, it's got strong. It's because of beets. So it's basically this like frozen vegetable bag of root vegetables. It's got like, I don't know, parsnips, something beets in it. And so the beets are really, really red. And that's where it gets, oh, it's got tomatoes in it too. Okay, so this isn't that helping me out that much, this debug. So I'm going to, but yeah, I mean, happy to try to explain something to you, whoever was asking about the debug thing. I just don't know what you mean, because I got a bunch of different debug stuff. Do you mean like the menu that I pop up and press like this? This thing? CVR says, this is the first community I've stumbled upon my game dev journey, and all of you deserve the best. Yay, all of you deserve the best! Give us your project. We will show you love. This is what you want to know. Oh, okay. Yeah. I wonder if I could do that in a short. All right, Coda, yes. Stay fed. Very important. Get out of here. Go get some food. You deserve it. Yay, wholesome community. That's very important to me. It's been an honor to continue to share community with you all. Truly. So yeah, I mean, I maybe I could make a short out of this. I don't know. I guess there's a lot, probably not, because there's a lot of details that aren't like immediately visible here. But I've got like a lot of V boxes and these columns here basically that I can add and remove. And then I can add buttons in here if I want. Oh, they're not visible. That would explain that. So the buttons can appear here. More buttons if I need them. And then probably the most complicated part is adding in the functionality. Because I do connect every button manually through code. So I like get the name of the button and I connect it as pressed. Kai Guy, wholesome community for the win. Welcome, Kai Guy. We got a song to sing. And then that corresponds to a function, and then that function does something, basically, in my project. Not the greatest rundown, but, you know, we've got this big ol' H box, which organizes everything horizontally. So it keeps this V box, this V box, this V box all next to each other. So it's really just using that, you know, organization system that the UI has built in. And then I just add like buttons in here. I've got like a little divider panel. And so the V box and the H box really handle all of the organizing, and I can just come in here and change the names, and then once I've changed the name, I just make sure I connect it. You can connect it other ways, is, you know, by coming in here and going to pressed and doing connect, but I don't really like doing that, so I don't. But that's the simplest. You know, I've got the current level on here, I've got some like information, but you know, and then in here with these buttons, this is like an H box within the V box, so I can add like multiple buttons inside of there. Probably the next thing I could learn, I'm currently just want to learn the core things like this before I can move on to something bigger. Yeah, you know, there's other ways you could do this too. Some people do like a terminal kind of thing where, you know, if they they type in a certain code that loads up things. You know, sort of like if you've played like a Bethesda RPG where you can add, you know, pop open a terminal and like add weapons, and some people do that for their debug. Just kind of personal preference. Oh, it's for your lunch. Okay, yeah, let's do the song. I'm doing a lot of songs and I'm out of tea, so my voice will do its best. I don't know if I can sing to this. This is a weird one. This one's kind of quirky. Let's try a different song. This one's about to end anyway. Alright, yeah, I can do this. Oh, Kai Guy. Hi, to Kai Guy. Hi, to Kai Guy. Hi, to Kai Guy. Hi to Kai Guy. How you doing? Hope you're doing alright. Hi to Kai Guy, you. I hope you're doing okay here. I'm glad you joined us. Oh yeah. Hi to Kai Guy. Hi. Oh, I'm glad you made it and you're coming on through. Hi. Kai Guy. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. Kai Guy. Hi. I appreciate you, Kai Guy. Oh. All right, there's your song, Kai Guy. We got a little reggae with it, a little dubby with it, a little reggaeton with it, a little dance hall with it. Oh yeah, we did the echo effect. Oh, we got Psychedelic Kitten. We ain't done yet. Psychedelic Kitten. You're tripping me out. Oh, Psychedelic Kitten. You're so psychedelic. You're tripping me out. Oh, meow. You're tripping me out. Psychedelic Kitten. Oh, the song ended. Because it was a short one. Live delay effect on vocals fire. Well, I mean, the song did end. It was kind of a short one, though. Oh, Psychedelic Kitten, the song ended, but I'll sing a little more for you. Cause you're tripping me out. With your Psychedelic Kitten hood. Oh, you're tripping me out. Oh yeah, here we go. Goodbye from the song, cause that's all the song I can sing right now. Yeah, it kind of worked out. Hey, but it was a little too short. I had to give you a couple extra bars. Yeah, it's the vibe. Okay. What's working on a game like? What is that like? What does that feel like? What does that look like? Oh yeah, so I wanted to add a few more print messages here. Specifically, let's try these. Now, these aren't necessarily giving me all the information that I need, but it'll probably be okay. So I'm gonna comment this out. This will give me some info. That's right, Frank. Taking it to the islands. This will give me info of the chunk that got added to the end. And it will show up in the color green in my output. And then there's another one up here that will tell me the one that is removed. And it will show up as the color red. So I'm curious to just get a little bit of this info as well. Yeah, Mom, be back in a few. Back to the Jorb. Oh, good luck. Hope it goes the best it can. Thanks for stopping in, Kai Guy. Good luck. Honestly, like, good luck. You deserve it. Wait for Godot to do all its loading. Then we're gonna go to the bird's eye view. Keep an eye on the output. It's not my favorite problem to solve, this one. I've been putting this off for a long time for a very good reason. So right off the bat, it's going to get rid of a menu 1, a level 100. Its parent is the terrain controller. It's mesh instance 30. And then it adds mesh instance 30 to the end. Okay. So it removed the same one that it then added back in there. Removes another and adds it back in. Removes another and adds that same one back in. We got Gab Games. Gab Games. Good game to Gab Games. I hope you're having a good game, Gab Games. This song's about to end, so I'm gonna rewind it. Gab Games, I hope you're having a good game, Gab Games. I hope you're having a good game. It's nice to have you here. Oh, Gab Games, gabbing away with us right here. Oh, Gab Games, I'm hoping you're having a good game. Gab Games, thank you for gabbing with us. Oh, I'm losing it, guys, with a lot of member songs. Gab Games, oh, Gab Games, thank you for gabbing with us. Hope you're having a good game. Gab Games, oh, Gab Games, I hope you're having a good game. Woo! You know why there's so many member songs? It's because people have been gifting all these memberships. Y'all been gifting all the memberships. I can't sing all these songs. Working a 12-hour shift today. That song just re-energized. Let's go! Yay! Okay, good. We broke them. Well, at least it passed some energy on. At least it passed some energy on. That makes it all worthwhile. Alright, so it's removing the same one that it's then adding, removing the same... I'm not sure I totally understand why it does that, but it does do it. Removes the same one that it adds, and that's all... This is all in the beginning. This is before it even starts running. It's almost like that's how it's initially adding them in there. 26, 26, 32, and it should be 9 of these. So we should be going through like 18 of them. You love the Longley's eyes emote? It's hilarious. Let's go. Yeah, I didn't make it really. The community made that one. So I guess that makes it an effective one. Yeah, enjoy the emotes while you got them. At some point, we should be if more people join membership or get gifted memberships, we can unlock more emotes. I really want to add a Godot Kappa. Something. There's also more to that one. There's a bottom piece and a top piece to like make the whole head. (26, 26, 32, 32, 31, 31, 28, 28, 29, 29. Not much surprising here, but I'm gonna go through it anyway. 30, 30. 33, 33, 27, 27. All right. So I assume that was 18 with my guess. I'm just gonna count all the green ones. There should be 9 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Does that make sense? Is 12 what we're doing? By the way. Of the number of chunks. It says 9. So I don't actually know where 12 is coming from, if I'm being honest. Where are we getting 12? There's 12 levels, yeah. Are there 12 of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh! So it's all of these. It's setting all of these up. This has 12. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is that true for all of these? What about this one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yes. The longer ones have way more. Okay. So it's running through the first list, I guess. Donate more memberships if you can. Oh, me myself? I'll do it if someone, I will match. If someone does 5 memberships, I can only do 5 at a time. Ocean did gift 1 membership, but I can't gift 1. But if someone does 5, I'll match it with 5 more. That's the way we do it. Yeah, you're gonna be lost. I'll try my best to catch you up, but we're kind of deep in some stuff here. So, here's the deal. Oh god. When I start the game, there are some chunks that are loading in that don't belong there. So I'm trying to debug and understand some more information about those chunks. Let's keep it that simple, and then hopefully I can explain more as we go. All right. Okay. So what this is doing is this is telling me which one is removed and which one is added back in. And this is happening as the game is loading. So what it's doing is it's loading in all the initial chunks that are on here, which you can't see right now. But once I press this, dang it, I wanted it to be paused, but it wasn't. All right, let me try this again, unfortunately. Unfortunately, I gotta restart it because I wasn't set up correctly. So I'm just trying to have some control over how they load in. GD script's the only one. I use some like Unreal blueprints, but that's not really what you're asking. I did HTML when I was younger, you know, with a MySpace profile or whatever, but I haven't learned anything but GD script. Okay, now that the editor's loaded, come over here, switch to that above view. There's the collectors back there, which holds all of the chunks that haven't been loaded in yet. It's loaded the first 12 from the playlist. I'm gonna press play, but I'm also gonna pause it so it's not moving, but the game is live. So none have been added in. We're on state 2, which is the menu state. Right, yeah, I've heard that it's so similar. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's cool to know that I partially know another language. Yeah, you did HTML for MySpace, so you shouldn't be so scared of GScript. Yeah, I mean, they're very different, but a lot of the main principles are the same, like making sure capitalization is important, and, you know, in HTML, you gotta, like, begin and end code a lot of the time. That's not the case in GDScript, but there's still a lot of principles that kind of carry over and does, I think, help in just understanding what a language is and stuff, for sure. Okay. So we're moving on to the next state. We've literally loaded nothing in. Now it's coming, and everything is fine. No unwanted ones, which are going to look black, are in here. So if none move by, it works just fine. Now I'm kind of curious to see how many of those are those blank ones. Okay, hold on. Pause it. How many of these were level 100 here? So we had 1 level 100 that was removed, 2 level 100 that was moved, 3 100 that was removed, 4. Oh, I lost count. Dang it. Oh, hold on a second. I gotta do it again. So that one's level 1. Level 100. 1 level 100. 2. I need to make this bigger. This is like very hard to do. 1, 2. Oh god, it's so confusing to scroll this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so it's 9. So that's where the number of initial chunks are. It spawns in 9, and it removes them. So again, I'm just looking at the ones that are 100. It spawns in 9 initially in the code. It starts with 9. That's the, oops. That's the num terrain chunks up here. The number of chunks to start with. And it should start with 9. When we actually run this level, it should drop 9. And it does remove 9. Which also makes sense because it's also how many are on the board at any one time. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I might have increased that. I don't remember. But, yeah. Let me just see where else that gets referenced. Chunks update. When does Chunks update run? Yeah, 9. Chunks update. Looks like the ready function. On level update. Oh, okay. Well, that's probably gonna be the, what's that monster? The main character? The player character in the game? It's the player character. My space alien. HTML is not a programming language, it's more of a markup language. Oh, that's cool. That sounds true. Yeah, these social media websites don't want you to customize anything anymore. You forgot when you started making games? It's fun to reflect on that sometimes. Okay, so it adds the number of terrain chunks when the level updates. I mean, we can see and then the level updates. Oh yeah, Tumblr, yeah, that's not very popular anymore. And that's at the end of the script. On level update. Okay. Alright, I'm a little confused, but that's okay. So, okay, so that's 9. That's good to know. Okay, so what else do I want to test? I want to test which one of these actually get removed or get added in and see what their level is. I'm sure they're going to be 100, but it'll be interesting just to get a little more data on it. I can't wait till this problem is solved. I don't love this problem. Train controller stuff is very overwhelming. Okay. Come back to the overhead view. Start the game, pause the terrain. And I'm gonna let one through. I let one go through. And so by one going through, pause it again. Pause it. Okay, we paused it. That was close. So it removed one that was on a level 100 one, right? Because we were on the main menu. One went by, it removed it, and it added another one. Now look, we can see a black one on the end already. That's interesting. You know what I'd also like to see is that blackout not happen. That would actually be really helpful as well, is if we got rid of the blackout temporarily. That's very interesting that there's already a black one on here. So it immediately added on the bad one. Oh, so in the main menu, it removes one, and the one that it adds is the one that's misbehaving. So if I hit play, we should, okay, there's 2. There's 3. Okay, wait a minute. There's 4. Holy crap. 4? 5? How are there so many? 6? 7? 8? Holy moly, there's so many of them. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. So, I mean, that's, is there gonna be one more? So there'll be 9? Not even. And then it's doing the rest of these. Oh, man, I thought maybe something made sense for a second, but I don't think it does. Man, Frank, it was so close to like making sense. But you know what does make some sense? There is some sense that this gave me is, oh, and then let me make sure that blackout gets away. I don't know. It's something to do with like when it recycles it in the main menu. So as it's adding and removing stuff, removing then adding stuff in the main menu. But I'm so confused. I'm so confused. It's so confusing. That's why I came and explained it, because it's just I'm confused. I hate doing this. I do. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll get there. I know we will. It's just gonna be like this. I know it's much more fun to see me succeeding, but but it's gotta happen. Okay, so I'm gonna let 1, 2 go by. And then we're gonna advance it. Are there gonna be 2 black ones on here? There's not, so it really doesn't make sense. There's no sense to be made here. I mean, it's strange because wow. What are those? Why are they there? So are none of them, some of them are there right away potentially. Like that happens every time. Because you know what should happen is if all of the black ones, I know. If all of the black ones are missing at the start, then in theory, I feel like I should be able to remove them from the collector. Maybe. Yeah, it's kind of hard to explain and problem solve it all the time. Oh, minimize. But basically there's chunks that are loading in at the beginning that aren't supposed to be there, and I'm trying to figure out why they're coming in. Some of them are black and some of them aren't. The ones that aren't are having code change them to not be, and I don't understand why the ones that are black are still black. So like the chunks that are already there in the beginning look like this. They have just black on the ground on them. And what happens is when we advance past this point, the aliens are going to disappear, and all of these black chunks should be switching to be green. But for some reason, some aren't. and too many are being added in. And there's some cases where that does or doesn't happen. Yeah, they're very happy. And so I'm just trying to understand why that's happening and how to be in control of it. So I didn't advance any here at all. But we kind of already know what's going to happen. So let's advance 1. I've advanced 1. So 1 disappeared and 1 got added onto the back. So now let's move on to the next state. In the blackout, it changed it from black to green. Okay, so it's all green right there. But then once one loads in, now it's black. So I wonder if we can say remove when we do the begin or in the pre-begin phase when it blacks out. At that time, remove all of the menu chunks from the collector. That concerns me a little bit. I don't know if that's a good idea. Because it's still deciding. Why is it deciding to keep adding them in at this point? It's like it's still drawing from a playlist that it shouldn't be drawing from. Okay, so this is interesting. Okay, so in the chunks chosen to add function, or chunk chosen to add, in this function, it checks to see if the current list size is 0. And I wonder if the list needs to be cleared to 0 forcibly, so it doesn't run through the rest of the remaining ones or something? Chunks list current. And again, I want to iterate that something happens with the debug chunks that doesn't happen with these, and that's just so important. So chunks list doesn't get updated here at all anywhere. I know, you guys just can't, I know. I wish it were easier to explain this, but I'm barely grasping at it. And if you're someone who like can look at code and understand things, look, the GitHub repo is in the description box. You can head to the description box, click on the GitHub repo link, and you can actually look at all this code yourself. You can even download it and build it yourself. And, you know, if for whatever reason, you know, that would help you understand what's going on. But for the most part, I just kind of have to just, you know, struggle through it. So we never update this when it comes to the debug one. Yeah, it's open source. Yeah, link in the description. Go for it, please. You are welcome to. You were paying any attention? What's the problem? Same problem. Same problem as before when you were here earlier. Alright. So there's a bunch of chunks that load in that aren't supposed to be there at the beginning. These black ones. They're not supposed to be there. I don't know why they get added, but they do. That's pretty much the problem. The green ones are actually just black ones that I'm using code to tell to change. I don't know why the black ones don't take on that change. Doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Because it's supposed to happen to all of them that exist. They all should be instantiated. And they all share the same code, and they're all supposed to be updated to be green and have grass. I don't understand why some of them don't get that update, but that's the case. There's two different ways I can run this game, and sometimes it won't have that problem, sometimes it will. It's really hard to explain. I hate that it is, but it is so hard to explain. The quicker I power through the menus, the less undesired chunks load in. Man, it's such a mess to try to explain it, because it's just messy. So there's a bunch that aren't there. Now, what determines whether or not there's a bunch of extra that I don't want is based on how quickly I click through the main menu. So if I go through the main menu without any chunks looping during the main menu, then no new added ones happen for some reason. As well, if I load in the debug chunks, even if we let the main menu run, so I'm just gonna click that real fast, even if we let the main menu run, it won't show any. So we click through that so fast, now no black ones. This is ideal. This is what I want, right? I want that to be like that every time, where none of the extra ones come in and it just loads the level. But unfortunately, if I let any of the chunks in the main menu cycle through, then it adds all these extra ones, and I don't know why. That's the problem, I guess, in a nutshell. And so I'm just trying to like observe and understand what could be happening and puzzle it out. Yeah, it probably looking hard enough at the code, it would make sense why it's happening. But yeah, it's weird. It is weird, and I've been avoiding it, but I really need to not avoid it. What's up, Weeno World? Welcome. So they add extra ones if we stay in the menu long. Yeah, yes. Thank you for boiling that down. Yes, exactly. So here's like a bird's eye view. There's the menu, right? They're all sitting here. None have gone past the point where it removes one and adds one to the end. But even if one got removed and added to the end, even if I just do that one, and we now go and advance to the rest of the game, just that there was one that went through, it's now going to add a bunch that I don't want. So there's the extra ones that I don't want. It's like if it cycles once, for some reason, it adds in a bunch more. So we've got, I kind of want to count them. We've got, it's kind of hard to tell, but 1, 2, 3, oh geez. Let's just count them as they go by. It's gonna be easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? Like, what is 10? There's 12 in the playlist. There's 9 that it starts with, but there's not a 10 anywhere. So, like, I don't even understand the number that it's choosing. Very confusing. So, if I load the game in debug mode, this issue doesn't occur. So I load it in debug mode. Now the difference between, one of the main differences between the debug mode chunks and the main debug mode, or the main menu chunks, the debug chunks are understood as level 0. The main menu chunks are understood as level 100. And level 100 chunks are treated a bit differently. And I have to think that has something to do with that. So I can let these fly on by for eternity. We can do 1, we can do 1,000. And we're not gonna have that problem of too many being added in later. So these are the debug chunks that are labeled as level 0. So if we skip ahead to the next state, which is post menu, pre-begin, it's only going to be a small few and the level starts. We don't have the issue of there being a crap ton before the level starts. It does it correctly. And so again, the fundamental difference between these two is that one, well, there's a couple fundamental differences. One, all of the chunks in the debug level are labeled as either safe, points, or obstacles. All of the chunks in the main menu level are labeled as menu. The other difference, again, is that all the chunks in the debug are level 0, and all the chunks in the main menu are level 100. Love the number getting an error. The pounds comment. Getting an error, you probably added a non-scene file into your level folder. You're welcome. Yeah, well, it's something that happens so often, and I'm like, what is this? What is it? But now if I ever see that, then I know exactly what it is. Yeah, I'm glad you appreciate it. It's very satisfying. It actually makes getting this error very satisfying. So we're not gonna have it start as debug, start as game. So, oh man, like it's hard to even know where to go. When menu chunks get added back to the collector, something with that is causing some kind of issue of a such. But the code is exactly the same. If the terrain type is points, it does all the same things that it does if it's a menu. Nothing is different. Everything is the same. Now there are these, on level update, we clear these arrays. I'm not clearing a menu array. That's suspect. I feel like there was a reason why I didn't clear it. We also don't bother updating the menu path. I don't know if it makes sense to remove it. So there's these, so if we do chunks menu, that's an array just like safe, obstacles, and points. And what this does is this is where we first load all of the chunks that can be added into the game. I mean, I could try clearing it. I don't know if that's gonna matter, but let's try it. Menu clear. I mean, it's something that's just definitely different about the way other things are handled. But not the ones that we're having issues with. I'm worried this is gonna either cause a problem or do literally absolutely nothing. And so those clear when the level updates. That is to say, when we choose level 1. This might prevent new ones from coming in. So I don't really understand what that has to do with the intro running through some. So let's let it run through some. So that way we, in theory, trigger the problem. So we've run through plenty. Start the game. Oh, I accidentally restarted it. I don't know how, but I did. So, no, it's fine. No, it's fine. I'll wait. It's okay. Well, it's already happened. Sometimes if I have like the play button like hovered and I press the enter key, it'll like reload it. It must have been something like that. All right, here we go. So starting up. Oh, did I not let enough go by? I don't think I let enough go by. I mean, this is working great, but I need to, it's not the right test. I have to make sure a few go by first. They sure do, Frank. And if they didn't, then we'd miss out on all the happy ones. Happy accidents, best accidents. Also, I think that short is public, by the way, if you guys want to check it out. It should be public by now, not just members only anymore. That's the new short I just put up. I think it's public. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Wait, let them go by, let them go by. Let the chunks go by. What if that just fixes it? There's no way. It's too easy. It's too easy. I'd honestly be angry. No, I wouldn't. Oh, it didn't fix it. All right. Nope. No fix. Yeah, I think that's why I left it out, because it does literally nothing. I mean, I will say, it seemed like there were fewer. Unless I'm bugging, and there's not. Yeah, that did nothing. What a shame. I hate this problem. It's such a boring problem because it's incredibly difficult to communicate to anybody what the problem is, so no one can help me. And I need to do it if I want to move forward. So I'm just kind of stuck. And you have to be privy to it. Unless you don't. Then good for you, truly. Okay. So I'm just gonna let one go by. Pause it. Move forward. I just want to see if it's behaving the same. It's such an exciting problem. It's very generous. It's certainly going to be exciting to resolve it. Yeah, it looks the same. It's weird. It's really, the code is very confusing. If you don't click start fast enough, it adds these weird gray chunks. Yeah, more or less. Pretty much. It has something to do with being main menu chunks that are being recycled at the beginning. But yeah, you guys are explaining it very succinctly. And one of the biggest differences in the way that they're handled is, again, that they're marked as level 100. But that's only if you update the level. That's the only time that this is relevant. This shouldn't have anything to do with anything, honestly. It's the only place I mean, if I look in the entire project for where level 100 is referenced. That's it, is these two places. And it's just what's setting it to that. If the type of the menu is level 100. Thanks for looking, Dragonblade, by the way. So if it's not the menu, it'll assign it to the level it's supposed to be. Oh wow, yeah, that I mean, it works perfectly, doesn't it? The goose emoji. It's kind of perfect. Good job, Frank. Well done. Hey, Coda. Yay, food! I am still on the same problem. I wish there was something I could try. Like I could just like throw a wrench in it. I could change a value and see something be different than going through the same things. That would make me very happy. I don't believe we need to worry about updating these paths or anything. The reason why these paths update here, I feel like something to figure out. Let me try something kind of weird. Well, I'll look into this, but then I have like a weird idea. Chunks, paths, points. Right, so on the global script, this updates when it's level 1. So if we're on level 1 versus level 0, it's going to change which folder it pulls the chunks from. So that's why it updates the paths. If we go from level 0 to level 1, it needs to update what the paths are that it's pulling the chunks from. Now on the menu, I literally just put them all exactly the same. It's just a bunch of the same things. So that way it can still function without causing any errors. But it's not like I even update it And it's not like it even matters. It's all the same stuff. We don't even, it'd be better if we didn't load a new folder, because ideally the ones that we've already loaded in are good enough. I mean, that actually, that kind of makes sense. If it's loading a different, even if it's the same folder, if it's re-instantiating, but is it? Is it re-instantiating them, and is that why they look different? Let me look at chunk update, I think is where chunks update. I think this what runs when we do a level update? All it does is change the path. And then it runs chunks update again. Yeah. I wonder if this is where we're having it happen. Yeah. So it goes through all of these. Right. So okay. I don't know everything, but I know something. And what I know are the menu and level different scenes. No, they are not. All the same scene. What I know is that whenever we switch to level 1, when that begin happens, when the blackout goes through and the game starts, we are reloading all of the menu chunks. So of course they don't have the grass applied to them because we're reloading a bunch of new ones and adding them in. We're instantiating new level chunks. So what if I just don't do that? I'm not sure, I still don't really understand how that connects to like going through a cycle in the beginning. That still is confusing to me. We do want this to run at the beginning because this is what plunks down the initial ones. So we definitely want this to run at the beginning. But maybe I'll try to prevent this. I feel like that's going to be an error. But maybe I'll try to prevent this after happening once. So I don't know if this is going to work, but maybe I could say if first chunks loaded, if first chunks are not loaded. I feel like I've tried this before. And I don't think this is gonna work. I might need to figure out a different Boolean. But let's try this one. If I'm understanding things correctly, which I may well not be, this would be saying that only at the beginning of the game load in the menu chunks, but after that, never do it again. What if they want to go back to the menu again and have the chunks loaded in again? Well, oh, that's a great point. Well, here's what would happen, Frank. The game will reset. The only time where you go back to the main menu is you'd literally restart the entire game. So then this first chunks loaded would become false again if you restart the game. Good thought, though. I panicked for a second when you asked that. That's a good sign. That means you're asking the right questions. All right, so far it's not broken, which is a great sign. But is it gonna be fixed? All right, so we do this. They're loading, they're coming through. They're getting added on to the end. So it loaded in the ones that we need for the main menu just fine. Let's skip to the next section. What if I ask it nicely to not reset? Oh. Okay. Couple things. Number one, they're not black. So that's good. But we have quite another problem. It's still putting a frick ton of them. Chat, are we cooking? It did something. At least it did something. So now it isn't replacing with a bunch of ones that aren't. So what was happening? So all that did, it's something. We're not all there yet. No, we're cooking. But it's not all cooked yet. No, this is good. There's still just a million blank ones. There's still too many. It's some progress. Yes. It's definitely some progress. It's exciting. It's nice to like do something and anything happens that is like the right direction. Woo! Thank you guys for being here for this. All right. What a rush. You're literally cooking lasagna was good. Nice. I'm gonna make some butternut squash lasagna this weekend. That's awesome. Let's go. Cooks in the house. We're putting in the pot. It is currently being cooked. Okay, so what was happening was it was instantiating new chunks that hadn't been told to become green. But there is still something telling it to load in a bunch of extra ones. It's just that before, the extra ones that it was loading in could be ones that weren't turned to green. They weren't necessarily, because it was also adding in extra ones that were green sometimes. So just to iterate this all the way, this point all the way, I'm gonna start it paused, right? So here it's gonna be short. We'll still have it be shorter if we don't run through any. So that solved the problem of them looking weird, but we still have the problem of it inserting way more than I could ever want. Also, why are we moving so slowly? Okay, there we go. I don't know what that bug was. You made a delicious little baguette with meat and tzatziki on it? That sounds amazing. Well done. That was a high five, not slapping you in the face. You're just eating tzatziki sauce too? Let's go. Fellow tzatziki enjoyer. Butternut squash is so good. I love it. Yeah, I love butternut squash. No. I'm sorry, I missed the high five. I apologize. Okay. So what happens at the beginning? You're gonna sue me for cyber slapping you? I'm sorry. But Your Honor, I'm sorry. I rest my case. So what makes the main menu chunks be the main menu? Why do they behave so different? I'm so sorry. Chunk chosen to add. I didn't know you're in Germany. That's cool. So it sets them up as the menu in the beginning if we're on the level type game. If we're not on the level type game, it's gonna set them up as debug. Now it's all pretty much the same. Yes, the lists are set to be different. We set lists 1 through 6. Oh, you don't live there anymore. Chaos is Greek. Maybe why I love tzatziki sauce. So it's setting list 1 through 6. In this case, it's just saying only load menu chunks. Yeah, Greek food is awesome. In this case, it's only loading, I mean, main chunks, basically, level 1. This looks like it's something, but it isn't really relevant, I promise. And then it also iterates through them with a number of terrain chunks. But that's only if it's not loaded. So, like, why would that? Something is adding more if it cycles through again. But you can see, again, this is exactly the same. It can be good to be picky. Sometimes. So whether it's game chunks for the main menu that it's loading or debug chunks, the code is the same. For everything in the range of the number of chunks, it's going to go through the children of the collector, the menu collector. Oh, that's not a great kind of picky then. I'm sending my love. I'm sending my love. Sending healing vibes to you. I believe in you. So we iterate through a number of terrain chunks in the collector menu, and we reparent them. But this isn't adding more in, really. Yeah, it is very customizable. But it's doing the same thing here. Get children, pick random. Everything is exactly the same. Whether it's the debug, because remember, the debug level works correctly. It's when we do it on game, it works incorrectly. Okay. So it must be, well, again, there is this difference when we delete old level chunks, but the deleting is only relevant when we update the level, because that's when this condition is finally met, is if we change the level. It's so fun how basically every country has its own bread with meat on a dish. Totally. Can you start the game and check if you have chunks under collector safes in the menu? Start the game and check if I have chunks under collector safes in the menu. Okay. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I think I can do that. That's such a specific question. Certainly worth turning that over. Looking under that rock. Just taking a little peek. Okay. I was gonna look too at some other stuff. Bread is tasty, meat is tasty. Those are two things I do not eat much of myself. Not because they aren't tasty. Okay, so let's open this up. I'm just gonna pause it first. Oh, I clicked it. Dang it. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, I guess I could have paused it up here. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, that flexitarian life. Bread is a staple. We've had some of that like keto bread around. It's like, what's it called? Some kind of like starch, reformed starch, I don't know, it's called something. But it's nice, it's like bread with fiber. Oh yeah, bell pepper, awesome. I love bell peppers. All right, we're here in the menu. Let's pause it the entire runtime. Open up main scene. Dragon Blade wants me to look at, to see if in here any of these are safes. If there's any safe chunks in here. So this is type 3. This one that's in here. It says safe here, but it's not real. It's just for whatever reason showing me the default. technically it's saying it's 3, which would be 0, 1, 2, 3. So this one is type menu. This one is also type menu. It's number 3. This one is type menu. Now I haven't advanced any past yet. Type 3, which is menu. 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 All right, so let's advance it. And actually, none are currently in the menu collector. So I'm going to unpause it, and then we're going to run it. I don't know how many have gone across. I'm a little confused that there's nothing in the menu collector. That's weird, right? Where are they going? Why aren't they in there? Type 3, which is menu, right? Eat meat almost daily. Probably shouldn't eat so much, but it's amazing. I mean, you know, you gotta live your life, enjoy yourself. Me when I'm type 3, which is menu. It's silly. Tag yourself, I'm type 3. All of these are still type 3. But I'm very concerned that the menu collector is empty. So then where are they going? Are they going into the safes? This is type 0, which is safe. Type 0. So where did they go? I guess they just cycle back again. I think that's what's happening, is that they're just looping within themselves. I don't think they're ever getting returned to a collector. I think that's a big difference. These are all type 1s. Again, I'm looking right here. I think and then the debug ones, however, are getting returned to the collectors, but the menu ones don't get returned to a collector. The collector is just empty. You would never be type 0, which is safe personally. Yeah, I'm probably more of a type 2, which is obstacles. I think that's type 2. I'm pretty sure. Whatever one obstacles ones is. Oh no, I'm type 1. That's obstacle. That's me. Maybe I'm points. It depends on the day. No. How could you say that? You're right. Believe in yourself. So yeah, so that's a very different thing that's happening, that it's just cycling through. So if we play this, and we try to keep an eye on this, assuming it's updating correctly. So that terrain 0, see, it just comes back to the bottom. That's a big difference, is it's just looping through. Instead of returning one to a collector and adding a new one, it just loops through. How does it do that? How did I make it? I know I did that, but I don't remember how I made it do that. And what does that have to do with, like it would almost seem like I made you, and how do you work? Somewhere it would have to be, somewhere it would have to be like keeping a record of it recycling. Otherwise, why would it matter that it recycled? Why does it matter that it recycled the menus? Why does that matter? I have a strange curiosity, which I feel like isn't gonna make any difference. But like, This is definitely probably nothing. But I'm curious what the order is. Like what the first one is before one gets recycled. So pause it. Still loading the editor in the background. Pause that. Okay, I was kind of hoping Terrain 0 was going to be that one. Which one is the one that's in the front? Oh, we can't get a top view unless it's unpaused. Okay. Top view. Pause it. If I hide... So this is the one on the end. And this is the one in the front. Even though I can't see it for some reason. Why? I don't know. So if this is the one on the front, Mesh Instance 3D 30. Okay, I know this is really weird. Can you make music for the game? Yeah, I want to. I do plan on doing that at some point. Absolutely. 100%. And I'll stream it too. This is so dumb. But, oh, dang it, I pre-began. I didn't mean to. That's annoying. What I wanted to see is if it mattered which one was first. I can't, that's nothing. There's no way that's something. But it's definitely interesting that I didn't realize that that collector wasn't even being used. That might be another thing to look, is to see, does that collector get filled up or something? Oh, we do want to let it roll through. This is getting to be a lot, but I think it's worth it. Come to remote. Okay, so none have advanced. 27 is the first one. This is so... I know this is like nothing. But what if 27 becomes the first one again? Okay. I know this is so ridiculous. Pause it. Because it's still randomizing them, I think. So the other thing I want to check is to see if the collector menu fills up at this point. We got some weird problems with the character moving slowly. I don't know what that... I kind of do know what that is. That was faster, wasn't it? It's kind of hard to tell, but that loaded pretty quickly. I'm actually a little surprised by that. Oh, and then look, collector menu is full. Oh, I forgot to pause it first. Collector menu is full of menu chunks, presumably. That's interesting. Good night, Chaos. Thanks for spending your night with us. I appreciate it. Take care. I look forward to seeing you next time. Thanks for being engaged enough that you'd get gifted a membership. It's a pleasure to have you here. I'll see you on Monday or tomorrow or something. Good night, Chaos. Good job taking care of yourself. I've been staying up way too late lately. Wow, Godot. Okay. Type 3. Yeah, so it's got a bunch of menu stuff in here. So the collector does strangely fill up. Why? Especially if I was telling it not to replace them. Why does it add more in here? I don't even need those in there anyway. And that seemed a lot faster that time, overall. What's up with that? I don't know. Thanks, guys, for sticking it out with me, even though it's just a lot of who-knows-ery. It do be like this. Okay, that cycled through none of them. So let's play it. Collector menu is empty. Need to learn? Let's go. Collector menu, well, it looks empty, but I think it just hasn't loaded it yet. There it goes. Now the collector menu has 2 things in it. Is that because it's collecting the ones that are getting absorbed? I guess because it's re-adding those back in there. Interesting. And it's not getting rid of them because they're level 100s. And we say to just hang on to them and not get rid of them. It's not a big deal that we keep them. We don't really need them. What is it about those initial ones? If first terrain is type block safe, and this is if they're not old level chunks. I mean, it's all the same code. Whether it's a safe chunk, a points chunk, or a menu chunk. It's all the same. But something is happening when it's looping through. At the beginning. And I'm really very confused. I don't understand it. Genuinely just don't understand it. It's just like a mystery. No idea. I mean, also this function runs, I don't, the reset block objects, but there's no block objects to reset. Like, that shouldn't be doing anything of any substance. It just checks things in it if they need to be reset. It's just not that important. So it really shouldn't matter at all. I could potentially say, like, if it's... I mean, I need it to be... What if we say that it isn't level 100? What if... This is really weird. But what if I say, after game begins... This is messy stuff, okay? Messy stuff. But what if we say on game begin, if is type menu, set the level to 0. Then it won't be the current level anymore. I don't know why this would matter. Because it doesn't do anything with how it loops in the beginning. The other option is I just get rid of debug chunks and we find a way to have the debug chunks be the menu chunks. Since the debug chunks seem to work so well, I have a feeling what I'm about to do either won't work or won't matter. In theory, what I would expect to happen is that this collector menu won't fill up at all. And all of those will just vanish instead. But it's something. It's trying a little something. It'll be so nice when I resolve this and I can like work on the fun part. Or the game freezes because it's confused. That also could happen. I guess because it removed everything. So it didn't have anything to add. Why doesn't that happen when it's a debug? Why is that okay if it's debug? I guess because it's menu type. It's so confusing. Man. I mean, at some point, I will give up on this, guys. I will. I'm gonna give a timer to myself. All right? Believe it or not. We're putting the pressure on. Let's say... Let's say 20 minutes. I give myself 20 more minutes to deal with this. And if I don't resolve it in 20 minutes, I just ignore it for now. That's the way this is gonna go. Because sometimes stepping away from it and coming back tomorrow can be really helpful. And if I move on to a different task, that'll be kind of nice. Maybe even just sitting here doing other stuff will spark my imagination. But I think there's a point where I'm just like grinding myself down and not getting anywhere. So I'm gonna say if in 20 minutes this has not been resolved, it is time to move on to something else and come back to it later. Yeah. Right, because I need like a fresh perspective at some point. And I'm starting to lose that. All right, so the pressure's on here. And sometimes that pressure can really help too. So to throw yourself at one issue for like 5 hours now? Yeah, I would say probably like 4 of the 5 hours. Maybe like 3 to 4 of the 5 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep. And like the one victory was not the victory that I needed. It was the wrong victory. A victory, but not the right victory. 20 minutes is a lot of time, so the pressure isn't all the way on yet, but it's getting there. It's building. I almost even want to say, let's stop now. No. Do it. So let me look at everything. So there's 40 places where the word menu is referenced. That's a lot of places. What if we just say .menu? That's the only place. This is literally the only place where it cares that it's menu type. So what else is going on here? There's the collector. Well, okay. Here's a question. How does it do the recycling that it does, where it skips the collector? Because look, it's supposed to be reparenting it to the collector menu, but it isn't. How does that work? How does it skip? Because instead of parenting it to the collector menu, it's parenting it to the terrain controller. Oh, I bet I know how it does that. It probably does that because there's not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's why. Because there's not enough. It doesn't need to store any in the collector. There's 9 slots on the level that it could possibly load in at once. And there's only 9 at a time that it has to choose from. So none ever go back to the collector because they all need to stay on there. So it's almost like it's trying to reparent it, but we don't even need to reparent it. In fact, in theory, I kinda don't need this. That's gonna cause a problem, right? It's worth a try. I don't know why that would matter, but I might as well reduce the number of things that are going on. It's less to have to scratch my chin at. Oh. Oh, because it needs to initially start them out in there. So that is necessary. Okay. Then how about this? We don't comment it out. We say if it's that type and first chunks are not loaded. So that way it in theory would do it initially, but then after the initial ones are loaded, in theory, it won't keep trying to do it. Honestly, it might need to be later than that. We might still get a freeze up, but let's see. Let us see. Okay. No, you wanna load again. You loaded once, and you wanna load again. It's like we lose an entire minute just waiting for the game to load. The game takes so long to load. It kind of makes sense. I do have a lot of things being loaded in at once. That's kind of the trade-off we've made for this game. To make it run performantly during gameplay, we load in a crap ton at the beginning. Oh, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Wow. So then in the output, it removes one menu, because it's level 100. It removes one menu chunk, and then it tries to reparent it, but it doesn't exist, so it can't reparent it. Or it is nothing telling it to reparent it. Huh. You know, I used to have some code in here that would count how many had gone by, and if that equaled how many were supposed to be there in the beginning, then it did stuff. So what tells it to parent it to the terrain controller? Well, that's what this does down here. It's reparenting to self. I wonder if it is going into the collector. It's just into the collector for such a short amount of time. Maybe that's what's happening, and that's why we can't get rid of that, because it needs to be there for at least a second. Well, what if it's the menu? Okay, all right, so what about this? What if we skip all of that, and instead of reparenting it to the menu, we say reparent to self? Skip the collector altogether. What does that do? Probably not good, because then it's putting the position at 0.0. But I don't know. This might be very strange. All the more reason to try it. We got 12 minutes of pressure. It's time to get weird. Even if it all comes especially if it all comes crashing down. Oh, yeah, it did. Immediately. Well, that's because chunk add is set to look at the collector menu. So I'd also want to say, don't bother with any of this. We could look at the game state, right? So right now, it's checking to see if the first thing, because it does go past the first thing, right? On the output, it pops one thing. And that one thing is not of a different level, and it's not Or rather, yeah, it's not of a different level. It's not the same level. And it's... Sorry, this is really confusing to read. It's not deleting it. The first thing that it sees is level 100, right? So this is saying if it's not level 100, delete it. If it's not the current level, delete it. It is either the current level or 100, which is true. So therefore, it skips the if, and it goes to the else, which is checking to see what they are. Is it safe? Is it obstacle? Is it points? Is it menu? It gets down to menu, since that's the type that it is. And it says, I'm going to try to reparent that to myself. However, it can't reparent it to itself. Why? Well, I think it can. No, it can. It does that. It does do this. The problem is, since it didn't put it in the collector, that's where this is looking. This is now looking to the collector. So I need to come back to chosen chunk to add, and instead of loading in the menu collectors, right? So where here it says chunk list menu, collector menu, in theory, I'd want to change this to the terrain controller. So I'd want this to be self, which is absurd. But I'm doing it. So that way, that which it draws from is itself. But that's going to be a problem, because if it's doing it randomly, you're going to see chunks disappear and reappear. That's going to be ridiculous. I don't care. Do it. We got 8 minutes to solve this or move on. We're going to do ridiculous things. It's the way it has to be. I'm here for it. Anytime you're ready, Godot. I swear, I'm gonna have to start breaking out the book. Where is it? Where'd it go? I don't remember where the book is. There it is. The Waiting for Godot book. Okay. Well, the game started. So actually, we're in good shape so far. I'm curious to know what the output says. It popped 1, and it added 1. Press any key to skip. It entirely broke, is what happened. Yeah, it only loaded 1 in instead of 9. Can't say I exactly understand why, but that's what happened. We're currently falling into oblivion. They're all down here on the collector. I think it's because we're telling them to go to 0.0. And they're not. And then the collision of the player where the camera is fell. So I mean, it's literally just... That's very strange. It's just moving the same one forward over and over again. And it's adjusting this. This just keeps going. This is just escaping. And it's looping the same one over again. How bizarre. Curious, what happens if we move over here? Like, does it resolve the problem technically? And does level 1 load in normally? Since we won't be dealing with menu stuff? No, that's disastrous. It's all in the wrong place, and it's only loading 2 in. Okay, that was a chaos move, for sure. That was a chaos move. It was an act of desperation. That has to be okay. We get a little chaotic as a trio. Yeah, once in a while. Absolutely. 100%. Alright, so we're not gonna do that. That was strange. I barely understand why that happened. See why it's all so confusing? I barely even understand it. And is the collector... So with the collector menu... You're gonna clear your brain of the shenanigans of your code that your code is putting you through. Alright, yeah, take a shower. That's a nice way to reset. Yeah, clear yourself, man. I'm feeling that. I need a reset too. Go get it. You deserve it. The most complex code always works without any issue, but if statements break it, oh no. At least maybe it's solvable? Maybe. That's pretty amazing. The most complex code always works? That's like, it's almost like a curse. Dang. Respect. I'm gonna search for collector menu. What's going on with the collector menu? Obviously, yes, it loads all these times. Yeah. I wish I had that confidence for this problem. This is just what happens on level update. It has to have something to do with that. In the beginning, we add a bunch. Yep. I mean, all of this makes sense to me. I mean, another thing I could try, which I'm pretty sure is just gonna be nothing. Chunks path menu and just update that. It's super arbitrary. I can't imagine this does anything. I feel like this is just a waste. But just to make sure everything is exactly the same between them. I mean, at least we're getting the colors to change. Like, that's a small victory that I will take. You know, it's like, at the worst, some players will have a longer intro than others. It would be nice to be absolutely sure that the player will always have the same experience. But technically, we could ship with that bug. We could. A minute and a half left. Alright, let it go, let it run. Click it. The only thing I did is I update those paths, which I don't think is going to make any difference. Whoa. What? Really? Wow, I guess we don't want to update those paths. Really? That's surprising. And it's literally just because of that? Wait, did I forget to update something else? Oh, this is for the other problem. Okay, I gotta add more time because I still have to revert everything back to normal before we move on to the next task. That's pretty important. So real quick, let me just add some more time. We gotta put everything back together. I'm gonna keep that chunks path update. That's my last thing to try here. I'm gonna keep that. But what I forgot to do was get rid of that if statement that was saying, I think, after it loads, don't reparent anymore. Wait. Was that it? Wait, now I'm confused. Now I'm just confused. I need to do some Control-Zing here. Yeah, we got rid of that. I did get rid of that. And that's the only other new thing I did, and that wasn't causing problems. This is what resolved the wrong colored chunks. So maybe this is breaking it then, by adding that in. Reminds you of how the speedrunners of Super Mario Bros. 1 wait a bit on the title screen so all the enemy movements are the same. Wow. Yeah, it's like gonna just be a quirk in the game. Totally. I mean, it's a shippable bug. It just means that some people are gonna experience the game a little quicker than others. And I would like to be in control of that for the player. That would be good. I realize I should have done a GitHub commit. Oh no, I don't know what I forgot to fix. We gotta do some serious Control-Zing. That's okay. It's okay to forget. Probably... Oh, wait. I remember. Do I remember? Okay, hold on. Come back to here. Is it what I did on the block when I changed its level? Is that what I forgot? That is on the block script. Yes, right here. That's this. That's what's causing it, is that we're changing the level to 0. Well, wait a minute. Then that means everything else I tried... Well, hold on. 5 more minutes! Because that means everything else I tried was being impeded by this problem. You know what I mean? I didn't actually test the other things adequately. If you think about it, which I do in this case, I was leaving in an introduced bug that I need to fix before I can test any other things. So let me go test those things. I mean, obviously, some of those things that I tested were definitely going to cause problems no matter what. I mean, well, the thing is I think a lot of those other problems were happening at the start before we even got into it. So I don't know that there actually is really anything to try here. Probably. Chunk add reparent to self. I mean, what if instead of chunk add, what if it doesn't do chunk add at all? and we say if first terrain, I don't know. I know I said I was gonna stop in 20 minutes, but the pressure inspired me and made me realize that I still want to work on it. So I think I should lean into that. If it's not a menu type, then do that. Otherwise, just reparent that thing. Is that something? Yeah, it's quite alright. I think even people who could help can't help. Because this terrain controller script is a friggin' beast. It's a beast that has had many devs add things to it. And it's really hard. It's a very confusing script. But thank you, that's nice of you. I appreciate that. Yeah, Blender, I love Blender. Blender is kind of one of those things, once you learn the basics, you kind of get the freedom to do like anything. This is working, by the way. Telling it to reparent to itself is working. I don't know if that's going to make a difference, but it should now be skipping this chunk add thing. I don't know if that makes any difference, but it's interesting that it works. One problem is, though, that we have to say once the game begins, stop doing that. Otherwise, it's never going to load in the next level. See, it's going to start putting them all on top of each other. And then never load in the next level. So that's a bit of a problem. Welcome back, Coda. So we want to say, if it's that and game states how does this work in the game states? I've been adding more time because I keep getting inspired with new ideas to try. And it just be like that. Oh, the states are on globals. I remember now. So we want to say if it is not... This is going to be kind of tough because I kind of need a list. I guess we could say like a number less than, right? We could say, is game state less than 0, 1, 2, 3, 4? Feels a little risky, but let's try it. I know I'm deep down in Wacky Town over here. I know it. And globals is game state. We're all in Wacky Town a little bit. That's true, actually. Is less than 4. So we could actually ignore all of this. We don't even need to say any of this at all. Wacky Town has good food. Heck yeah, it does. Obviously, we could also say that it's greater than or equal to 5. Would also work. Probably a little more readable. I gotta try these things, man. I gotta try these things. I just gotta. Oh, really? You were prom king in Wacky Town High? Oh my god. This is like so cool. I would love an entire lore exploration of Wacky Town. I think there's potential there. Okay, everything's fine here. Click that. I think we let it go through a couple times. It was self-appointed. Now that was still a long stretch, unfortunately. But it does load in the next level, so it works, but it didn't matter. But you know what this does tell me? It tells me that chunk add, bypassing chunk add, doesn't resolve the issue. That's what it tells me. which is a process of elimination. There was an elimination process that gave to me. So now we should get it short, because this time I didn't let it scroll through. And sure enough, there's level 1 right away. So yeah, this did nothing other than eliminate skipping chunk add, which comes from the chunk chosen to add thing. So none of that has anything to do with it. What a strange problem. It's like it's counting somehow, or it's keeping track somewhere of how many have gone by. And based on how many have gone by in the menu, it's doing something different, which is just so weird. Why would it do that? All right, this is the last. I'm not updating the timer after this. That was the last timer update. I swear. That was it. See, now it's a super long stretch. We just have to be okay with that. At least we got the grass fixed, where it shows up as grass. Like, that's a huge W. Honestly, appointing yourself Prom King, I think, is like the way it goes in Wacky Town. That's like correct. That's like the correct way to do it. Wow. So really, I mean, I've added in something kind of useless. I should comment that, so I remove it someday, potentially. Added to eliminate chunk add as a cause for the too many chunks at start sometimes bug. Wow. Okay, I guess we're done. We're done doing this for now. I have to know when to say this is not it. It's the king of a town, king of a town. What a shame. A part of me almost wants to try like updating this number. Okay, one more thing. One more little thing, okay? Just one more little thing. What if this is a bad idea. What if number of terrain chunks goes down to 0? This is ridiculous. But why would that have anything? No, this is nothing to nothing. No more trying things. We're done. No more trying things. Man, I wanna, with all of, how have we combed through so much of this, and it still doesn't make sense? It's like, it's shocking. Something must be happening at the beginning when it cycles through them. Something that I just don't understand. Oh, I never actually tried this. I didn't actually try this, okay? So this deserves my extra time. I remember I was going to try it, but there was another bug that was preventing me from trying it. Do I think it's gonna help? Not really. But I gotta try it. I gotta. It's crazy. It's crazy. So what am I gonna move on to? For real this time. Okay? When this timer goes up, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna do the animation that puts the player down, and I may well dig into the body parts to make, that sounds horrible, to make them disappear at the beginning. That's what we're gonna move on to. I swear it. But let me just see if this makes a difference. It does not. All right, okay. All right, now I know that that doesn't matter. It's nice to know. Dakota found their mistake. Let's go. This should be unnecessary. I know I spelt unnecessary wrong. I hate that word. This should be unnecessary. How the heck do you spell unnecessary? Alright. Alright, I'm moving on. We're even closing the timer early. Okay. I did it. It's a state machine, didn't want to work as intended. Freak. Affectionate. Alright, so moving on to the animation stuff. Let's do it. Wow. What a shame. It's time to move on, fellas. 1 C, 2 S's? Ridiculous. I fancy myself to be a pretty good speller. But words like that, man, super hard to remember. Thank you. Okay, so what are we doing now that we're not doing that? Well, I created all those new states earlier so we could do something with them or whatever. So let's set up match statements for them. I created globals is game state game on game state game. And we also created globals is game state pause on game state pause. I have no idea what we're doing with pause yet, so I'm not gonna do anything with it. Func on game state game. Func on game state pause. Now for game, well, for begin is where we want the animation to be. Right, so I don't want the player to be able to move yet. So I'm gonna come look at, and I think that's gonna be on game begin on the player character script. At least now we get to like do things. And you know what else is nice about moving on is you get to go have some more victories. You know, it can suck to like do something over and over again and not get victories. So at least here I can do stuff and I know that there will be progress, which feels good. So on game begin, self-visible true, controls locked. We do want it to be visible. We do not want the controls to happen yet. So I want the controls locked. I'm just gonna comment this out for now. And then the other thing is I don't want the terrain to start moving again. I want the terrain to stay frozen. So that way we're not running forward right away. So let me go back to the game states. Here we're setting the terrain velocity to get fast. I would actually say this belongs here for when the gameplay begins. But we don't even have anything switching to this state, so we know it won't happen. And in fact, we should do messenger game. That's the syntax. It's gonna be game. I kind of like that. Game. Actually, I hate it. And then we're going to go to the messenger. I need to create that signal because understandably, game doesn't exist. Now it does. Signal game pause will exist. We'll probably need like an unpause, or at least game it needs to take unpausing into effect or into consideration. So then we need to connect game to something to do stuff. For example, on the player, we want to say messenger game connect on game. Oh god, there's no way we can refactor that. Okay, I'm refactoring it. This is dumb. I'm gonna call it start play gameplay. That's better. This is better. Gameplay is much better. Game is just, it embarrasses me. So we're not gonna do that. Okay. Func on gameplay. And then we can say controls locked false. That is to say the controls become available. Obviously, I now need to go refactor this everywhere. So come to globals. Instead of game, we want it to be play, which actually goes well against pause, play and pause. It's beautiful. Okay, come to game states. Update this to game state play. Instead of game state game state play. Come on down here and create that on game state play, on game state pause. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to put those colons there. Cannot get property from enum value. Oh, is it because I need to save it? Oh, it's game states. Oops. Okay. Good. Now we've got that set up. I think, oh, instead of game emit, we want to say gameplay emit. I don't think, let me just make sure we purged the game. Ooh, glitchies on stream. I do see that we had some glitchies there on stream. I apologize for that. That is what happens when my internet wavers. It should be a brief glitch, and it should resolve itself. I hope that that's true. Oh, we need to change the game signal to be gameplay. Okay, it seems like it's gonna keep happening for a little bit. I actually haven't had to put this up in a while, but up there in the top left, you can see my kilobits per second, my bit rate. That should be at about 9,000 plus or minus. If that's dropping below 9,000 on the top left there, then you're gonna see the stream quality considerably drop. Today has just been a weird day with weather and the internet, so we're getting iffy stuff. So I'll leave that up there so at least you can see that that's happening. Ideally, that would friggin' stabilize. Things I can try are switching to the other internet, but often it's not much better. Wow, we're having a little internet storm over here. Oh dear. It's just been one of those days. Thanks, AT&T. Good job. Now, I don't want to do too much stuff because then y'all are going to miss everything because it's cutting in and out. So let me just see if it stabilizes. It's going up. It's going up. 6,000. 6,000. Keep going. Uppy, uppy. 7,000. You can do it. Let me say 8,000. 8,000. Show me 9. Get the raincoats and umbrellas. Yes. Oops. I covered it up. 8,000. 9,000. Oh, 10,000. Okay, chill out, chill out. Come back down. Don't lose it here. All right, all right, all right. It has stabilized, I think. It can be plus or minus like 1,000, and that's okay. All right, I think we're back. This is one of those days. Okay. So we've refactored all the game because that's silly. Let's come back to the game states. So what's gonna happen now is when we start, and let's just try it, we should just be stuck, right? It's going to abduct the player, bring them up to the sky, kick us into the next area, and also I need to put the sky back in. Kick us into the next area, and we should be frozen, the player. Just in place, the level not moving forward, we're just hanging out there. Nothing happening. That should be where we're at. Pierogi is here. Welcome, Pierogi. We got another song to sing. And there we are, frozen in place, no movement, no controls, because we're not on that next state. So I would need to actually manually change the state. I don't actually have a debug button for the next state because I just created that state. So we are just stuck here, and that's the reality. But that's what we want, right? Because at this time is when we would bring the alien down, and then we would start the game. So this is good. Internet is weird. It was complaining when I was trying to down the music the other day. Okay, it happens. It happens. Stuff happens. All right, Pierogi, let's get you a member song. Okay. This is a weird song. I could try to sing to it. Pierogi, is your internet on? Pierogi, I don't know. I hope your internet is on. I do. Pierogi, how are you? Pierogi, how are you? Is your internet on? Pierogi, gone. Or is your internet gone? I hope that it's around. Yes, I do. Pierogi, Hey, Pierogi, your hero. We like you to be here, Pierogi. I'm so glad you're here. Oh, we're so glad, Pierogi, that you're here. I hope your internet's on. Pierogi, welcome to the stream. I appreciate you. Alright, there's your little short member song. I sung a lot of songs today. Oh, lowercase t, that's very kind of you. I'm glad that it was danceable. Let's say that was the music that was danceable. Alright. So, good. this is doing what I would want it to do, which makes me happy. Now, let's see if we can't get an animation in there. Now, first of all, I need to... Oh yeah, I need to make the debug button. And then I'm also going to switch it so the environment exists, because that is nice. You're most welcome. Thank you for supporting Hypergame Dev. Thank you. So I'm gonna come back to the debug menu and just make sure I add these so we can actually manually go to it. It's kind of, there's an argument to be made I don't need the buttons, but no, I do. No, they're pretty useful. So we're gonna duplicate this button here, and I'm gonna name this play, and I'm gonna duplicate that button there, and we're gonna name that pause. Then I'm gonna come to the script. Oh, I guess we should do this too. Play, pause. Very good, very good. Then we're gonna come to the script, and we're gonna add in those manually, because that's the way I do it. Okay. Percent, button, state, play, pressed, connect, on, state, play. Percent, button, state, pause, pressed, connect, on, state, pause. Alright, scroll on down. Funk, on, state, play. And we just swap to the play state. Do the same thing here, funk, on, state, pause. Swap to the pause state. Buttons hooked up. Oh, all caps, pause. Alright. I'm gonna do a GitHub push real quick. What do we say? Terrain debug plus 2 new states. And did some things to figure out, to try figuring out why extra chunks get added if some menu chunks go by in the menu. Did not figure that out, but did find out how to make sure that new changes to the menu chunks, turning them from alien terrain to grass, apply. It is done. Learn to spell. Oh, true. I did learn to spell unnecessary. I feel like that's a little generous to say I learned it. I certainly was reminded. We'll see if that translates into any learning. That's strong language to suggest perhaps I actually learned anything. Now let me get rid of this internet thing, because the internet seems to have sorted itself out. It's been a bit goofy today, but for now it has decided to behave again. Bless its little heart. Thank you for your service. You may now depart. It does so by... How did we fix that? I don't know if I remember how we fixed that. By not updating the collector directory, the menu collector directory, or the menu, yeah. during Chunk's update. It was suppressed by adding a flag for the first chunks added. Okay, and then began setting up 2 new states after begin, play, and pause. Game currently does not play after it begins. The player is stuck in place in preparation to be animated into the scene. Debug buttons added to allow for manual advancement of the states. It's a long description. Alright. My gosh. Unnecessary is one of the ones that's stuck on the 2nd or 3rd time. I had to look it up. It's a weird one. Took me a few more than that. I say I have to remind myself every single time I spell it. Just today I worked out how to version control using GitHub. Nice! Good job. Yeah, baby steps. I mean, it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And there will be mysteries that continue to need to be learned with it. Yeah, that's super great. Good job. Nice. It's huge. It's huge. And it really, oh my gosh, it gives me so much more comfort when I'm coding. Yeah, with collabs it gets way more, exactly. That's where things get really frustrating, yeah, for sure. You really have to mandate people use it a certain way. And that everybody's on the same page. All right, so we've done all that. Let's see if we can't get this animation to happen. So, the animation that I want is for the orb to be descending. So where is the orb? The orb is nowhere. Because each orb is actually on the one that teleports the alien. It is just in here, floating up there. So this is a total separate one. Then we actually need a special orb that's just for depositing the player down at the beginning. I think it would make sense to put this actually in with the player. Since we won't be on the alien planet, we can use one that looks just like this one. I need it to load in like a different color. I'll tell you what though, because it's really just a material. So why don't I grab this orb, and I'm just gonna copy it. I'm just gonna straight up copy it. Not even instance it, nothing like that. And we're gonna come to the alien and we're gonna paste it in there. So now there's one up there above the player. This one, I need to change the material for. So let's load the orb texture that is not on the alien planet. And as far as the animation player goes, this is not a unique animation player. I don't think. I'm not actually sure how that works exactly. If I'm being honest. Like if I were to come in here, is this like a separate one or is this, or what? If I come in, let's say I just delete all of that. I said delete all of that. I'm pressing, oh, I can't edit it. I see, yeah, because it's linked. Oh, so we just gotta kind of manage, we gotta make these unique. Right here, make unique. That's how we're gonna do that. Now I can edit it, and it's independent of the other one, so I can do whatever I want with this. Okay, got it. All right, cool. Hey, Hollow Tempest, welcome back. It's going pretty good. How are you doing? Hey, Gecko, welcome. Godot fans and Lease enthusiasts. That is hilarious. Welcome Gecko, welcome Holotempest. Hope y'all are doing great. It's going pretty good. I've spent most of the day banging my head against the desk trying to solve a problem that I don't know how to solve. So I have decided to give up on it for now and move on to something else, and maybe I'll come back to it and it'll make more sense another day, another time. It's somewhat a minor thing, kinda, sorta. And it just is what it is. I put in a good effort. I put in a good effort. So now what I'm doing is I'm setting up the initial animation for the game that starts everything out. And I've just kind of been generally setting up like a state machine that takes us from the intro cutscene to the main menu to the animation that leads us into the gameplay, and then also leads us into some other animations and stuff like that. Fresh mind, fresh ideas. Yeah, maybe something like that. Exactly. So we have the orb come down and pick up an alien that you choose. And what I'm going to set up now is an orb that actually drops the alien. You can actually see that orb that drops the alien down and starts us out. Now you can see that this alien has arms and legs, which looks a lot different than the one that's in the scene before. So that's something to work out too. But for now, I'm just going to get that orb to come down and like drop us here. Yeah. You gave us Earth Harvest. That was the title that you gave us. Something about it just wasn't like active enough. It was like passive voice or something. And so I liked Harvest Earth, even though it's kind of giving Harvest Moon. And, you know, we had a poll on the channel and the live chat, and I tried some different titles, some different names. A runner-up was Abduct and Run. But yeah, Harvest Earth, maybe. I feel like, oh, you know what you did? No. Tempest, I hear you, buddy, but that's not quite true. You gave us Earth Harvest, right? I switched it around to Harvest Earth. No, it was my idea. I was kidding. But what you did suggest was Harvest : Earth, right? I feel like, because remember I was talking about like how it kind of is giving like a Harvest Moon vibe or something, and then I think what you suggested was Harvest : Earth, or like the Harvest Earth or something like that. Something like that. But I think just switching it, I don't remember. I feel like I remember doing that myself. I'm just trying to keep it real. I want to give credit where credit is due. It would be cool to give the aliens at the beginning something to differentiate. Yeah, maybe. I kind of like them all being the same because it's easier on me. But the only different faces and emotions. Yeah, it sounds like a lot. It sounds like overscope to me. You know? I'm just trying to do what's necessary to get the game done. It would be cool. I agree. 110,000,000,000% that it would be cool if they had different emotions and faces and stuff. Totally agree. Completely agree. No disagreement. You know, because then it also gives the player like some variety, right? Like the player feels like, oh, I'm picking my character customized, right? But it's not necessary for the gameplay, and it's just gonna waste my time, I think. You know, someday if I ever remake this, maybe, but I think for this version, it's not worth it. Easter egg, where every once in a while an alien will have a hat on. I mean, but then we'd have the problem where, you know, the player could select it. But yeah, that would be fun. It would be an overscope for where you are currently. Yeah, exactly. You don't have the experience yet to identify scope creepness? I mean, it's basically anything that doesn't serve the main gameplay idea. The main functionality of being able to play the game. You know, the minimum viable product, if you will. You know, if your game is an RPG, you would want to... Okay, let's not do an RPG, it's a bad example. Let's do a platformer, right? You want to make sure you have platforms. The player can jump on top of them. You have some kind of end to the levels, some kind of reward system, some kind of maybe a menu to get you into the game starting. Maybe you want some coyote time. Now where it starts getting into overscope is, let's say you want the player to be able to customize their platformer character, where they can put on a hat or change the colors, right? Just like you're suggesting. That's not going to fundamentally impact the gameplay that a platformer needs. It's just extra stuff that is cool, but doesn't actually make your platformer more of a platformer. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. You have to define that for yourself. Absolutely. Something is deeply broken with my state machine, but I truly do not fixing it tonight. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Tomorrow you're just redoing a bunch of code. Yeah, take a break. Take a break. Sleep on it. I know how to use a powerful tool, running Python and Godot. This will be super useful. I take your word for it on that. I don't know what makes that useful, but I bet it does. I believe you. Yeah. Minimal viable product is a good rule of thumb for scope, but it doesn't have to be that. Yeah. That's right. Absolutely. You know, there might be a game where customization is important. You know, especially if you have a game where you're picking a different class and it fundamentally changes your abilities in the game. But then you might want to think about, do I need all these abilities in the game? It just depends. Sometimes you need to design your individual game systems around future scope if it's important to have systems that can scale up to the features you know will be added someday. Yeah, and hopefully you've planned on that ahead of time. Working on details of far-off features is scope creep. Potentially, it just depends. All right, anyway. So what am I even in the middle of right now? Yeah, you remember now, Hollow Tempest. It's a good name. It is a good name. Thank you for your help in coming up with it, Hollow Tempest. You were instrumental in coming up with it. Yeah, thanks. We came up with that logo. I feel like, you know, I didn't really make a custom font or anything. It's just kind of the font I've been using in the game. And then a couple people in chat helped me get the colors together. Facial tracking, Python project. Oh, gotcha. Can reach facial features and emotion. Okay, nice. I feel like you can do that with GDScript too, but you're saying it's existing code that now you can implement into Godot. Making concept art / notes really helps. Yeah, it does. Yeah, you gotta have those design docs. Absolutely. Okay, so if we click on this, I mean, I don't remember even why we're doing this. I think there's nothing to test in particular. We need to make sure that orb is not visible. It can kind of creep in there. We can't start or play the game yet, so I want that orb to come down and drop our player off. So we need this orb to not be visible at the start. I'm gonna need some code to control how this behaves. Where do I want to put that code? Because the alien doesn't actually have any code on it. You're drawing concept art now. Nice. That's exciting. I could put this on the player script. Let's see if I can make that happen. Player. Because we already access stuff, right? The animation tree, yeah, we gotta do it just like this. So let's put it on there. Godot is useful, but it's limited. Python has countless libraries and projects. Plus, Godot can't do things like access your camera in Windows. Interesting. Heard. I don't know much about all of that, but that's really cool. It makes total sense with the libraries. So we wanted to access this orb. In order to access the orb, we're saying alien v1 alien slash animation tree alien. We don't want to do that. So it's in here. I think we can just say orb. And I think that will be the orb. So we can make it do things or not. It is not an animation tree type. It is a mesh instance 3D. You're not going to say what you're using your facial rig for. It says it would be self-promotion, but it's something for myself. Well, that's thoughtful of you. Okay, that needs access to my camera. Yeah. I guess if it's like AR or something, it's like, that's cool. Okay. So now we've connected it to the orb. In the ready function, I would like that orb to not be visible. So we're going to say orb visible false. And we want to say once the camera comes down, then it becomes visible, or whenever the animation begins. Because what I want is the camera to come down and then the orb to come down. That's what I want. I want it in that order. So let me come back to the game states and just familiarize myself here with that whole thing. So I think it's in the middle of coming down back from the pre-begin state. Right, because that's where we're sitting. And then begin happens. So we'll see. I'm going to try, well, we could do a wait and a wait. The problem is, we could set like a variable or something. Tracking something like a VTuber model. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, some folks are definitely doing that in this community even. Someone posted source code for that in the Discord, by the way. For that very thing, for tracking a face for a VTuber setup. It's literally in our Discord. It's in a weird place. It'd be nice if it was in the Godot resources section, but, you know, it's not up to me. I guess I could link it. But in, I should probably do that. Right here in video. Ominous Trap Lord, aka Roger Random. It's in the video channel. Confusingly enough. Right here. Sounds like something EA would love to have. The game sees that you are having too much fun. You have to pay microtransactions. Dear God. How dare you. On other news, I started learning ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics. It's super fun. That sounds fun. That's cool. Nice. Yes, hobby. Does the source code use GDScript? Oh, it might not. It might use like something else actually. Knowing this person, they got weird with it. Actually. It's 16% GDScript. So I'm not exactly sure how all that works. It's probably a connection of things, or a combination of things, would be my guess, actually. It's probably complicated. Knowing that person, it's probably complicated. Because even like, I feel like even my project is gonna say it doesn't use 100% GDScript. Because since Godot, okay, it's pretty much 100% GDScript. Yeah. It's just a bunch of stuff. Still, it's there, which is interesting. Okay. Cool. So, as far as when the begin state kicks in, what makes the begin state happen again? I don't remember. I need to look it up because I forgot. So I'm gonna do a search for swap game state and look for game state begin. Not the debug one though. Oh, it's right here. Oh, it's right there. Oh, and then it fades in. Okay, I see. Gotcha. Shivorgor. We got it. It's right there in front of my face. So it waits 2 seconds, then it does this, and then it tweens the fade in for 0.6 seconds. But it's still coming down at this point, and I don't have like an await that I can do here. So you know what? You know what I'm gonna do? I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna add onto the orb a visible on-screen notifier. Yup. And this is gonna tell me if this is on screen or not. That's a lot of words. You can run other code if you have a virtual environment, the Godot project, and an interpreter which compiles the code. You can then run the code by using a command line from the game to run them. That's hardcore, man. I mean, you know, if I were someone who had been working on code or using code before GDScript, I bet I would think that's so cool. But because GDScript is like my first and only language, it's like, that's all I care about. Whoa. Whoa, I didn't know you could scrub like that. Wow, that's awesome. I'm just pressing A and D. Wow. You can scrub through the animation by pressing A and D. That is news to me. I knew that there were shortcuts for that, but I didn't know that that they mapped to like WASD like that. That's really cool. It can be hard to make programs written in different languages work together, but it's neat that it's possible at all. Totally. I bet that's true. I bet it is neat. It sounds neat. Okay, so okay, but seriously, stop moving so much. You need to stop. Just, can you stay in one place? Thank you. I want to say that I think I should look at this orthographically to save me just a touch of grief. If it wouldn't mind. This is much more irritating to adjust. I probably should just do the values off to the side. I think that's going to be easier. This is starting to be difficult. Oh yes, much better. And basically we're just going to make sure that it's off screen before revealing it, so that way it doesn't appear while it's on screen. That's the idea here. Always hoping for a scripting update to Dreams. Any sort of code support can open up tons of customization. Dreams is a game on the PlayStation where you can make games. I met Gecko in that community, and that's what Gecko is referring to. Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense. GDScript is super similar to Python in format, but GDScript runs faster. Python just has more stuff made for it, so combine the two and you can use the best of both worlds. Nice. Yeah, okay. Alright. No, it's cool. It's cool. Honestly, it couldn't interest me less, but it's cool. It's cool! And I know some of y'all are definitely interested in that. Okay, so when this is not on screen, we want something to happen. So what I'm gonna do is we're going to, and what do we want to happen? We want it to become visible at that point. But we only want it to be at a certain point, so we kind of need to say if it's true or false. Oh yeah, put up something on Discord. Dude, someone will appreciate it, I guarantee it. So we have a signal if it's entered or exited. So I'd want to get that signal. Okay, let's do it. gonna be a little tricky. I think I should on-ready it here. So I'm gonna open up the player script. And we're gonna say orb slash visible on screen notifier 3D. This is visible on screen notifier 3D. And we're gonna say orb visibility. And then let's say orb visibility, and what's it called? Screen exited. We actually kind of want both. Screen exited, connect on orb off screen, we'll call it. Orb visibility, screen entered, connect on orb on screen. On orb on screen, on orb off screen. Func on orb off screen. I think we need to call with something. So we'll say, I guess, is off? I would assume so. If is off, then I would want to say orb on screen is false. I need to create that variable. I'm kind of doing there's an argument to be made that I don't need to be doing this the way I'm doing it. I'm not sure. Orb, but this is the way that makes sense to me right now. Orb on screen, we'll say false by default. And then we'll kind of copy this and say on orb on screen is on, if is on, orb on screen becomes true. Finally, on game begin, took you a few days to understand it. That sounds like a thing that happens. It sounds familiar. Sometimes when I see that nobody's explained something really useful very well, it's like, oh, there's an opportunity to make a tutorial that delivers what I wish was easily delivered already. I think we want to hear if orb is not on screen. If orb is not on screen at this moment of on game begin. Well, really, that's not what you want, is it? That's not really what you want. Because we want to wait until it's come down and then the orb is off screen. So we kind of want to track this like in friggin' process, which is pretty annoying. So here's what I'm gonna do. We do have some process stuff here. I'm gonna say it'd probably be easy. You know what would be nice is if we say let's say teleport orb visibility. And that's just going to be a function that runs every frame. And in fact, we don't even need to run that, only if globals is game states set to globals is game state begin. So only in that one scenario do you run this in the physics process. Oh, other way around. Okay. Teleport orb visibility. This is definitely a bit of a complicated way to do this. Possibly unnecessary. Let's put this down here. Func, teleport orb visibility. If orb on screen, then finally orb visible true. Whew. No, if orb is not on screen, then do that. Okay. Let's see if any of that worked. I'll know it worked by A, I don't see it when the camera's coming down, and B, if I don't see it and then I move the camera up if I do see it. If that makes sense. I could also, you know what I could also do just to like make this a little more useful? What if I set it to print something? Hopefully it will, I think it'll be okay if we do that now while the game's running. Just so that way I get extra confirmation that this kind of worked. Print orb off screen during begin state, whatever. We do have a lot of other things printing right now. That's okay. All right, skip that, click that. So hopefully I won't catch a glimpse of the orb as we come down. Oh, I saw it. I saw it. It is saying the orb is off screen though. So that's a good sign. So it is constantly, we're in the begin state. It's printing that. So I guess that's good. Right now it should be visible. There it is up there, I think. I think that's the same orb, right? No, it is not. Wait, really? Oh, probably because it's disappearing if I go off screen. This is crazy. Okay, wait. We have duplicated orbs. I think it could be a different orb, is my concern. They were actually looking at the wrong orb. I'm actually incredibly confused by what's going on here. I've done something terribly wrong. I've done something wrong. The orbining. What is it that I've done wrong, pray tell? Hmm? Well, it's what's supposed to happen in the ready function is that orb is not visible. The visibility turns off at the start. And I guess maybe I want like an else on here too. Else orb visible false. If it's not on screen, show it. This is not good. This is not gonna work. This is a bad idea because then it's gonna disappear when it comes back on screen. The other option is to like arbitrarily time. You know what I think I'm gonna do instead? I think I have a different idea. Oh, you solved your problem? Okay, I'm backtracking literally 100% of what I just did. I'm killing it. I'm killing what I just did. I'm burning it down. The whole on-screen, off-screen thing, we're not gonna do it. I'm glad I did. I'm glad I tried it. I'm glad I tried it, but I don't like it, and I'm getting rid of it. I've decided against it. I have a better idea. We're gonna make sure that it's just higher than the highest point that it could ever be at. That's it. That way, it's always out of view. Easy. Use my X to go twice, printing twice despite only inputting a key press once, and I think it's just because my pause menu is set up really weird. There's like 2 versions of the same scene in there. I think that's why I just have to remake that, which I do anyways, so that's sick. Nice, good job. Good job. 2 things happening from 1 key input. That's pretty cool. It sounds like you just figured it out thinking about it. Taking a break was the right choice. Okay. Good job. Orb. So the orb, we don't want any of this visible on-screen notifier crap. Burn it down. I'm over it. Sometimes a boy just needs to have a think. I'm gonna say when, just put it up higher. Literally just move it up higher. That's it. Now it's gonna start us. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous because we are very, look how high it is. It's so high up, but that's not high enough. We're literally higher than that. It looks so distressed inside the orb. Yeah, I guess it is. I suppose that makes sense. We gotta go higher than this. $20. Let's try 30. Even higher up. Technically on the teleport. Release me now! I have to adjust this too. So 5 is where it starts. 20 is where it ends. Why would it start low down? I don't really understand how this works. Oh, it jumps down to there. I see. Then it descends from there, and then it goes way back up. Okay, I see. So let's start it at let's start it up at 30, which is pretty ridiculous. So it's gonna zip down way faster than I could ever want it to, unless I drag this way out. I don't want any of these functions to run right now. So it's gonna come down, stop, and then go back up. Now that's not, that animation isn't actually playing yet. But wait, are you sure the reset, I'm not sure. I don't think the reset animation is playing. I think you need to move the actual default starting position of the orb also. So that way it's definitely not in the wrong place at the start. It's all so complicated. And it takes so long to load anymore. Sure, our frame rate is good. But dang. Okay. Transform 30. It is at 30 to start with. Oh, dang. Is that because of the reset, though? I guess I could look to see exactly where the camera is at. I'm gonna have to start bringing out the book. This is waiting for Godot. It is a play. I'm gonna try to start from the beginning. I need like a, you know what I need before I do this? I need like a bookmark. I guess it's not gonna work. Because I'd love to like start from the beginning of the book every time we have to wait and see how long it takes to get through the whole book. But you know, it loaded, so. It's still pretty fast. But I need like a good bookmark clip. Okay, so do we see the orb right up here when we come back down? No, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. This is good. Okay, so then that's good. But then how do we decide when it starts to come down? I guess we could say if the camera position equals its target position, then start it. That's what we do. Okay, game states. We have the camera Y offset. I'm not sure I remember what it goes down to. So it would be nice to see that so I can tell it what to be at. So where were we printing that? I don't remember. We want to say camera, or let's just say cam Y offset. Probably on the camera would be my guess about where that was getting printed. Here, there it is, right there. Print that for me, because what I want is I want to say once it reaches its lowest spot, then start the animation. This step's a little more complicated than the original animation, like the initial teleport up. But it'll like generally be there by the end of the stream. Waiting on you, Godot. Waiting on you. I appreciate you, Godot. I appreciate all the things you do and don't do. It's not really Godot's fault. It's kind of my game's fault, if I'm being honest. Alright, so right now, the camera Y position is at 1.67, and the offset is at 1.67. So the abduction happens. The camera is going to start going up. 27.67 is its goal. Its new goal is 4. So if we say, well, we say less than 5. Let's say if the camera Y is less than 5. 5.0. Then that's when it does it. So in begin, if camera, can I just say camera Y? What is it that gives us that cam Y, by the way? Pray tell. Remind me. Because I forgot. Yeah, just position Y. So if camera Y is less than or equal to 5.0, then you might want to say like position Y, just like a thought. Then we want to play the animation. So we're gonna say orb. Is that what we've called it? Orb? Have we set this up on here? I don't think we have. So this would either have to kick back to the player. We do have the player set up on here, though. Right? Right? Oh. Well, So maybe I won't handle that here. Okay. So we have game begin, gameplay. So let's go back to the player, actually. Come to the player script. On game begin. If camera position Y is less than or equal to 5.0. But this is our problem again, right? Because this isn't going to happen on game begin. This is again where we need this in the physics process. So you do need something checking constantly if you're going to be looking for that, unfortunately. So we say teleport animation or new game teleport. Let's call it that. When you start a new game and you're teleporting in. Func new game teleport. Oh, and then I forgot. Well, first of all, we'll do this. Orb. And we want to access the animation player. Well, like get node animation player. And then play teleport. Is that, did I code? Identify camera not declared. Cool, 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 cool. Didn't know that we didn't on ready the camera here. So let's do it. On ready variable camera. We do that on the game states. Just remind me what that looks like. It looks like this. Well, but game states is outside of it, so you're not gonna do that the same way, right? That's gonna be handled differently. Yeah, you can just do this. It's just camera 3D. Easy. This is camera 3D type. And all we gotta say is that. Alright. Argument 1 should be node path, but is node. Okay. Okay. Alright. Wow. Oh. But we set it up, right? Orb right here. Orb. I guess we can also just do the animation. That would be easy too. Let's say onReady variable orb animation. And we'll type that as an animation player. And it'll literally just be /orb/animation player. Then down here, we don't need to do all this mess. We just say orb animation play teleport. Okay, but then back on the physics process, we only want this to happen if globals is game state set to globals is game states begin. Okay. Whew. So similar to what I had set up before when I was doing the visibility stuff, but different. Where's all that? New game teleport. If camera position Y is less than equals 5, play the animation. All right, let's see if the animation plays. I assume it's called teleport. I believe it's called teleport. I think that's correct. If I've done everything correctly, I may well have not. I very may well have not, but if I have, when the game starts, the animation should play. And hopefully the orb isn't going to be where it doesn't belong. Please, please. Go ahead, work. Okay. Well, I noticed there's no animation playing. So that's something. We're definitely below 5. I didn't say 5.0. I did say 5.0. So, a couple things. Number one, let me come to the camera, and I don't want all this mess here, because that's irritating me. The music is nice. This one is Robot Boogie. Sounds like something you would like. Robot Boogie by Quincus Moriera. And then, if I save that, will it stop updating? Perhaps. Now you're imagining cute robots. It fits. It fits the name. It totally works. Back to what now? Player. And I want to say print animation, maybe. You know, what if it is playing? And what if it's like not visible? I don't think we're making the orb visible. I forgot about that. Orb visible, true. Honestly, that very well could be what the problem is. Oh yeah, because look, oh, there it goes. There it went. Okay, cool. Oh, there it is. There it goes. Hey, oh. Oh, and is it looping? Yeah, it's looping. Okay, good. Good. I just forgot to make it be visible, which is important. If you think about it, being visible comes in handy. Okay, now obviously we don't want this to play quite this many times. So what I would say is I'd add a function to the end of it. And that function could set like a flag that makes all this stop. Because the reason why this keeps playing is because this is happening in the physics process. So ideally, we stop this whole thing. So I would even say, let's come back to the physics process and set a flag there. And that flag will be if global state begin and hasn't landed. No. We're gonna say teleported. Not. So let's create that. Variable teleported is false by default. Siberian Kumar, welcome. I always wonder how to compile games for Microsoft Store. Never found the answer, still searching it for the past 3 years. Somebody's able to do it, right? That really sounds like the kind of thing that could be looked up and found. But I have to believe if you've been on this epic journey for 3 years, there must be some serious challenge to it. On one hand, why would you want something on the Microsoft Store? On the other hand, why wouldn't you want something on the Microsoft Store? Apparently because it's hard to do. Gecko's like, found it. You don't think Siberian Kumar has already seen that? Have you? Maybe there's some hiccups, you know, like in the process that makes it not as simple as it seems. Proggy's made an Android app before, and there was a special program for exporting to APK, but there is a separate thing you had to do to comply with the Google Play Store. Yeah, they all have they're all different. Apple Store and all that stuff. It's crazy. And maybe just Microsoft Store setup is like especially ridiculous. What is animation maybe? Oh, right. Yeah, yeah. What if they're saying yes because like Gecko found them the key they've been looking for? Probably not. It's probably yes. It's more confusing than it seems. Get correct file format, create a package that complies with Microsoft. Right, and maybe that number 2, right, is the funny thing, is where it gets weird. That complying part. I could see Microsoft being a pain for that. That sounds true, Gecko. Sounds really true. Sounds like super true. Starts glitching out at triple digits. What does that mean? So oh yeah, a lot of that is stuff I'm printing, right? No, that's not what that does. Yeah, you're right. Oh, it's because of this grass plane thing. That's a new thing that I set up. It can't on-ready something that doesn't exist. Yeah. This doesn't exist on some things. On any of the points ones and some of the safes. Wow. It's on a not on a bunch of these. That's kind of tough because I need to on-ready it. I would almost need to add I would need to like add some kind of condition to only on-ready it. No, I didn't, Kai Guy. I did get to change the black level chunks to be grass colored, but I did not figure out how to make it be fewer. I do not know how to do that yet. That I am still confused about. I gave up on it and decided to move on to something else so I can have a victory today and maybe have some space from the idea and come back to it and see if I can solve it any easier. But I did get them to not be black, so now at least they look correct. Get node or null work here, and then where you need it, just check if not null, do what you need. I mean, how can I do that in an on-ready assignment? I mean, I guess I would just not on-ready. I guess I would just not on-ready it. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I could put it somewhere else. I could even... I mean, it's gonna give an error. If I put this in the ready function, I think we're gonna get an error. But what I could do instead is just have it be ugly down here, right? I could say... Well, look, it already says that. I could just put this right in here. I'm gonna just do that, right? Literally, that'll fix it. Oh... I can do it in on-ready? Nice. I mean, I can also just do this, and it just look harder to read. And then that'll resolve all of that. It's already checking to make sure it has it here. And that's the same condition that I would put in there. Halfway there. Yeah, exactly. We're halfway there. And you know, it's like... I could ship it with that bug where sometimes it loads in slower. It just kind of sucks to not be in control of that. If I'm going to work on it again, I should probably work on it again sooner than later, like tomorrow, before I forget all of what I've studied here today. All right, so we'll just put it in like this. I'll put a comment. Less readably named. I am kind of curious, though, glitched, how to do that. Less readably named to avoid dealing with on-ready issues when it's not present on a bunch of nodes. Yep. No, I'm not gonna friggin' say that. Well, I could see myself being like, oh, let's change that. And then it's just like chaos. I'll give you a credit for holding me accountable to my warnings. That's an accountability credit. Which entitles you to absolutely no compensation, but it definitely will get you a credit in the game, and a more prominent credit. At that. Okay. So moving on from that distraction, which is not a bad distraction as far as it goes. I want to say that the animation isn't gonna loop. That was what I was trying to deal with. So the animation plays. Oh, so I need to go to the animation and add a function call. Have I made the function? I don't think I have. I think I'm gonna need to make that function. So we have new game teleport. When this animation ends, or at some point on that animation, we want to say func on player. Oh, I like to start this with animation teleport. I mean, it isn't. I don't know if it's necessarily gonna be finished. And then we want to set teleported to be true. So that way it stops trying to play it over and over again. So I kind of want it to be like, I mean, it does, it can be like right away. It can just be, you can just do it right away. Just set it to true right away. You don't need an animation to do that. As soon as this happens one time, teleported is true. We already know it's true at that point. Like, we're done. Teleported is true. With that said, I might still want a function on here doing something. So, yeah, wow. I didn't even think about that. Well, whatever. Let's just do a pass. And let's just see where we're at. So the alien is not going to actually be descending down from the sky yet. But the orb will at the right time. It's just about chunking it up and getting it all put together a little bit at a time until it's all there. Then I can be happy. And do more. Come on over here, click on this. Orb comes down, picks up our alien. Camera swoops down. Orb comes down. It's a little slow. I think it'd be a little faster, but it comes down. In theory, it drops off our alien and goes back up. So that's good. Now we're still in state begin. We can't play yet, right? It hasn't given us the ability to play again. It's getting, oh, it's neat. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Siberian. I kind of don't like how the orb on the menu kind of just like appears out of thin air. I'm kind of thinking I might want it to like alpha in. Down to 35 buggies from 110, I'll take it. Yeah, we brought it down. Yeah, that was causing a lot of those problems. There's some other ones. There's some other ones to look at one day. One day. I don't care about any of these because I'm gonna remake some of that at some point soon. Power up orb, I don't know why this is weird. Mesh instance 3D icon. That's a weird one. I'm not sure I understand what's going on there, if I'm being honest. Node not found. Oh yeah, I got rid of this. So that's why that isn't found. So it's probably the same kind of thing. This doesn't exist anymore. It's interesting that that's only true for power up orb 2? Oh, I see. It just noticed it on power up orb 2. So is there no mesh instance 3D/icon? Now I'm curious. Oh, look, there isn't. There's an icon for 1. There's an icon for 3. Why is there no icon for 2? Wait, but there is. What? Explain. Oh, it got moved outside instead of nested. It just got moved to the wrong place. Look at that. Debugger. Just can catch some things for you. Love it. Alright. All of these, obviously, I have to deal with. They're yellow, so we'll let it go for now. But these are something that I'm gonna deal with later when I finish setting up like the player character again. So this will be addressed at some point. Can't take a value for this one. I don't really understand. So I'm ignoring it. All right, we've resolved a couple of them. So back to the player. Oh, I think I want to make it fade in at the beginning, but we'll deal with that in a second. First, let's get variable orb on screen false. Wait, down here. So I wanted this to play sooner. It takes too long for it to come down. So we could even say instead of less than 5, we could say less than 8, you know, to start bringing it down sooner. The get children array that gets returned is empty, so it can't pick random, I see. Oh, so it's kind of the same problem where like I have to assign it somewhere else, right? Because I would just say like, if it's not empty, then do it. But because I'm assigning it with that command and it can't do the command yet, that makes a lot of sense. That was barely faster. I'm gonna need it to be a lot faster than that. Look, the editor still isn't loaded. We're already in the game. And I still can't get to the editor. Okay, there we go. All right, let's try 15. It's getting a very magic numbery in here. No doubt about it. Hard to deny. So if I have the camera come down from a higher position or something, that'll mess this up. I could like divide it, you know, by the offset height or something, but that's boring. It's boring. So I'm thinking we have this orb alpha transparent in. It doesn't look bad when you're picking a close one. Wow. Still pretty slow. Takes a pretty long time there for it to come in. I guess the next thing that we would do is move on to the state where we can now play the game. All right, let's bump it up to 30. That seems very high. That seems so high to be almost pointless. But okay. Whatever. Let's make it go to the next state when the animation finishes. We're gonna say how do we usually do the swap thing? I don't remember. Game state. It's messenger. Okay, got it. Messenger swap game state emit globals is game states play. And then that can happen, you know, maybe as it starts to reascend, would probably be a good point. Your comment just had, give me an idea. How might Godot or other game engine editors gamify the process of squishing bugs, game within a game? That sounds awesome. I bet there are some extensions that do that. I wouldn't be surprised. I might do it more if it was more fun. There's a chance. So down, and then as the ascent is happening, maybe like right there. Let's add a call method track. Then the player will get to play again. We'll obviously want to kind of communicate to the player that they're able to control. You know, I don't know what that's going to be. You know, we could maybe, you know what would be nice? Is if we say that the UI only appears after it deposits you. I think that'll be like a nice signal to the player, like, oh, the game has begun now. Okay, so we want to look at player. Oh, it can't see the player node. Oh no. Oh no. Well, that's a shame. Dang. I've never gotten animation player finished signals to work. Maybe now's the time to just find out that it's fine. Because I can't actually go find that script because it's not within this instance. It's outside of this instance. So I can't go look for that and have it call that method, unfortunately. But I don't want to say it's finished. I want to say when it's at a certain point, which is 4.8. Which actually is probably going to be easier, but then you have to have, again, it checking in the physics process. This is unpleasant. I mean, then my only option is to add a script onto here. I think that's what I have to do. I have to put a script on there. So I don't want it to have this stupid name. Would a function work? Because then you can call the function. Well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. So the problem is the function where I'm doing all of this is outside of the instance where this animation player exists. So it's not able to actually access that function, the function that I wanted it to run. It can't actually get to that function. And there's no scripts that we're currently using on the instance that the animation player is within. So I think I just need to create an instance and then do a function in there, which is just a little annoying because I want to refactor this then. I don't want to just call this orb. If it's going to get like a whole script name, I would like it to, I mean, obviously I don't have to, but I'd like to. Catch all the bugs. Godot Go mobile. You can walk around your neighborhood getting exercise and fresh air while making progress in your indie game code. Or is it just like reminds you of all the bugs in your like project that you're not working on because you're trying to get some fresh air? And it's just like, remember you got this bug. Remember you got this bug. Sounds miserable and kind of awesome. Bordering on that workaholic vibe. But some of us be like that. All right, so I'm just gonna refactor this a little bit. Watch out for traffic, Billy. No, Billy got squished. Billy was the bug all along. So we're gonna call this orb. This is terrible. New game teleport. That's what I'm calling it. That's what I'm calling it. Forgive me. I'm even making it longer. Teleporter. I'm so irritated that I have to do this. I'm giving it an obnoxious name. Let me just make sure I didn't reference it anywhere else that I know of yet. Alien/orb. Well, yes, of course. Oh yeah, right here. Okay. And then I'm gonna add a script onto it. And it will inherit that amazing name. And I would like that script to have the function that I need. And the function, what I want the function to do is swap a game state. So we don't even need this here. So let's paste that on there. But right now we don't need any of this. That's all it does. Is it moves us to play. It's literally what the script is for. Then I can come to the animation and add the call track that I need. Godot Engine has an Android version. That's true. That's correct. That is correct. I tried to use it. I didn't like how it was clearly made for desktop. It was just like a port. And right, I feel like it doesn't do everything that the main, even though it is like a port, it has limitations, yeah. But it's cool that it's there. It's nice to know that it's there. It's amazing to know that it's there. I haven't got much use out of it myself yet. But it is installed on my phone. Just in case. Are you sure we're looking at the same script there, Godot? You sure we're looking at the same thing? Call method, orb new game teleporter. Insert key. Oh, there it is. I don't know why I couldn't find it. You can also use Godot from your browser. Oh yeah, there's a web version. There is. I remember someone having problems that they couldn't use it on like some operating system, some weird operating system. But it would work in the web version. Yeah, they totally, it's really funny because I feel like it's not well known at all. And it's not really like recommended. Like, I feel like even it warns you against using it. Yeah, there is. It's right here. Who wants to go on your phone? Android tablet. Yeah, maybe Android tablet. Yeah. I don't even understand. There it is. Bam. Web version right there. Done. Look at that. And it looks the same. Oh, so you can only use compatibility, which is fair, which makes sense. Bam. Is it loading? What's happening? Is something happening? Oh, there it is. Bam. This is awesome. This is legit, dude. It's pretty slow in comparison. Since yours has your laptop has outdated drivers, so you have to open it with the command line, so it's using OpenGL3. That's nice that there's a way around it. That's awesome. Compatibility mode can be used, which does that automatically. I see. Yeah, this is pretty decent. I mean, you could learn everything you need to know about Godot using it here, even if it's not ideal. It's there. It's real. There's the link in the chat, if that interests you. Okay. So we've got this function running. It's going to swap our state. Now, when that state when that state swaps, I would like some things to happen. Pokemon Go with the Godot Android app. You never know. Make it! It's nice that Godot's compatibility. It's not something I'd expect from a game engine. It's because Godot is awesome. Open source, probably because it's open source. This is why we get those nice things. Okay, so when that happens, what's next? Play begins on gameplay. So this is actually going to fire because we've connected on gameplay, right? Yes. So we just need to do the same thing elsewhere, like on the UI, for example. So let's go deal with that. Praise hand compatibility. Praise hand compatibility. Use it while you got it, baby. You never know. So before on game begin, oh, I got rid of all the loading stuff. Right, I forgot about that. Oh, and that swap states. Oh. I might want to do that, actually. Loading text visible true. Oh, but this... Interesting. Oh, loading text visible false. I see, that's what hides it. Yeah, it is a thing. Oh, yeah, true. There's a way to do it. If I switch to compatibility mode in here, and I can even test it in the browser. In some way over here. And that's helped me a lot with the game jams, for sure. But yeah, that's true. You would know it's definitely gonna work. Yeah, it would. If it works there, it's gonna work in the browser. Yeah, totally. I want all of this to not happen on game begin. Literally all of this. Well, but we don't want loading to be there. Right? On game post menu. So post menu is when the alien is having its animation. I think the loading should happen in the blackout. That's when the loading should happen. That would make the most sense. And the blackout is happening right here. Here's where it fades back in. Waits 2 seconds. So here's the blackout. Here we're in the blackout right here. This is when I would want that to occur, if I'm being perfectly honest. So that would actually be on pre-begin. I would want pre-begin to be when it loads. So let me come back to the HUD. And I'm gonna connect. I mean, I don't even think I need to make any difference. We just say pre-begin. And change this to pre-begin. Rename this to pre-begin. And that's waiting a second. I don't think I need to wait a second. Do we? Do I? Because it takes a second for the blackout to happen. Yeah, okay, sure, wait a second. Actually, go ahead. You know what? I'll allow it. We can change it if we need to. Then it's going to play loading text. Now, I don't think I want that to swap the game state to begin. So let's not worry about that. Let's get rid of that stuff. Loading text becomes visible. And what kicks off game begin again? I forgot. Right here, yeah. So that's after it fades back in. Then it does game begin. When does it do level update? And where do we even set that up? Because I feel like I even moved that off the HUD very recently. Where did I put it? Did I put that? I put that on game. Oh, it's right here. It's right there. On game state begin. Well, in that case, I might want to actually put that back here. Oh, be careful. Be careful messing around with some of that stuff. I'm just saying. That business is a little risky. That is some risky business right there. And then it's going to begin the game. Messenger, game begin, emit. Back on the player. On game begin. It's going to start our animation. It's going to play teleport. And then teleport is going to call this animation teleport finished, which is on our weird new orb that we made. And that takes us to play. Now over on the HUD, instead of on game begin, I want this to be on game play. Is when all this happens, and when the loading... Actually, I think loading should stop sooner. So actually, let's keep some of this here. We want this to stop, we want that to stop. You could put that on a timer if you want. But none of this is gonna show up until func on game play. And then what all this is going to do is this is going to show the UI. So I need to connect that. Messenger game play. Connect on game play. We should already have that function. I'm probably missing something here. Are we unlocking the controls yet? On game play. Okay. Let me just see where we're at here. I just did a lot of things. Some of them riskier than others. And yeah, it would be nice to see, is that bad? Is everything okay? Am I in danger? I do want to still do limb stuff today. I know I introduced the stream with that being what I work on, but you know, I always misfire when I think I know what I'm working on. I've tried GDevelop browser version. It has a few limitations compared to desktop too. Sounds like that makes sense. Orb comes down, pulls us up. We come down, animation starts, drops us off, starts us playing. Bam. Not bad. Obviously, we have the super long level. I hate it. I hate how long it is. It's too long. It's not supposed to be that long. But I do not know. And I've actually, so here's the thing. I do have a workaround idea that does not actually resolve the problem. And what my workaround idea is it like counts how many are there, and if there's a certain amount, it just stops loading them in and starts loading in the level. I don't know. I feel like, Lee's, that's way easier said than done. How do you even know how to do that? I don't even know if I know how to make that work, if I'm being honest with myself. So I wouldn't get so excited just yet there. I wonder if I'm just trying to think about here why this issue is happening. It's almost like a playlist is loaded. Is that what it is? I think I might know what the problem is. I don't know. But maybe. I don't know. Okay. Maybe it begins a new menu playlist whenever one chunk goes by in the menu. It's kind of confusing because I don't know, something about this doesn't work. Something about this doesn't make sense. Basically, what I would think is I need to clear the playlist size to 0 so it doesn't try to load any more in. Anyway, I'm sorry. The other thing I wanted to do is not have that just appear out of thin air, and maybe it's like it eases in. Okay, so we come down, orb comes down. Now, I didn't see any of the loading stuff. Did I just miss it, or was it not there? I don't know. I don't know. So obviously, the alien isn't traveling down also. I acknowledge that that is not occurring. I do want that to happen. But at least we got the orb dropping down. The timing is getting better. It's generally conveying the things that I want. I don't know if my idea is making sense with the Turing controller thing, but it's something worth trying. I'm just not sure if I know how to even try it. That's gonna be a little tricky. Can I put a canvas layer in a canvas layer and have the nested canvas layer be on a higher... Okay, let's see if I can word this. Can I put a canvas layer nested in another canvas layer and have the nested canvas layer be on a higher layer than the layer it's nested in? My guess is no. That's my guess. That somewhere in there, the answer is no. But this loading, I could move where loading is. I could do that. I'm fine with that. We could move it. If I just put this on the blackout, then I'll be above it. How are we getting the press any key to continue above it? I don't think we are. Are we? Oh, we do. We put it in on the same level as it. And it does appear above it. So I think that might be the best answer, is to move the loading to be on the same layer as the blackout. So that way they can appear together. Because that's kind of where I'd want to put loading, is in blackouts. You know? Just kind of makes sense. Instead of having it like not be visible. That seems boring. Okay. Yeah, it's on top of the blackout. Okay, so let's move loading up there, which is going to be a bit of refactoring. But probably not too bad. Maybe. Possibly. So let's just be messy with it and just drag and drop it to start with. Onto here, onto the top UI, as it were. Make sure there's not some other thing I have to do ordering-wise. I don't think so. I think that should just kind of work. Okay. And then we have to look for everywhere it's referenced. Can it say abducting instead of loading? Whoa. That's very fun. There's something about it I don't like. I want to like be transparent and clear with the player. And it feels just like a little mysterious. Almost like I'm not genuinely loading something and like I'm just messing with you. I don't want the player for a second to think I'm wasting their time. And I would worry that that might make them think I'm wasting their time. Because I am actually loading something at this point, truly. Like, that's incredibly fun. Like, if I were to do that, it would be in addition to loading. There would be the loading text, and then there'd be something else that maybe is doing something fun in the interim. But then that is definitely overscope stuff. I love the ideas. I gotta give you a game concept credit for a fun idea that will kick around in my brain. But I am generally opposed to that concept. Something about that really bothers me. Like, as a player, that would irritate me. Or teleporting. Exactly. Right, exactly. I don't know. It just, something about it really irritates me. But since you've given me this, I'll give you a credit, which entitles you to no compensation, but it does entitle you to a credit in the game, and so much appreciation from me. So I'll give you a game concepts credit, even though I'm not gonna do it. But if I ever do it, we've credited you. All right, so I need to go find everywhere that we actually reference that. Margin, container, loading. One place. We're gonna need to look somewhere else to find it. Oh, maybe not. Oh, access's unique name. Oh, heck, I might not have to change anything. Wait, that just might work. That might just work. Since it's accessible as a unique name, it doesn't matter. You can move it. This is one of the few times that I've actually gotten that benefit from making it accessible as a unique name. Lemming? That sounds awesome. I don't know, there's something really cool about that. It also kind of sounds like loading. Usually, when I do accessible as a unique name, I don't get to enjoy the benefit of needing to move something and it not mess up name references. See if it's above. It's not. Where is it? I mean, we didn't get a bug, so that's good. I wonder if it's not showing up for some other reason. Or it's still somehow below. I don't know why it would be below. I'm trying to see if the press any key to skip. I mean, it doesn't have any special Z ordering setups or anything like that. The container, I mean, it is a child of the blackout. So maybe I need to move it down like this if I want it to be on top. Oh yeah, duh, we could just turn this on. There it goes. Okay, cool. And if I put this outside of here, oh, it's still on top of it. So I just might not be showing it correctly somehow for some reason. Because it is certainly appearing on top there. But I don't want it to be a child of blackout, because then if blackout is invisible, I don't know if that's true. Let me come and see what's going on here. We're gonna search for just loading in general. Whoa. Reloading? Oh, I guess if the game restarts. Don't care about that, don't care about that. Loading text, again, that is all accessible as a unique name. So no problem there. Animation loading, also accessible as a unique name. Loading text visible. Animation loading, play it. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it should all be there. So maybe I just am setting up things wrong. So it becomes visible on pre-begin, evidently. Starts playing it and it becomes visible on pre-begin. Are you quite sure? I wonder if we're hiding this. No, because it should be visible. I mean, it might be better to handle this here. I don't know, I'm confused. I'm a little bit confused. But yeah, I might want to move that from the HUD anyway. So in fact, let's do that. I'm gonna pull this off of here. I'm actually just gonna get rid of this. No pre-begin anything on here. Oh, we might as well just put both of these then. Here, let's just grab this, just snip it out. And there's gonna be 2 of these that we're not using. And actually, let's snip that out as well. Come over here to the UI top. Connect those in. And then paste these on here. And then we just gotta on-ready these. On-ready variable. Loading text. And that is... We're redoing that as the... Let me come back to the HUD. The margin container, yeah. Where's the loading animation? I'm surprised that's not on there. Thought it was. Right, and the ready function, okay. God, there's so many things to do. Score minimum met, animation finished. Don't do that. Oh, we don't want any of this either. Oh, yeah, we do actually need this. Oh, whoops. Okay, so we don't want to get rid of this. Well, this is starting to get a little bit messy, if I'm being honest with you. I'm a little concerned about what we're doing here. I'm getting worried. Because this is what happens when you get a power-up and you level up to the next level, because it needs to load the next level. So then loading pops up. I don't actually want to get rid of that here. We call it animation loading. Where is that? Declared, pray tell. Oh, I see. We've got all the animations together. Okay. It's a little confusing. It's all a little confusing, truth be told. Come back over here. Add that in there. Then that fixes that. And I guess what I'd be curious about is print loading, yeah? Like, it should be happening, and we should see it happen. And let me see if somehow I've broken the power-up loading. It's a bit messy. It's a bit messy. It doesn't mean to be. It's just like, you know, the loading stuff is handled in a couple different places. And that just does make sense. When in doubt, just recode the whole game. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Okay, all right. We're gonna start over the entire project. Welcome, Pressifier. Good to see you. No loading. Don't know why. Now let me see if I'm gonna manually increase my points. Oh, there it appears, no problem. So it found it. So for some reason, it's just not drawing onto, let's throw it away. It's not drawing on top of the blackout. I think that has to be what the problem is. Oh, did we ever get the, I forgot to see if loading appeared. I completely forgot to check for that. Oops. It didn't. Oh, this isn't running. Well, that would explain that. Okay. I can live with that. Game pre-begin emit. It's nowhere. Oh. Well, I don't know if I needed to move it anyway, but it's probably for the best. Okay. Well, that's not what I expected to be the problem. Why was the output so nice and colorful? Oh, because I was debugging some terrain controller stuff that I have yet to fully debug. And I at that time, when I first set that up a few weeks ago, I decided to experiment with the BB code. With the BB code output stuff that Godot so generously lets me have. It you know, it's nice. What it really does is it draws my attention to whether or not it's a terrain chunk that was removed or one that was added. So it just kind of like visually looks a little better, you know? So that way I don't have to kind of like read it. I just like see the color difference, and it just like, it's like, okay, that was a removed one, that was an added one. And then it's organized because there just is so many of them, all the data gets lost. Seemed like a practical application for the fanciness in this case. Yeah, for sure. Didn't help me solve my problem, but that's not the point. So the pre-begin needs to occur probably at the same point we do this level update, right? That's when we want it to appear, is during that blackout. We could even have it like before the blackout, potentially, just like a little bit before the blackout. No, let's do it during the blackout. Messenger, game, pre-begin, emit. Can't believe we weren't even emitting it. That's an easy problem. I like when the problems are easy to solve. Next things. I did think of an idea to try for the terrain controller problem. The terrain controller problem is just that it's loading too many in if I run the menu too long, which is weird. And then I also need the alien to drop down. Let's see if we get loading. Hey, there we go. I think it could pop up a little sooner before that. We could get that happening a little sooner. Oh, you know why it's not sooner? It's because there's a delay. This isn't how we fix that. I literally have a delay in the function. So let's fix that. As soon as you're ready, Godot, as soon as, you know what? As soon as you're ready. No, I'm sure in some degree of time, you'll be ready for me. I gotta stop blaming Godot. You know it's the size of the game. So I'm gonna say keep this over there. Come out here. Don't await a second. Just do it. Just do it. We don't need this anymore. This has it delay. It seems a bit long. Alright, I'm not even gonna check it. We're just gonna assume that's fine. Let me try this terrain controller thing real fast. Now, Lees, you know you're gonna friggin' break everything if you do that, right? Because it's unlikely to fix it. You don't even know what you're gonna do. Basically, I want to force this chunks list size set to 0. Chunk list current. I mean, I think it's all you would want to do is just like clear it, right? Or something. That's like a thing. So just like clear it. I think that's all we would do. Maybe. Possibly. And that would happen when it begins, the game begins, pre-begin. Sounds dangerous. Let's try it. I'm gonna try it in pre-begin. Did we connect that anywhere in here? Or no? Absolutely not. Messenger game pre-begin. Connect on game pre-begin. Come on down. Funk on game pre-begin. Clear it. Do I think that's gonna work? No. Standalone lambda? The frick are you talking about? Oh, okay. Can I find property clear on array? Oh yeah. There we go. I feel like this isn't gonna work. But what if it does? The other thing to try is maybe to change the list at that point. But it should change on level update. That would be another place to add this in, is on level update. Anyway, let's see. It's worth a shot. Let me see that load right away. It was pretty delayed, but that's okay. Okay, no errors. That's good. Oh, it started right away. Okay, but hold on. Maybe I clicked through it quickly. I'm not even gonna bother getting excited about that. Because I don't think I waited long enough in the menu. Not even gonna get excited. I'm actually trying to like tell the excitement in me to chill out. Because there's no way that I actually let the menu go long enough. I was like clicking through quickly. No. You gotta chill. Because the issue only appears, that is to say, it takes too long to get to level 1 if this runs for long enough that it starts recycling chunks. Okay, that's definitely long enough. Would love to see that loading pop up like right now. It's pretty good. Looks like a long one. Oh, it fixed it! It fixed it! Yo! What the heck? What the freaking heck, dude? Oh, pump that jam. Do I still have the DJ setup? Does that still exist? What the frick? Dude, I spent like 4 or 5 hours today trying to solve that. I said, let's step away. Is this the DJ? Yeah! Oh my gosh. Yes, pump up the jam. Dude, what? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wow. Dude, that's so cool. What? Why is my camera in a different place? Oh man, wow. Wow. That is amazing. Am I in a different place on this side too? Yeah. Oops. Oops. Okay, I haven't used that DJ in a long time. Apparently it moves things. Wow, 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 wow. What? So I was like banging my head against the desk for like 5 frigging hours. People who were here during that have long gone. Have long gone. Yeah, you skipped to the end. Exactly. And I mean, I was here like grinding that problem out, trying to figure out what the frick was going on. And it was just like, it was mind-numbing to a certain point. And so I said, you know what? Let's switch to a different task and just let it percolate, you know? Just like maybe I'll sleep on it, I'll come back to it, and I'll have some kind of fresh perspective. But literally while I was working on something else, it was just like, ding, like, wait a minute, what if it's this? And it was that. We just let that run for so long. But the game will now start relatively quickly, which is all I wanted. There it is. It did not take forever anymore. So that was the problem. So the problem was that this playlist wasn't cleared. It was still full of chunks that it was going to add in. It wasn't being emptied out with menu chunks. The menu chunks were still in there waiting to be queued up. And I guess that kind of makes sense why it would only fill up after we go through a round in the main menu. Because if we haven't gone through a round, then the current list isn't refilled. The current list only gets refilled if... Where is it? Where is that current list? Come over here, you! This one. This list only gets refilled if that size gets down to 0. And so that size would get down to 0 whenever the menu chunks would go through. So it would refill it up. Or something like that. So it just needed to be emptied out again. So that way it wasn't full of the old ones. And it would take on the new ones of the new level and start loading in the new level. That's it. That's it. That's it. Oh. Oh. Okay, great. Good. What well, what's next? There's still a million other things to work on. It do be like that in game dev. You finish one thing after a ton of work and it's like, great, now do all of this. Oh man, that's awesome, man. If I was someone who enjoyed alcohol, which I'm not that person, this would be a moment to just have a drink. This is a have a drink moment. Champagne. Pop open a bottle of champagne. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Maybe not champagne. The cheap champagne. Okay. Alright. Good. The loading comes in. It's awesome. It is one little... That's the whole thing. So I'd love for that to actually bring the alien down. That would be dope. So the alien would need to then be up in the air. Now you might notice the alien's a little off-center from the orb. I don't know what's up with that. That is interesting. It might be the like Blender file itself. Yeah, we're gonna keep moving here. We're keeping on. I guess I need to do a GitHub. I should do a GitHub commit. That would be good. Let's say set up new states, solved terrain overspawning issue. Terrain overspawning issue was due to, what was it called? What was that naughty little script called? Tell me it now. I want to name and shame it for being so naughty. I guess I'm the naughty one for coding it. Chunks list current was due to chunks list current not being empty at the time of level update 1, emit 1, whatever. Setting it to clear on pre-begin, on the pre-begin state, resolves the issue. Play state now happens after the alien teleport animation plays. Full animation is not complete, but it does play other stuff like that. Moved the loading text to be part of the blackout for purposes of canvas layering order. Loading now appears during the pre-begin, whatever, blackout, stuff like that, you know, just some things like that, or whatever. That just reminded me that Godot's getting built-in FBX support in the next update. Yeah, I keep hearing about that. No more Maya to Blender to Godot hell pipeline. Oh, I didn't. This is new. Is this new? Yeah, you know, so somebody in the Discord, Psychedelic Kitten, was having some problems getting FBX files, like Mixamo stuff, into Godot, and and I tried it myself, like with the same files they were using, and it was really unpleasant. It was very difficult. It was really messy, the way things would import. And it's such a common thing, is to be, you know, using Mixamo stuff or whatever. Someone makes something, because like the vast majority of like free or paid assets out there are so FBX. Like, it's so standard. And it's just, yeah, it's gonna open up a lot for Godot, for sure. And because it kind of sucks when you're trying to make a game and, you know, you're not banging your head on a desk because of code that you made and you forgot how it worked. You're banging your head on the desk because, you know, the program isn't working well with other programs, which is like, it starts to feel like this is not a me problem, Godot, this is a you problem. So yeah, that's definitely a really good thing. It's not something I utilize much yet, but I know it's gonna help a lot of people, and down the road, I might really be glad that it's there for sure. So many animation scaling issues. Devastating. No one deserves to deal with all that mess. So why is the alien in the wrong place? It's the worst. I'm finding the engine instead of working with it. Yeah, exactly. Right. That's not okay. That's not okay. It shouldn't be like that. Oh, this is probably half the reason everything's being so slow, dude. Because I've got all these friggin' tabs open. That definitely slows Godot down, is having all these things open. Some of them I like to have open, but that's a me problem. And then I should just accept the slowness. Okay, Alien 3. Did you guys see this human I made? I took the, during the Monday member stream, I took the old alien, the old new alien that I did with the arms and the legs and the animation that turned out to look terrible from the player's view. I took those same animations and limbs, and I instead used them for the humans in the game that you'll abduct, and it looks awesome. It works so much better, and player's gonna like see it from the front and stuff. It's a very human design. And that was like the idea, right? Is that the player is transforming into a human, so I wanted it to look human, but I realized I made it look too human, to the point where it's not exciting or interesting. And so yeah, it turned out really well. And then I also added an idle animation in here. So you got a nice little bouncy, like, breathe. And I wanted it to be extra cartoony so you can see it from like far away. So if you're way out here, you can still kind of witness it. And then it goes between like walking and running and all that stuff. So it wasn't a total loss that I'm gonna be demaking the player character model, but I also made this so we can like customize it really easily by like loading in different resources. So we could like randomize whether it has a crop top by just saying that this loads in as a skin tone, right? So now it's got a crop top. Or we could say, someone earlier had us making onesies, so we could literally give it a onesie. Oh, that was the sock. Yeah, green socks. It's just like fully customizable in this nice way. Enough, you know, enough for this purpose. We could give it shorts or not shorts. I'm giving it a onesie though. Obviously, we'd want some of these things to load in so it wasn't completely randomized. But you kind of get the idea. You kind of get the idea. And then I also added like some camo as well. So if we have like military, it's not good camo. I need to make better camo. But so that way we can have like a military enemy and stuff and it work out. Oops, I made it the wrong color. Obviously this would be done in code programmatically, not me having to click each one, because that's boring. Give me the onesie. I want it. It's not really a onesie, I guess that's leggings at this point. And then at the top, we could do a little camo. This is bad camo. I acknowledge that this is bad camo. It was the lowest effort camo that I could come up with. And then I also, we can switch out the heads to be like different people. Obviously, we'll switch out like the skin tone and stuff too. But yeah, it's got some customizability. Very excited about that. Let's put it back to normal. Put you back to normal, buddy. Okay. So why is it not in the center? I mean, even just looking at this, you can see the alien is off center. But is the alien off center? Is the alien off center? Is it really though? There's the armature. It would not appear that the position is off center. No, it is center. So that's like, it looks like a Blender issue where I have it off center would be my guess there. Oh wait, it could be in here. Oh wait. There we go. Better. Not quite as centered as I would have liked, but better. So we still might be off center in Blender, truth be told. I mean, well, yeah, it's not. I guess like the space between the feet is centered well enough. That's probably where I centered it in Blender. No, it's not. It's still not really that centered, is it? It really needs just to be moved over a bit. And then if we bring that orb down, I mean, you can pretty clearly see it's still off. That's definitely better. So I would want to imagine it without the limbs on here, right? That's kind of the idea. Get those limbs out of here. But we also want it to be kind of sitting lower. I mean, we're gonna see it come down like that. I mean, it looks pretty fine for now. I plan on remaking the player character a bit, so I'm not gonna really worry about adjusting the position too much right now, because there's still a lot of changes that I need to make. Now, one problem that is gonna happen is that when we start playing, even though it's got no limbs now, as soon as we start playing, it's gonna look like it has limbs, and it's gonna be sitting as if it has limbs. So that's kind of a big messy thing, and I teased it at the beginning of the stream and never got around to it. Actually figuring out how to do that. So I can, if we take damage normally, I can absolutely break off the legs and the arms. What I have not gotten working decently is putting the legs and arms back. That is an entire friggin' issue that I have been procrastinating for too long because it's a main component. Okay, deposits us down. We start the game. It actually starts right away. I love it. So if I break off these legs, and I know I show this all the time, but let's just appreciate it. If both legs' health are down to 0, you fall down to the ground like that. So that's how I'd want you to start the game, right? But now, putting us back up to have legs again, this is a whole other situation, an entirely other situation. I actually have a bit of an idea, because technically your limbs aren't damaged. I mean, they are, usually, but technically if you're starting the game without limbs and you're gaining them, your limbs aren't necessarily at hit point 0. They just aren't there yet. So we could say that you start out with full HP, because the problem, where this body part code is not good, is with regards to the limbs growing back on and inflating to the full size. That's where they're messy and not good. But the problem is not with regards to just turning them on or off. So actually, you know what we could do? Let's make a flag, and it will be basically waiting for you to eat a human. I have not set up human eating stuff yet. So we're gonna make a debug button for it, and that's gonna set that flag. Probably good to put that on the player. All right. Is the player a class script? No. Doesn't have to be. It's probably better if it's not. So let's make a flag on here. We're gonna say variable is human. That's kind of tough, right? Because you're always gonna be human. It's really like transformed once. False at start. You're not gonna have transformed at all. Once you transform once, then you get your limbs for the first time. And that kind of makes sense. We want that to be like an event the first time you do it. Or something, I don't know. Because beyond that, it's a transform. Well, we could say that if you lose all of your limbs, the moment that you get them all back is like this triumphant moment every time. I'm still kind of figuring out how the limb regrowth happens. So why don't we just say transformed? Let's just say transformed. And it's gonna be false. I'm gonna make a debug button. And let's put this in our cheat tools over here. That's this one. Let's add a new one. I don't even remember what some of these cheat tools do anymore. I think you can probably get rid of some of these. What do they even do? Button transform. We'll just say transform for now, is what I'll call it. Come in here, call this transform. Then we're gonna come to the code. We're gonna hook it up. Percent button transform pressed connect on transform. Then we're gonna find that, or we're gonna create it. Func on transform. And all this is gonna do is set player transformed to true. That's all it's gonna do. Let me press it. I mean, it'd be nice if you toggled it. That would be wild. I'd be a little careful with that. But we could do this. Is that how you do it? Or is it like this? I think it's like that. Let me just double check that I'm doing that correctly. Actually, let me open up the debug script where I've done this for sure. Basically what I'm setting up is a Boolean toggle. Yeah, equals the opposite. Okay. Then we need to make it do something if we transform. Now, first of all, we're not transformed, so that means I want to start the game out without you being transformed. So the body part script is definitely relevant here, but let's start with the player, actually. And I would think we want to do this in the ready function, right? Do we look at any of the body parts on here? Do we, like, on-ready them or anything? We do on-ready the skeleton. And the skeleton is not what contains these. So this is actually outside of the player is where we do a lot of this stuff. I actually am not sure this... No, this is where you... No. This is good. This is exactly what you want. Because player has Alien V1 on it, which has... these body parts: area head, leg left, leg right, arm left. These are all the most important things for sure, 100%. And then that has the collisions. So what I'd want to do is turn those collisions off at the start. It's going to be tricky to get them to turn on. It's been a while since I've looked at the script. It has been a while. But this collision set deferred is what makes it possible on the body part script. We finally made it to the body part script. That's what makes it possible for the legs to break off and us to fall to the ground. Is making sure we defer the collision being turned off. But that only happens... My God. Oh, this happens on any of the limbs. If any limb is broken. So this is saying on abductee detected is the name of that function. So this is supposed to be for healing. That's what this is supposed to be for. If you grab a human and you touch it to your arm will heal. If you touch it to your leg will heal. That's what this is supposed to be. But it looks like we're doing a little more than that. Oh, I see. No, that makes sense, because we're saying disabled false. So this is saying, oh, this isn't what's removing it. This is what's adding it back in, because if it's disabled false, that means that the collision gets returned. So that's what that's saying. That's what that's saying. I see. Okay, but this is important for when we transform. That's exactly what we need to happen, is we need it to be as if we healed those limbs. And we'd want all the limbs to heal then. So it's kind of like we're cheating in the game to heal 100%. So if collided body part is set to self and empathy okay is set to false, then it will run down empathy. Okay. If the collided body part is self and the current health is less than max health, which it won't be. So we kind of need a special place for this, honestly. Shape change limbs. This stuff is crazy, dude. I am not ready to deal with this whatsoever. I don't think we need to deal with it. I think what we do... And see, we got like tweening. This stuff is wild. This stuff is wild right here. But this actually, this is what gets us to stand up. No, we do need this. Okay. Mesh show. So this is what I want. This is what I want, is this to happen right here. When we transform. And I want this to run on every body part. And this does run, all these scripts are the same. It's on the head, the legs, the arms, it's all the same. So let's create a new function. This is gonna be func on transform, is what we're gonna call it. Show the mesh. Make the players stand up. It's all a little confusing, but oh well. And change the collision. There's some problems here. And I'd actually want it to start off. So if I come to the leg, I'd want all the collisions to be off. and then this will just turn them all on. Let's see if that works. So we're gonna say, we can keep the head. We need to keep the head on though. So the collision here, we're gonna say it's disabled. Turn it being disabled on. That is to say the right leg won't be on. Left leg collision, we're also gonna turn that on or off. Hopefully there's not something that's overriding that somewhere. I don't know if there is. I don't think so. I don't think I was that clever back at this time. I was leaning heavily on chat for every problem. Okay, so, and if it wasn't a problem, it never got dealt with. So, okay. I think we're okay. I think we should, now they're not gonna be not visible. So we also want the limbs to not be visible. We have mesh show. Mesh is actually connected on each one here, I think. Right? How are we setting up mesh? Oh, we're doing it programmatically. That's wild. So we would need to actually go into the alien itself and indeed hide them. So that way they're not visible. We do want to do that. So hide all the limbs. Okay. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. Now I need transform to run that function. Now I set up that variable on the player, but I actually need it to be, I would say make it a signal. This is a job for a signal, not a flag. Maybe a flag. Maybe a flag. I don't even know what the flag would be for yet. So for now, I'm actually gonna get rid of that. I'm gonna say messenger transform emit. That's it. I very well might end up putting this back, but for now, I'm gonna actually get rid of the transformed thing. And instead, we're gonna go to messenger, and I'm gonna add a transformed thing here. I don't even know where to put it. Signal transformed. Is that what we call it? What do you call it? What are we calling it? I forgot already. I already forgot. Debug menu, transform. Okay, good. And then, let me make sure I save that too, just to be thorough. Well, you can also do save all scenes. Whoops, not save scenes. What is save all scenes again? Control Shift Alt S. It's a lot of keys. Okay. And then we need that signal to do something, so we're gonna come back to the body parts, and it's gonna run that function, basically. On transform. It's already got the right name and everything. I love it. All right, old body part script. I'm coming back for you, I promise. Maybe tomorrow, maybe. Messenger, probably, maybe. Messenger dot, oh yeah, transform, connect on transform. Okay, okay, good, good, good. Okay, all right, okay, let's see where we're at. Where are we at? Do we start out limbless? Is what I'd like to know. There's gonna be some like animation problems, but we can deal with that later. Let's see if we're without limbs. All right, there's all those aliens. Orb comes down. Now the alien's not gonna descend yet, but I'm hoping that it's going to be limbless and sitting on the ground. Oh, it's standing up as if it has limbs. It's standing up. So that's something to deal with. Yes, the limbs are hidden, but their collisions are still there. What I want is for their collisions to be gone, so we're resting on the ground. One question I would have is if the hit points are going down, if we're taking damage on the legs or not. Or are we just floating above it? Interestingly, the hit points aren't showing, which I guess makes sense if they're not visible. But if the legs are taking damage, we should be able to break them off again. It's kind of impossible to tell. Oh no, because the collision isn't happening. You can see we pass right over these things. It's not breaking it. Look at these, watch these. See, they don't break. So the collisions are off. However, that's not what makes us fall to the ground. Oh, because I forgot to do the physical collision. I know why. We set the collision detectors to be off. What I didn't set to be off was the collision, the physics collision. So, first of all, let's see what transform does. Let's just see what that does. We're just gonna go ahead and click on that right there. Oh, nice. The limbs are there, but you can see that we're not actually colliding with anything. And I know why. The reason why we're not is because we turned the physics collision back on. But that's not the thing that detects if we're bumping. All that the physics collision does is keep us standing on the ground. That's all the physics collision does. The area collision detects if we're walking into things. So that's what I turned back on was never off to begin with. So that's why nothing has changed. But we do have them visibly coming in and stuff. Okay. So back to body part. I think we can do this. I think this is very doable. Oh, we are on body part. Okay, cool. So let me look back at this. There's two. Oh, collision area. That's it. That's what we need to turn back on. In addition to collision. So the collisions need to go off. Now those collisions live right here. So we want to say that these are disabled as well. Turn them off. Turn them. That one's already off for some reason. I don't know why the arms collisions are already off. Oh, because we don't do physics collision on the arms. Wow. Really? Huh. That's interesting. So I might want to be careful about what we turn the collisions back on for. That's something. Wow, there's a lot to revisit here. This is the kind of script I'd be willing to just rewrite from the ground up. Maybe. Okay, so we need to say that the collision areas come back on as well. We also need, oh, this should be fine. This might actually be good. We might have done it. Okay, let's see. I don't know. And obviously the orb is not gonna go low enough if this works and the player is sitting on the ground. So that'll be a problem. I was worried about that. So, so now, so you may not realize this, but actually we are still, the camera is still following the player, even in the main menu, because the player is there, they're just not visible. And so since now the player's legs are broken off, we're starting lower on the ground here. So I kind of need to break off the legs at some other point. I kind of hate that, if I'm being honest. All right. No. It's fine. It's fine. So we're gonna click these off again. Obviously, we still have the arm. I didn't realize the arms were turned off already. That's interesting. So what I want to do is I want to say in that pre-begin So let's connect pre-begin on the body part script. Messenger, game pre-begin. Connect on game pre-begin. That's when it's gonna break the legs off. And frankly, I'd like it to do it rather quickly. Here we're doing it gradually. We're gradually dropping the player position down. I'm not sure how we set it to happen after the tween ends. I guess because the player position is independent of that. So actually we should be fine if we do this, I think. On pre-begin, on... You see game pre-begin? Is that? I don't remember how we word it. I just forgot. It's late. It's late. And then we want to say that it is, we want to say it's true. Disable true. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. So hopefully when we're in the main menu, we're not going to be low on the ground. We'll actually be at the right angle. And then somewhere in that blackout, it's going to bring us down, which means we'll be at like a different position than usual. So I don't know. We might have to deal with that. All right. So here we are here. Oh, you see? Oh, everything's different. Oh, we got all kinds of troubles. Oh. Oh, it's probably because it's killing us. We're probably falling through the ground because we're making the body not collide. So I actually need to clarify what collisions we're turning off, because I think what's happening is we're falling through the ground and then we're dying, which isn't great. So we want to say if, well, whatever it is that we do here. It's another like enum kind of thing. If is part, body part, leg left or leg right. Didn't I like bundle them somehow? Or not? Did we not do that? Body parts, leg left, leg right. Okay, well we can do it separately. It's fine. It's fine. If is part, body part, is parts, leg left, or is part, body parts, leg right, then turn them off. So don't turn off everything, just the legs. Now that still might make that orb appear in the camera that I don't want to appear, because it's going to be changing the relative camera position to the offset, and that's going to make it potentially be different. So I might have to tweak that. Nice, looks good. We're on the ground. Deposits us down. It's in the right place. Bam. All right. We are limbless, baby. And we are here. We are in the world. Awesome. Good, 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 good. Love it, love it. Not the animation I would pick, but that's okay. We can still use our arms inexplicably, but we'll deal with that at another time. And let's transform. Let's see what happens if we transform. I'm gonna pause it while I do that. Open up the menu, transform. Whoa. Oh, there we go. Bam! Transformed, baby. Yes. And do the limbs all work? Yes, they do. Wait, kind of. Yep, they work. Let's go. All right. Wow, this has been a long time coming. Okay. I would like it to not be that menu. I would like it to be a button. It's very irritating to have to open up the menu and not get to see it happen in real time. So I would like to set up a debug button. Looks like it's gonna be debug button number 7 is the one. So all we're gonna do is say messenger transform emit, and now I'll never remember that, but debug button 7 will make that pop up. Okay, cool. I should really like label these somewhere. That would be really nice, is if I did that for myself. Am I about to do that for myself? Am I? That's kind of a lot of effort. Maybe another time. So, I want to say, what do I want to say? I want to say, let's get the alien to actually animate down to the ground from the sky. I think that's what I'd like to see. Should be doable. And obviously the orb is clipping through the ground a little bit. You know, there's some things to deal with, but let's just get the general idea. So we want the alien to be up as high as that orb, so it comes down along with the orb, right? So let's grab our alien. Now you gotta be careful because the orb is contained in there. So we don't want to move the orb. We could do the armature, okay? So let's try to get that alien right inside of that orb as much as possible. Take note of that position. You know, approximately. Placement's a little weird, but that's okay. Yeah, it's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, so we'll say right there. I don't think it does. Maybe it does. Might even be better a little higher. No, just leave it. So that position is 28.725 is the position. 28.725. That's where I need to keyframe it to. 28.725. I'm just trying to get back. Here, okay. 28.725. 28.725. So we're gonna add a keyframe in here for the position of the armature. I know I could have just keyframed it right then and there. I don't know why I didn't. Keyframe it. Oh, I would like this to be at 0. And then we just keyframe it there. So it's gonna start up high, and we wanna bring it down. So now I need to find that down position that it should be at, which is probably just like 0. Probably just 0 will be pretty good. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, we're flying all around here. Just a little fly around. All right, there we go. Let's keyframe that spot at 0, naturally. We want it to stay there. And we need to also make sure it's released from this. So because one thing I would be afraid of is that it's being held down in the animation for too long. So I do have to make sure that, so the player will actually technically be able to play by this point. But the problem with that is this animation isn't done with it yet. We really need the animation to stop. Otherwise, weird things are gonna happen. So that's something to think about. I don't think I can just say ignore position as a keyframe. So, yeah. I mean, maybe I could like turn off a track or something. I don't think that's a thing. A property track of the animation player? Current animation, yeah, that's not like tracks, is it? Animation mixer? If true, the animation mixer will be processing. I don't know what any of these things mean. Libraries? The key of the currently playing animation. If no animation is playing, the properties value is an empty string. Changing this value does not restart the animation. While this property appears in the inspector, it's not meant to be edited, and it's not saved in the scene. This property is mainly used to get the currently playing animation, and internally for animation playback tracks. Internally. What if we just get a little crazy, though? We put a weird keyframe in here. But it's not like the track. It's not giving me a track to mess with. I better not. I better not. Alright, so it's just the players, I might have to move, because animation teleport finished. That swaps us to the play state. I think we need to say that this is at the end, which is unfortunate because the timing is going to be pretty friggin' annoying. Let's just see what happens. Let's just see what happens. So like right now, the animation would be very out of syncopation, evidently. Oh, probably because of the easing? Yeah, this has a 0.5 ease out. Let's do a 0.5 ease out. See if that keeps it in time. Yeah, it looks much better. There we go. Boink. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, let's just see how it feels. I'm worried that the player is gonna be like, I want to play, I thought I could play, and then the player can't play, and that sucks. But maybe it's fine. Oh yeah, I really wanted to fade that orb in. Goes up. Loading. Comes on down. I can see the shadow. Yes. Oh wow, I was gonna play right away. Oh yeah, this is sweet. Excellent. No problem. Felt good. It felt correct. Look at it go. It's flying. It feels like you're going so much faster when you're lower to the ground. It's crazy. And then if we want to transform, we can press the debug key. Ba-chow! Yes! Awesome. I love it. Because I have no chill, there's one last thing. I want to make that orb fade in. It's what I want. So on the Alien for menu, we have the orb become visible when the animation exclaim halfway is there. But what I'd rather it do is actually change the orb's, tween the orb's alpha from 0 to, well, whatever it's supposed to be at. This is risky procedure, for sure. So it's at 184. We're gonna use the raw value, 0.722. So we wanna go from 0 to 0.722. So I guess I'd actually want it to be invisible at the start. And then we wanna tween it to be 0.722. It's kind of a lot, actually. I just gotta make sure I know how to find and access that property. It's possible. There's a chance. Let me find another color tween the blackout. Probably I'd want the blackout. Now that's using self-modulate, which is way easier to work with. I guess I could do that. That would probably be easier too. If instead of looking for the material albedo, that might be a better way to go about it. Actually. Yeah, I wouldn't mess with this, please. I would recommend putting this back because I might be referencing that elsewhere. So let's instead look at the geometry and give it transparency there. We're not in compatibility mode over here. Now this is something, right? If I were to make a mobile version of this game, this would not work. It just wouldn't, and that's just true. It kind of just has to be okay. Unless there was some weird workaround that I don't know about that probably exists. So we want to say tween. We'll just call it tween. I think tween is good enough for this. We don't have other ones we need to compare it to. Instead of blackout, we want that to be on the orb. And the property is gonna be this property. Just transparency, yeah? Oh, I hope it's that simple. That would be dope. So we're gonna say that the transparency is full at 1, And I guess instead of color, we would be saying go from, that's the final value, and then so we want final value to be 0. And the duration, yeah, sure, 0.6, whatever. Doesn't matter. Is that it? Did I do it? Is that gonna work? That would be sick if it works. Because I just don't like how it goes and it just like appears. It bothers me. It's not intentional and I don't like it. Let's see if I fixed it. Or if I just broke it. Let's come back here. Oh, you see that orb? All right, I think I've accomplished all the things that I wanted to accomplish today. I'm like pretty sure this is, let me look at my task list. Is my task list fulfilled? Where are those tasks at? Come here, tasks. Alien deposit in level, yes. Fix the level ground, yes. No limbs, yes. I think that is all success, baby. Oh my gosh. And how long have we been streaming? 8.5 hours. That's not bad. That's not one of my longest sessions. That is within a fairly reasonable amount of time. What the frick? So there we go. We actually start the game without limbs now. And we've added like a new state. We can ease in. I want to say we can make this not be 0.6. 0.6 feels a little long. Oh my gosh, I can't believe we fixed the level ground issue, dude. Wow, I kind of was like a teeny bit surrendered on that one. But it just like, it came together. Tell me it didn't. Let's pick this one on the back. The orb is gonna, oh, it just appears. Oh, it looks so good. Takes us up, loading. We come down and we see the little shadow. Oh, it's so cute. Yeah, let's go, alien, go, go, go. Gameplay, and it starts right away. It's so smooth. I'm so happy with it. Oh, frick yeah, guys. Oh, that's awesome. I feel so good about this. Very, very nice. No complaints. What can I say? What can I say? I'm happy. So yeah, I guess tomorrow, I don't even know what I'm gonna work on tomorrow, but I can't wait to come back and work on something. Thank you everybody for joining me here today. It's been a pleasure. Y'all have been great company and very inspiring. I hope all your projects are going great. Big shout out to all the people who support this channel, YouTube members, patrons. I haven't been doing the scrolls lately because they're really hard to keep up with, and so they're really out of date. But Ocean, thank you for gifting a membership today. Really appreciate that. And everybody else, you're amazing. Y'all are the greatest. Love this community. Check out the short that I just put out. The short went live while we were streaming. It might teach you something. You might learn something about Godot. You might not, and that's okay. Let me put a link for that in the chat. Put a little bit of links in there if I can find the link. If I can't, oh, it's gone now. I pasted too many things. Oh wait, no, I got it. Hold on, I got the link. There it is, there it is. So yeah, so I'll be back tomorrow. Streaming, working on this game more. I don't know what we're gonna work on. It's very exciting, because it feels like there's a lot of possibility. Oh, and look, we can transform. It's awesome, it works. And then the game is just back and functional. We're in good shape, man. We're in good shape. It would be nice to work on like limb stuff and that kind of thing. So we'll see how that goes. If you're watching this after the live stream, or actually if you're watching it now as well, and you haven't yet, hit that like button. If you press that like button, it means more people will see this live stream after we go live. And I really appreciate you for doing that. It means a lot. It really helps this channel in a big way. If you're watching it after the live stream, I hope you'll consider doing that as well. You'll also be able to do a couple special things. Tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one, and I do hope I see you there. Thanks for the thumbs up, Dark Inferno. I appreciate it. Good night, y'all. Good night, y'all. Let's freaking go. The animation works. Yes. Yes. I love it. I love it.